Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1. He was watching her again. She could feel his fierce gaze bearing down on her like rolling thunder. Might as well give him something to look at. She walked onto the dance floor, raising her arms above her head as the beat of the music moved through her, moving her ass so he could see each plump mound bounce along with her steps. The DJ had the bass turned up and she felt each thump in her chest as she turned so her back was facing the wall where he stood. She closed her eyes and let the female rapper's easy flow slide through her mind. The lyrics said something about throwing it back, and Ravyn thought it apropos since she wanted the enforcer who might be a little obsessed with her to catch all the shade she was throwing at him. If he wanted to watch her, he could watch, but had never catch her. She was too good to be caught. Besides that, had been watching her for weeks and had yet to speak one word to her. So maybe he wasn't about doing his job. That wouldn't be a surprise since none of the enforcers in Burgess actually did their real job. Instead they preferred to adopt a sadistic form of keeping order, using their guns and badges to cover the city in a cloak of fear and hopelessness. "I like the way you move." Her eyes popped open at another man's voice and she found herself staring up into eyes so dark they looked fake. His complexion was pale, brown hair straggly and hanging past his shoulders. She continued to dance, and he put his hands on her waist, picking up the rhythm and moving with her. She smiled and lowered her arms to break the contact. "Hands off," she snapped. "Don't get feisty, baby. I'm just looking for a good time." Ravyn stopped dancing and stepped closer to him, poking the sharp tip of the pocket knife she had quickly pulled from the waist of her jeans into his gut. "Don't get dead. Back up and go find your good time elsewhere." He hesitated. Big mistake. He blinked as if he doubted her, considering what disgusting words he would spew next in the hope of challenging her in some way. She decided to help him out, pressing the knife farther until the moment she felt it prick his skin through the t-shirt he wore. She leaned close to whisper in his ear, "How much pain can you stand?" He lifted his arms and used his hands against her shoulders to push her away. She eased the knife back into her pants before anyone around them could see. Not that the other patrons of the club had stopped their dancing, drinking, or lurking long enough to witness her interaction with the dark-eyed creep. "Crazy bitch," she sneered at her before walking away. Ravyn smiled. She'd been called worse. The music was still going and she recalled why she'd been on the dance floor in the first place. Picking up with the rhythm, she danced around in a circle until she was facing the wall where her admirer had stood, only to find that space empty. He was gone. Good. She walked off the dance floor and returned to the bar where she'd been standing, watching and listening. But her mark was gone, as well. Verdi's Pinkney was a rookie thief, extortionist and small-time drug dealer. Had popped up in Burgess about a year ago, running his mouth about all the product he could score and dealers he knew from farther up north, but had never come through with anything on his own. What he was good at, and the only reason she ever allowed herself to be within earshot of him, was getting information. 3 months ago, had mentioned an expensive collection of artifacts from Egypt being shipped to Burgess for an archaeological conference. That's when she'd begun to plan. "You want another drink, pretty lady?" It would have been great if Head called her by her name, or simply not acted familiar with her at all. But in the end, it didn't matter. The bartender was an all-killing guy, and if she was in the market for one, she might have been interested. But she wasn't, and so his thick beard, bald head, and smoldering gray eyes did nothing for her permanently on vacation libido. "Nah, I'm good," she responded with the same amount of nonchalance she gave everyone in this place. She didn't do the club scene often, and Twilight had just reopened a few weeks ago. But this was where Verdi's hung out. "You need something else tonight." His hands were flat on the bar top as he leaned in to look pointedly at her. She held his gaze. "No." He shrugged as if she hadn't just turned him down. "The back room's open." "I'm aware. She wasn't here to buy drugs. Get high or get laid. Or I could get you something personally and meet you with it later." She tilted her head, surveying him once more. His beard was a sandy brown color, thick and worn longer than she thought was necessary. His bare arms were roped with veins and muscles that seemed to strain against his skin. The sleeveless white t-shirt he wore was molded to his wide and also muscled chest. He was tall, and she figured on another day, Perhaps 5 or 6 years ago. She might have been willing to ride him toward a glorious orgasm. There's nothing in that room or with you that I need. For an instant she thought he was gonna go all wounded pride and tall shout on her. But eventually he smirked, pushed away from the bar, and eased on down to the next customer, an author woman who smiled the moment his attention was aimed at her. The guy's flirting was pathetic. Ravyn was glad to take her gaze elsewhere, looking around the room to see if she saw him. Burgess, not the enforcer. That guy had apparently left, and that was just fine with her. She didn't know why he was always hanging around her. Anyway, seeing him everywhere she went for the past few weeks was starting to make her a little edgy. Something she couldn't afford. Not when she was so close. It appeared Burgess was gone too, and all she could do was sigh. That meant her work was done for tonight. She turned away from the bar, pushing through the crowd of people until she was at the door, when a hand moved over the bare skin of her midriff. She stopped. Her body tensed as she prepared to fight. Next time, leave your weapons at home. We've got rules here. The woman speaking to her was a couple inches shorter, with close-cut blonde hair and gold eyes that had to be contacts. Her hand was flat against Ravyn's knife. Then maybe you should provide a safer environment for your patrons, Ravyn replied, then pushed through the door, leaving the woman to stare after her. The evening air was warm against her face when she stepped outside, as summer inched its way toward fall. Her steel-toed boots made a muted sound as she crossed the sidewalk, heading down Lucre Street toward the alley. Cars whizzed by with almost the same frequency as if it were 2 o'clock in the afternoon, instead of 2 in the morning. The glow of white streetlights lining the curb cast eerie shadows on the ground, and she pushed her hands into the front pockets of her black jeans. She was tired after taking inventory of supplies at Safeside and getting the Hudson boys settled in their new space. But Chet had to come out tonight. Confirmation was needed and had been partially obtained. With a hum of satisfaction, she turned the corner into the alley. The bright lights from the clubs and buildings not far away didn't reach into this area, and nobody thought it made sense to add any. Easing her right hand out of her pocket, she pulled out and clicked on the penlight, which doubled as a slim tube of mace. The gadget had been made especially for her by someone she had helped at Safeside, and was easier to conceal than the knife at her waistband. Her steps were assured, but she did pick up her pace because there was no use in tempting the elements around her. She only had a few more blocks to walk and she'd be home. There was a shitton of things to do at Safeside tomorrow, or rather a few hours from now. A food run was a must. A new schedule of duties, and something moved. Her steps slowed and she narrowed her eyes, focusing on the sound. Or did she see something? No, there was nothing. She shrugged, presuming she was being ridiculous. Keeping the light aimed in front of her, she continued walking, now clearing her mind of everything except getting to her destination. The air seemed thicker suddenly, like it was wrapping around her and holding tight. So tight she gasped. And then it moved, and something like pleasure rippled through her, and for just an instant she wanted to hold on to it. But almost immediately there was a different presence that pricked her skin with awareness. The contradiction startled her and she tripped, then righted herself. Her breath came in quick pants now, because the two very distinct feelings were confusing. She hadn't felt pleasure in far too long. But the other, the itch to stand her ground and fight against whoever might be coming after her, was the norm for the past 4 years of her life. She reached into the band of her jeans and pulled out her knife, palming the handle in case she needed to jab someone quickly and run. Her first instinct was always to fight, but there were times when flight was the smarter move. With that in mind, she hastened her steps, only to stop moments later when warmth flooded her body. She turned suddenly, not seeing anything but whispering, "What do you want?" She knew he was there. She always knew, even though she'd never turned to him to ask why he was close or what he wanted. If she had, Steele didn't know what he would have said, because he didn't know those answers either. There was no explanation for this physical tug that had existed between them since the first moment had seen her, at least none he wanted to accept. All he knew was that she was his responsibility and had never shirked his responsibility before. I'd be damned if now was going to be the start of something new. Unless he was already damned. Your head on a platter is what I want. Butch! The guy from the club lunged from a corner in the alley, slamming his body against her back. She stumbled forward but quickly regained her footing and turned back, legs slightly crouched, knife in her right hand poised to slice. You should really learn to quit while you're ahead. She snapped back with a shake of her head. Steele wholeheartedly agreed, and had said as much to the idiot in their private conversation about half an hour ago when Head followed the human out of the bar. The guy was either a total idiot or a glutton for punishment, since Head completely ignored Steele's warning. The warning that, instead of protecting her, seemed to have put her in harm's way. Irritated with himself for that, Steele eased from the shadows, fully prepared to make his point perfectly clear this time. Before that could happen, dumbass guy lunged for her again. He only had the use of one hand since Steele had broken the other one during their earlier chat, but she was agile and easily ducked out of the guy's reach so that he slammed into the wall instead. If this is your idea of foreplay, you've gotta rethink your game plan, she quipped and waited for him to turn around. She wasn't running away, even though Steele was certain she could have gotten far from the idiot who'd been drinking and most likely partaking of whatever drugs were being offered at the club. No. She was standing her ground and giving an ass whoopin' worthy of his praise. If the sight of her wasn't already embedded in his mind, it would be now. "I'm gonna love hearing you scream," the guy said, because he really didn't know when to call it a night. This time he came toward her, one fist raised as if he really thought he was going to have the chance to punch her. No way was Steele going to let that happen. He could break the guy in two with his bare hands. The beast had been itching for him to do that earlier when Head watched the man dare to put his hands on her in the club. Now, the beast strained against Steele's body with a combination of rage and heat that Head never felt before. Clenching his fists, Steele fought back against his beast, denying its appearance for the sake of all involved. A dark alley in the center of Burgess, Pennsylvania, was no place for a dragon, especially not the one that lived inside of Steele. She moved again, swinging that knife until Shed sliced the guy's good wrist and across his belly. Superficial wounds, but enough to have him bending over and howling. In that moment Steele decided to act, regardless of the personal war going on within him, uncurling his fingers to see that claws had already begun to press through the human nails. He bit back a curse of surprise and made the hasty decision to blow a bit of dream dust in the guy's direction. Dude's painful yowls ceased as he fell back onto the ground. Out for the count. Shit, she stepped closer to the guy, staring down at him and then back at the knife in her hand. I didn't cut him that deep. Steele stepped back into the shadows, his leg bumping a trash can as he moved. The last thing he wanted was for her to see him, especially if his beast was adamant about making an appearance. There'd been whispers of preternatural beings on the human realm for at least the last 40 to 50 years. Yet most humans didn't believe and had never seen any for themselves, because of their size, lethal strength, and the fact that they were on this realm to protect the humans from said preternatural beings. The Drakon opted for secrecy. She whipped around to stare in the direction where he stood, but she didn't see him. It was too dark, and he was pressing his body so hard against the wall that his completely black outfit most likely blended in. He turned to the side so that his long locks covered half of his face. She didn't speak and Steele didn't breathe for seconds that dragged on like eons. When she finally turned and ran down the alley, Steele released the breath had been holding. She was gone, but she was safe. For now. Chapter 2. Slamming the door wasn't going to make what had just happened any better, nor was it going to stop her death, which had seen in his dreams. Helplessness gripped Steele like a fist, choking the life out of him. Yanking his jacket off, he tossed it onto the leather love seat across the room. His boots clunked across hardwood floors as he headed to the kitchen. The refrigerator door opened with a jangle of every item that was stored on the narrow shelves as he reached inside and grabbed a beer from the top inside rack. Twisting off the cap and chucking it into the trash can, he tossed his head back and let the cold brew slide down his throat. The bottle was empty in seconds and he still felt like hell. The vibration of his phone in his back pocket wasn't going to help either. "Yeah," he answered gruffly. "Where you been?" "Out playing with yourself, Theo, and I've been trying to reach you for the past couple hours." Magnum was the smartass otherwise known as Steele's brother. As the younger brother, Steele presumed that made him just an ass. He was good with that assessment, but wasn't really in the mood to answer questions right now. Not from Magnum and not from Theotharbos. Adrenaline from a combo of holding back the urge to kill the persistent bastard in the alley, and the act of fading away from the scene minutes later still buzzed through his body. He needed to walk it off or he might be tempted to go back. "I was out," he replied and left the kitchen, heading to the living room once more. There was too much junk in here, a love seat here, a couch there, tables, rugs, lamps, Shit, that just got in his way. Magnum grumbled on the other end of the phone. Yeah, I figured as much. Did you see anything interesting while you were out? Standing at the window now, looking out at the bright lights on the myriad of buildings in downtown Burgess, Steele nodded even though his brother couldn't see him. I saw a few things, but none of which his brother needed to know about. No sign of those 2 vamps that slid into the drain months ago. 3 months ago, to be exact, when the Legion of Drakon were hunting a sadistic demonic named Hone, who'd escaped from the spirit realm. 1 minute he and Magnum had been standing in the alley, prepared to learn more about the vamps' alliance with Hone by any means necessary. And the next they were watching those same vamps being pulled into the ground by some eerie black sludge. The 2 were supposedly dead, but in their world, dead didn't mean dead until you had a stiff body lying out for all to see. But you went to Twilight, didn't you? Magnum knew him well, so no answer was required. They just reopened a few weeks ago and you've been staying downtown ever since. You plan on staking the place out forever? Nah. I plan on making sure they don't have a chance to pick up where they left off. Not possible. Their leader is dead. Steele frowned. Yeah. Well, sometimes death doesn't stop evil. And sometimes death stopped everything else. True. That's what I told Theo. But you know, he kinda wanted more of an explanation for why you're there. That's how it goes when you work for somebody. I work with him, not for him. He reminded himself on a daily basis that there was a difference. Theo Masters was the Dragon Emperor, a role he'd just assumed a few months ago when they'd all returned to their home on the far realm. On the human realm, Theo was the owner of the Legion Security Company, a place he'd created to carry out the Drakon's first and most prominent duty to protect humans from preternatural beings. Magnum and Steele had come to the human realm 100 years ago, and knowing who Theo was meant to be, pledged their loyalty to Theo and his mission on this realm. You cash that paycheck the same way I do, so that means you work for him. And anyway, that's how it's supposed to be. He's the Emperor. Magnum reminded him. I don't need that money any more than you do, and you know it. Their clan had access to billions of dollars in diamonds, so there was no need for him or Steele to work for a paycheck. What they did with Theo was out of duty. All of Steele's paychecks went into a bank account he barely ever touched. Besides, he continued, Theo only took the throne because his father died, and we're not on the far realm. Anyway, I'm cool with what I do. At least he had been before he'd seen her die in his dream. He glared out the window. From his view on the 25th floor he could see the rooftops of most buildings on this side of the city. She wasn't on any of them, and she hadn't been on any of the nights he'd stood here watching for her. Magnum continued, interrupting Steele's thoughts again. Me too, and it's so much better than what we were doing before. But Theo wants you to check in. So come by the office tomorrow and fill him in. I will. Even though there's nothing to report. Because on this realm sometimes it seemed their hands were tied. For one, Theo didn't want them taking their dragon form unless it was absolutely necessary. And two, they weren't allowed to kill humans. Tonight, for instance, he hadn't been able to just kill that idiot bastard who obviously didn't understand that no meant no. Instead, had been forced to use dream dust, which according to the small amount he'd use it would only put the guy into a deep slumber for about 1 to 2 hours. Then why are you hanging out in the city so much? Steele didn't respond. It wasn't any of his brother's business. And it definitely wasn't Theo's business, since it didn't involve any of the clients at the security company. No. The reason Steele was paying a small fortune to stay in this posh hotel that served the bullshit hot wings was purely personal. Needed a change of scenery. He finally replied when it was clear Magnum wasn't just going to hang up the phone and carry on with his night. You sure that's all you need? I'm good. Steele's reply was curt, and so was his quick bid goodnight before he disconnected the call. He was good. Sure. His chest was still tight from seeing her so close up, wielding a knife like some sexy warrior princess dressed in a half shirt and tight-ass jeans. But she'd been safe, and that was all that mattered. Now, if she went to her home and stayed there all night, she'd remain that way. He could worry about tomorrow night when it came, because it would come, just as sure as the sun would shine. Night would fall, and when it did, danger would lurk. He'd seen death before, and in his line of work, would definitely see it again. But not this woman. Not on his watch. Eames turned, fangs bared, eyes glittering gold as she stared at the intruder. Calm down, he said. It's just me. And you know what time it is? It was time for her to close the club and head back to the new townhouse in the financial district where she now lived. In fact, it was 15 minutes after 4 in the morning and she was positive she'd locked the front door. "It's time for you to get lost," she countered, without making any effort to withdraw her fangs. Enforcer Edward Barrington knew who and what she was and he didn't care. While other humans on this realm chose whether or not to believe the stories that floated around them referencing preternatural beings, this guy knew they existed and he didn't give a damn. He could take money from a vampire just as easily as he did a human. At least that's what he planned to do tonight. He shook his head as he came deeper into the club, passing the tables with chairs neatly stacked on top and making his way to the bar where she stood. "You know the amount," he said before sliding onto a bar stool beside her. "Count it out and I'll be on my way. I don't have any agreement to pay you for so-called protection. Now that Warwick's dead, we plan to protect ourselves. So, whatever you two had worked out died with him," she said, inhaling the sour stench of his blood. It turned her stomach and she wanted to barf all over him and his pristine enforcer uniform. He was fast, his hands going immediately around her neck as he squeezed tightly and yanked her off the stool. The action lifted her up so that her feet didn't touch the floor. This was his club, so as long as those doors are open for business, the agreement he made stands. "I don't give a damn if he burned in the sunlight or somebody put a stake in his heart. You're all fucking freaks and the only reason I don't just kill you is because you can make me some decent money." Edward Barrington had some strength to his 6-foot beefy frame. He also had a crooked nose and bad breath. Eames eased a hand between them, flattening her palm on his chest before giving a slight push. His body jerked back with such force his hands immediately fell from her neck and he knocked over the chairs on 2 tables before slamming into the wall. "You wish you could kill me," she said, slowly lowering herself to the floor. She walked over to where he was now struggling to remain standing. "But you can't, so your threats are useless." "Bitch," he yelled and reached for the gun in his holster. "You're gonna pay me my money or die." He pulled the trigger multiple times before she could reply, sending a spray of bullets her way. 2 of them pelted her chest, but the other 3, she caught midair, dropping them to the floor as she continued to approach him. Shit, he was scrambling now, dropping the gun in his nervousness and trying to get his feet to carry him out of here. But nothing worked. He remained in that spot as the air around them seemed to stand still. "Kill him quickly and be done with it," she heard the chillingly calm, heavily accented voice behind her say. Without hesitation, Eames leapt forward, landing with her hands on his shoulders, legs wrapping around his waist, fangs sinking into his neck. Enforcer Edward Barrington yelled out in both horror and pain as she swallowed enough of his full-tasting blood to kill him, not change him, as she'd been changed some years ago. And when she was done, because she knew his blood would sit like lead in the pit of her stomach for the remainder of the day, she pulled away from him without releasing her teeth's hold, taking a chunk of his neck with her as she turned around to face the Chief Lord. Turning her head to one side, she spit the flesh onto the floor and stomped over to the bar to grab a wad of napkins to wipe her mouth. She wanted to leap over the bar and find a bottle of whiskey to wash her mouth, but she refrained. If the Chief Lord was here, there was something he wanted to say. Hikin Montoy was a tall, slimly built royal blood vampire. He had silver-white hair on top of his head and his mustache, but his goatee was snowy white. His iced ones he showed most often to the human world were an icy, almost iridescent blue, which was in no way descriptive of just how cold-blooded this particular vampire was. Tonight, he wore a long winter white wool coat, cream-colored dress shoes and a matching suit. His tie was blood-red. His smile was small and insincere. "It's late and I don't wish to be here at dawn. I've come for a report, but the visual has given a little of the knowledge I sought." The accent was brisk and possibly Australian. The chill it sent down her spine each time she heard it was real and pissed her off more than she could explain. This was the first time he came in to collect. In the weeks since we've reopened, no enforcers or drug lords have shown their face around here. She finished with the napkins, pitching them across the room, until they landed in one of the trash cans shed lined up to be taken outside. "You think that's because they fear the Drakons who set the place on fire before?" Eames didn't want to think about those dragons that had run her and Prinz out of here that night. Nor did she want to recall the sound of Prinz's screams as that sludge that sucked them both into the sewer had strangled the life out of him because he was Warwick's son and Warwick had betrayed home. The Chief Lord was the reason Shed survived, and because of that, she now owed her allegiance to him. One of them was here tonight. He stood in the back watching some chick, but then he left before she did. Did he confront you? No. Then what was he doing here? She shrugged. Just standing there. Like I said, there was no other answer to give and she was getting tired. Look, I'm doing what you said. Going on with business as usual. There's no need for you to pop in for daily reports. Would you have killed that pesky human if I hadn't popped in? No. And that is why I'm here. I never agreed with anything Warwick did. He wasn't of the royal blood, and neither are you. But you will do as I say and run this club the way I tell you to. It took everything in her not to roll her eyes and suck her teeth like a petulant child. Shed heard all this before. Real vampires were governed by the royal court, which consisted of the king, queen, and the global council, who were all housed at the royal capital. Lords, descendants of the king and queen, were given rule of different areas on the human and far realms. Only those born of a lord were considered of royal blood. All others were just vampire scum in the eyes of the royal court. King ruled Pennsylvania and a few other states along this stretch of the U.S. He believed his words could brainwash someone into doing his bidding. That wasn't the case with her. She was going along with him because right now, she had no other choice. Yes, sir. Those words were just as sour tasting in her mouth as Barrington's blood had been. Now, I want you to keep an eye out for more Drakons and report to me each time you see them. If another enforcer or anyone comes trying to extort money from you, kill them. Those are my terms and I want the word to spread far and wide. Killing so haphazardly will bring exposure. Something Warwick hadn't cared about either. But Eanes believed there was power in autonomy. The Chief Lord moved with a flash of light, stopping when he was just inches away from her, towering over her as if he could crush her at any second. He could. But Eanes wouldn't go without a fight. She bet the arrogant Sonophobage Chief Lord wouldn't expect that from her. I want them to know we're here, he yelled down into her face. I want them all to know and to fear. Because that's the only way they'll survive. His eyes turned a glistening vampire gold at that moment, and that cloying paralysis she knew Barrington had felt just before Shed bit him circled her, rendering her immobile. Don't make me regret saving you, Eanes. She didn't bother to speak, but on nights like these, Eanes regretted that time when she'd been human, on her deathbed in a hospital, with no family and mounting fear. That was the night she'd been at her weakest, and the night she'd begged Warwick Camden to save her. Now, she wondered if a longer life of drinking blood and acting as a preternatural hitman was the better option. Ravyn should be tired. She hadn't slept again last night. Truth be told, it had been much longer than the last 24 hours since Shed had a full night's sleep. A person would have to feel safe in order to relax enough to sleep for hours on end. Ravyn hadn't felt safe in, well, never. Shed learned long ago that to stay safe she needed to always keep an eye out for her enemies. And now as the founder and manager of the secret underground society Safeside, she was tasked with the safety of more people than just herself. When will you be back? Kree's voice jolted her from her thoughts and she turned to see his tall lanky body leaning against the doorway of her office. I'll be back before dawn. He didn't look like he believed her. His one brown eye surveyed her warily, while the glassy pearl-colored eye which allowed him to only see blurred images did the same. That eye was a constant reminder of all she and Kree had been through together and was one of the biggest reasons she was about to do what needed to be done. Don't stare at me like that, she snapped. I always come back before dawn. You don't always go to a place like this one. It's dangerous. Ravyn, I'm worried. Kree was always worried. As a foster kid had worried about when one or both foster parents were either going to hit him, verbally abuse him or just kick him out of their house. As a scraggly 16-year-old who'd run as far and fast from the foster care system as he could, had worried that one day Ravyn would change her mind about taking a chance on him and fire him from his job at her bookstore. And when he was 19 and that bookstore burned to the ground, had been worried about not only himself, but Ravyn as well. His last name should have been Worrier, instead of Evanston. The size of the house doesn't matter. It's what's in it that counts. And we desperately need what's in that house. When he didn't respond, she sighed. You've seen the storeroom. It's getting to be pretty slim pickings and we've got a little over 50 mouths to feed. Plus, winter's coming and you know how sparse things get then. We've got to stock up to be prepared for those cold nights and possible blizzard conditions. She felt like she was preaching to him and hated herself for it. Cree was a good kid who'd gotten a rough break. She'd been there and done that, so she could totally relate. But she'd sworn to help him find better. To be better. And she was damn sure gonna keep trying until she couldn't try anymore. We need this. Cree. I wouldn't do it otherwise. He pushed away from the door and took a few steps until he was standing just on the other side of her desk. You're doing it too much. You're gonna get caught. Didn't you say you thought somebody was watching you, another enforcer or something like that? She had told him that, only because she'd needed to vocalize the thoughts. If they'd sounded ridiculous, she would have let it go and chalk the feeling up to paranoia, something else she'd learned to deal with long ago. I don't know for sure that he's an enforcer. I've never seen him in the navy blue uniform they wear or carrying any type of weapon. But you've seen him more than once. Cree touched his fingers to the top of the desk and leaned over. If you're being followed, this definitely isn't a good idea. What if he's like a private investigator? Or worse, somebody you've already robbed who's looking to catch you in the act. She moved around the chair and planted her palms on the desk to lean over and get in his face. No worries, she said slowly. I've got this. But an hour later, as she stepped out of the rideshare she'd hired to drop her off in Sosto, Burgess' version of a high society neighborhood, she did a double canvass of her surroundings before walking down the street toward the house she intended to rob. Every house on this street looked like a throwback from some old horror flick. There were Victorians with soaring turrets and colonials with wraparound porches. They were each separated by sprawling lawns and curving driveways. Some had stone walls around the land like a guarded fortress, and others had iron gates that were most likely wired to produce electric shocks to anyone trying to gain entrance without permission. She walked slowly down to the very end of the street, her footfalls silent in the light tennis shoes she wore. The shoes were black and matched the catsuit she'd shimmied into an hour ago. Her shoulder-length hair, the side that wasn't cut low to her scalp, was pulled back and hidden beneath a black skull cap. A brisk breeze blew, reminding her that it was late September in Burgess and that winter was coming soon. She hadn't bothered with a jacket because it would have only hampered her movement. The pitter-pat of her heart increased when she stopped at the corner. The droning sound echoed in her mind, annoying the crap out of her. She wasn't nervous or afraid. She'd done this many times before, so tonight was just routine. I'm worried. Those were Cree's words, not hers. She wasn't worried. She couldn't afford to be. Her fingers flexed at her sides and she stared at the house that she'd been studying for the past 3 months. A brick colonial sitting on 2 acres of land that would have managed to look stately and regal in the daylight if its red bricks weren't so grungy they looked gray in some areas and a chalky black in others. The shutters on all windows were intact, but the roof was lifting in some spots. Shrubs around the front of the house were cut regularly, as was the grass that rolled out to cover the land surrounding the house. Around the back there was a sunroom, a new addition as of last year, the weakness that would allow her to penetrate the fortress. Now, she sprinted across the street, flattening her back against the brick columns that held the iron gate allowing entrance to the front of the house. The gate was controlled by an electric box mounted on a column across from where she stood. Once the button on that box was pressed, a computerized voice would ask a variety of questions, and answers were displayed on a computer screen at a security company in a completely different state. It was a ridiculous setup and one she was certain was meant to keep people out. Fortunately, Ravyn wasn't like ordinary people. Her father had told her that often enough. Here we go, she whispered. She moved slowly, keeping her back against the brick wall that circled around to the back of the house. There was no camera surveillance, another chink in the armor of security for this place. But a car could drive by at any moment. A neighbor could come out of their house, or be out for a stroll. Okay. Maybe not the stroll since it was nearing 2:30 in the morning, but she wasn't taking any chances. The brick wall was a little higher around back, exactly 3 feet taller. To make it an even 8 feet, Ravyn was 5 feet 6 inches. She reached back, lowering the pack she carried to the ground, pulling out the bungee cords and hooks. She made quick work of getting them assembled and then tossing the line so that the hook soared over the top of the wall. When that was secure, she scaled the wall, taking wide steps so that she was over the top in less than 10 seconds, dropping to the ground like a blur in the night. From there it was a 30-foot run until she came up against the wall of the breakfast room. This was the only room that hadn't been lined for security because the owner of the house hadn't gotten to it yet. Dumbass. She worked the lock at the door and eased inside. walking through one room after another, recalling the blueprint shed bought from Burgess as she ended up in what the blueprint called the display room. Again, dumbass rolled through her mind as she thought of the owner. Because who really thought it was a good idea to keep valuable artifacts in an unguarded location called the display room? He might as well have just put an ad in the paper that said, "Please come steal from me at your earliest convenience." Well, she supposed she should thank him, but for now she'd just relieve him of the one thing she'd come all this way for. Now with her penlight in hand, she angled it first at the walls in the room. They were built-ins with what she suspected were other pieces of dumbass collection on each shelf. Changing direction, she aimed the light in the center of the room and found the 5 dark wood pillars in a staggered line right where Burgess said they would be. She passed the first 2, not bothering to inspect what was inside of them because they weren't what she was here to retrieve. Instead, she headed straight for the one in the middle, letting her light rest on the glass case atop the pillar, which was larger than the other ones. Upon closer scrutiny, she saw that this pillar was also different from the others because it was bolted to the floor. She stepped closer and took a deep breath before lifting her hands and moving them around the perimeter of the glass, just in case there was some type of alarm that would go off if she got too close to it. Nothing happened, and she figured that was a good sign. The glass was heavier than she'd thought, but after a little effort she was able to lift it and set it on the floor. Her gloved hand closed over the hilt of a dirty old knife that she was told was worth $500,000. She lifted it from the base it was set on and slowly brought it up to survey it more closely. There was nothing exceptional about it. A filthy sheath covered the actual blade, and she pulled it back slightly just to be certain she was getting what she came for. Dinged metal that appeared dirty or stained. She shook her head and was jamming it back into the sheath when she heard it. A low hum that buzzed soft and long and made her feel as if some type of device was running along her skin. She stuffed the knife into her bag and made her way back through the house the way she'd come. But a light flashed through the windows of the breakfast room and Ravyn ran in the opposite direction. She flew through the house she'd been told was empty and didn't stop until she was standing in the center of the hallway on the second floor. A quick glance behind showed there were lights in the driveway. Somebody was definitely coming. Cursing, she grabbed a cord that was hanging and yanked it. In seconds, stairs to the attic unfolded and she hurried up them. Once she was completely inside the attic, she reached back to pull the stairs up behind her. Now she was trapped. Damn it. The whisper seemed loud in the drab low-ceiling space. There were boxes everywhere and large covered things she presumed from their shape were paintings. She walked from one end to the next, stopping the moment she saw the small window. There was no way she would fit, but she didn't have time to contemplate. Using more strength than she'd realized she had, she finally managed to push the window open and in the next seconds was squeezing her body through the small opening. Now she was on the roof. With a sigh she leaned over, resting her hands on her knees as she caught her breath. The light she'd seen outside the house before appeared to be gone, as now there was only darkness again. But it wasn't quiet darkness. That low hum she'd heard when she was inside the house still buzzed in her ears. And that wasn't all that was strange. Ravyn slowly came to a full stand, easing her hand into her bag to grab the knife she'd just stolen. Because while Burgess had assured her nobody would be inside this house tonight, there was definitely someone on this roof with her. Someone she just might have to kill in order to get away. Chapter 3. Something wasn't right. A fierce breeze whipped through the thin navy blue jacket he wore. His booted feet stood firm on the portion of the roof that was flat. She stood closer to a gabled section, her legs partially spread, back turned to him. But she knew he was there. He could tell by the way she was standing with her shoulders squared, arms tense and head slightly turned to the left. She knew, and she was considering what to do next. Just stay calm, he said. Even though this wasn't exactly a calm situation, they were standing on the roof of someone's home in the middle of the night. He wasn't quite sure what the situation called for, but it damn sure wasn't calm. What do you want? You. No. That wasn't the right answer. He didn't want her. He only wanted to save her. You don't know me. She had a point there. All Steele knew was that she was in danger, and for him, that was enough. The small technicality that said he was the one who'd brought the danger to her was something he was still grappling with. We can fix that. But first we've got to get you out of here. He moved closer, walking as if his 239-pound body was made to be trampling on top of somebody's house. Her movement was quick, and like a blur on the wind she turned. Her right arm was raised, knife in hand. We don't have to do anything. she snapped. I'm going to walk away and you're going to stop following me. There were a few things he could do at this moment: wrestle the knife away from her, toss her over his shoulder and get them out of here before someone looked out their window and saw them, use his magic to put her to sleep and carry her to safety, or leave her to do her business, because this wasn't the scene from his dream, meaning this wasn't the night for her to die. In his dream she was on a rooftop, but her hair was out and flowing in the breeze. Her clothes weren't all black, but blue jeans and a purple top. The fact that Head memorized every nuance of that dream didn't disturb him as much as the eager stirring of his beast. He opted for none of the available options, but instead pushed his hands into the front pockets of his jeans to show her he wasn't a threat. You can put the knife down. I'm not here to hurt you. To the contrary, I'm trying to help. Because as the Dream Reaper, he was the one with the power to lead the Reaper directly to her. Steele wasn't going to do that, even though Head never shirked his duty before. His job as a Dream Reaper was to use his magic to seek out those preternaturals who had an inordinate amount of power that could possibly be used to shift the balance of good and evil on any of the realms. The Reaper would then take those souls and dispose of them on the spirit realm. But this woman was just a human with no power, so either his magic was off for being led to her in the first place, or the Reaper's was out of whack. Because it wasn't possible that she was meant to be on the Reaper's collection list, she tilted her head, lips lifted upward into a smirk, a look that definitely shouldn't have struck him as sexy. But the quick punch of lust to his gut said otherwise. You're an enforcer who's sworn to uphold the law and protect the citizens of Burgess. But I don't trust you or any of the rest of your kind. So, I won't be putting this down, but I will be leaving here alone. Her voice was a smoky rasp that appealed to him just as much as the smirk on her face. Even through his sunglasses he could see her as clearly as if it were daylight. Drakon magic worked 1,000 times better at night. I'm not an enforcer. If I were, I'd have arrested your ass last week when you stole from the safe in that jeweler's back office. Only a flicker of shock appeared in her ice whiskey brown eyes with natural long curling lashes before she stepped to him. I don't know what you want or why you've been tailing me, but this ends here and now. She still held the knife as if she were ready to stab him at any second, and since had seen her do just that to someone else as recently as last night, he wasn't inclined to take any chances. With a quick movement he gripped her wrist, squeezing so that her fingers would flex and Shed drop the knife. But that didn't happen. Instead, she reached with her free hand and slapped it over the fingers that gripped the blade. He watched her arms rise over her head and saw as she slowly began to bring the knife downward. If he did nothing it would sink into his chest. Steele didn't feel like dying tonight or being so wounded He'd need more than human medicine to save his life. He used his other hand as well, grabbing both her wrists. She resisted, using more strength than He'd realized she had. But he could take her. There was no doubt in his mind. Not until bright streaks of lightning cracked through the night sky. First one streak and then another and another, until it looked as if the entire sky would break apart. Gusts of wind came faster and stronger to the point where both their legs trembled with the attempt to stay upright and not tumble to the ground. He half expected the sky to open and torrential rain to pour down on them, but that hadn't been in the weather forecast He'd reluctantly watched on TV when he was wide awake this morning. Let go of me, she screamed, but instead of trying to get away from him, it felt as if she was attempting to match his strength. The tighter he held her, the firmer she stood, still trying to bring that knife down into his chest. Steele released her wrists and moved fast to wrap his arms around her waist instead. He was going to do the toss over the shoulder, and if she stabbed him in the back, so be it. At least Shed be safe. But that didn't work either. 1 minute his arms had been firmly around her. The next she was yelling along with a boom of thunder and leaping out of his grasp. He stumbled forward momentarily, and when he turned back, it was to see her jumping down from the roof and running across the street faster than any human had ever seen. She dodged through houses and leapt over security walls, all while he stood there with his mouth gaping, waiting to be struck by lightning. This wasn't how it was supposed to work. He had decided to save her, to protect Ravyn, though those two things went against everything he was supposed to do in his capacity as a Dream Reaper. There was also the conflict with his job as a Drakon to protect the humans from preternatural beings. On the one hand, if she was too powerful, then she'd definitely be a threat to the balance of good and evil, thus endangering other humans at some point. But if she was, as he suspected, a woman with no magical powers, then he was actually harming a human, something the Drakon didn't do. The conflicts didn't matter at the moment because, well, she'd gotten away. Thunder continued to rumble above, but it was no match for the growling sound his beast was making. It moved through his chest like boulders being pushed out of the way, making space for something he didn't quite understand. Steele ran a hand down his face and squatted when he saw enforcer vehicles pulling up to the house. This really wasn't how it worked. Had been with her as she'd pulled off half a dozen robberies in the past week and never had enforcers shown up. Nor had the sky seemed to become as angry as his beast was at this moment. Yeah. He nodded while watching enforcers get out of their cars and walk into the house. Something was definitely wrong about this scene. He just had to figure out what. And while he was at it, he'd need to get a grip on why this woman was an exception to every rule the Dream Reapers had. That's not a good address. The driver balked. Ravyn had just jumped into the back seat and slouched down so she wouldn't be seen. Her heart was pounding so fast and loud she almost didn't hear the guy. Just drive, she said between breaths. But that's not a place you want to be at this time of night, he insisted. Nothing's down that end of town but old abandoned buildings. You can't possibly want to go there. I said drive. Those 3 words came out in a deeper tone of voice than she'd ever used before, and they'd burned her throat on the way. She lowered her forehead to the not-so-fresh-smelling upholstery of the seat and closed her eyes. What the hell had just happened? Her hands shook as she lifted them to her chest to press against the slight bulge the sheathed knife created. Good. It's still there. Where else would it be? She'd stolen it from the case where Burgess had said it was being kept. And then she'd had to make a run for it. Into the attic and up on the roof where? Why was he there and why hadn't he arrested her because he wasn't an enforcer? At least that's what he'd said. And that made sense. At least a little. A brisk breeze blew over her cheeks as she looked to the window above her head the moment she heard the whooshing sound of the wind. The car was going fast, whizzing by homes and landmarks until they were just a blur. It was a 20-minute drive from Sodstow to downtown Burgess. She knew the way because she'd taken rides out there several times in the last few months and could probably walk from there to Safeside if she had the time or inclination. So why was she staring out that window as if there was something new for her to see now? Because there was. It appeared to be there 1 minute and gone the next. So she closed her eyes tightly, opening them slowly after a few seconds to try again. After that strange bout of lightning, the moon had appeared and now seemed extra bright. Far, far away. She thought she saw something weaving in and out of clouds. Something that seemed to be following them. What it was, she had no clue, but she had an eerie feeling that just as she was watching it, it was watching her. Lady, I'm not gonna be responsible if something happens to you down here. You meetin' somebody? The driver's voice snapped her out of what she presumed was a hallucination, and Ravyn pushed herself up on the seat. That's none of your business. Just take me to the address I keyed into the database and be on your way. If she were any other person, given any other life, she might have felt some measure of gratitude that the guy seemed so concerned for her welfare. But she wasn't. And hers wasn't what anyone would call a normal life. She'd been born to Ravyn Walsh, a general in the U.S. military. Her mother had died in childbirth, leaving her father with a girl child he despised for no other reason than because she was a girl child. Each day of her life Ford had reminded her of his disappointment in her, from the way she chewed her food, to the way she walked and eventually to the way she talked. She'd never been good enough for him. So no, normalcy wasn't in the cards for her, and she was fine with that. Adapting, surviving, overcoming. Those were her claims to fame, and tonight she'd used them all to make what might be the only score needed to see Safeside through to the spring. But now somebody, or rather something, was following her. She turned her head to look out the window on the other side of the car. There was more darkness, more buildings. But by now they were nearing the downtown area, so there were at least the familiar streetlights lining the curb. The driver was staying on the outskirts of the city, skimming past the business district, instead of going straight through downtown where the clubs and more seedy parts of the city were. She should probably thank him for that. But she remained silent, her gaze focused toward the sky. She sighed heavily. There was nothing there. Just as there shouldn't be. Nothing but clouds hiding the glow of the moon. A breeze still coasted through the windows since the guy had all 4 of them rolled down to the halfway point. The fresh air was needed to combat the smelly interior, but it was chilling her, to the point that she folded her arms over her chest. Here you go, he snapped. Ravyn didn't bother responding. but pulled on the door handle and stepped out the moment Shed pushed the door open. She slammed it behind her and stood on the curb looking pointedly at the driver. "Lady," he said in an effort to plead with her once more. "Thank you for the ride, sir." Her tone was rude and snappish and probably uncalled for, but it was what it was. And when he pulled away from the curb, tires screeching against the asphalt, she sighed again, rolling her eyes upward. She was thankful he hadn't gotten out of the car and tossed her back inside. Or worse, called the enforcers. It wasn't much of a leap to make that if she insisted on being in this part of town, she might be up to no good. But he was gone, and she sort of was up to no good. So she turned quickly, running down one block until she could duck into a dark alley. "Shit," she yelled when another gush of air hit her so hard she stumbled forward a few steps. Her gaze flew immediately to the sky. What was up there? Was it coming for her now that it knew she was alone? "Girl, you gotta get a grip," she yelled the words into the alley just in case there was someone lurking. Maybe they'd think she was with someone and leave her alone. Or perhaps they'd just assume as she was starting to doubt that she was losing her mind. Slapping a palm to her chest to remind herself the knife was still there, she broke into a run, going straight down the alley about 20 yards until she came to an old manhole. Across from the drain was a dumpster. Taking the few steps to the dumpster, she knelt and reached her hand behind the back wheel, grabbing the crowbar she kept there. With the crowbar she pulled the top off the storm drain, sliding it to the side before going back to put the crowbar in its hiding place. With one last glance around to ensure nobody was in the alley with her, Ravyn turned around and stepped down the ladder hidden inside the drain. Once her head was below street level, she reached up, sticking her finger through a hole on the side of the drain top, and pulled it over the opening to cover the tunnel she was about to travel through. She continued down the ladder until taking the 2-foot drop to the bottom level. The moment her feet hit the floor he was on her. "I'm so glad you made it," Cree was yelling as his arms flew around her, grabbing her to him in a hug that took her breath. "I've been waiting right here since you left. You said it would take up to 3 hours. But you've been gone almost 4.5. I was so worried I started to wake up the Megs to have them come with me to look for you." She patted Cree's back and took a steadying breath the moment he finally released her. "No, not the Megs. The last thing we need are those two roaming the streets looking for a fight." Cree gave her his crooked smile. "That's what they do best." She nodded and turned to walk in a direction that would take them around the main area of Safeside to the private rooms and office along the edge of the complex. This was once an old subway station with stairs that led even farther underground to the tunnels and tracks where trains used to take people from one side of the city to the other. But that had been more than 50 years ago. Now all public transportation was above ground by buses or the lifts that traveled on wires that crisscrossed throughout Burgess like vines. When she was younger, the kids in school would talk about stories they heard of an army of men and women who could change shape into big cats, living underground. The story was that those people had attacked humans in Washington, D.C., and were then run underground by the U.S. military, which began an all-out war against them. When she'd gone home to ask her father about it, Ford had immediately chastised her for believing every silly story she heard. "This world belongs to the humans, now and forever," Head said in that tone that told her she'd better not ever ask him about cat people or any other type of beings again. "They're good at what they do." Cree fell into step beside her, still talking about the Megs. His narrow shoulders were hunched while his long legs kept pace with her. "Former wrestlers aren't what's needed to move us ahead," she said and turned the corner that would lead to her office and private suite. "But stealing is." This was the second time tonight Cree had spoken to her as if he despised what she was doing, or like she was some common criminal. "Stealing is what built this entire secret living space where people like us are allowed to be who and what we are and thrive. We're living underground, away from the world and all that's going on up there. How is that considered thriving?" She moved quickly, turning so that she was now face to face with him. "All that's going on up there is every type of discrimination imaginable and corruption that reaches from the top of the food chain down to strangle those just managing to grab a few scraps to live on. So, what would you suggest we do differently? Do you really want to go back up there and deal with all that bullshit?" Cree took a slow, deep breath. He blinked at her and folded wispy arms over his chest. "I'm not the enemy," he said, "and you know I appreciate all you've done to create this safe space for us. But in the beginning, you said it would be temporary until we figured out a way to exist above ground with everyone else." She had said that, And for a while Shed actually believed it. Now, not so much. I'm trying, she replied and turned away. Reaching down into the top of her suit, she pulled out the key she wore around her neck on a black cord. Using the key to open the door to her office, she stepped inside, knowing that Cree intended to follow her and feeling like she needed a lot of space right now. She turned back to face him but blocked the entrance. I know you want to talk about our next steps, and I believe it's time to do so. But not tonight. I'm tired and I need to rest and figure some things out. He turned his head slightly, twisting his lips in that way that said he only half believed her. Did you at least get what you went up there for? Ravyn smiled. I did. And it's going to bring us big bucks. Big illegal bucks. Just like the enforcers collecting their fee from all the establishments above ground at the first of every month. That's what brought us down here. Ravyn. All I'm saying is, how does this make us any better than them? His words stung and Ravyn had to blink back the urge to lash out at him. Cree had been with her at one of the lowest moments of her life, had risked his life to save hers, and had come out with permanent physical and mental scars. He was like a younger brother to her, one she was responsible for and indebted to, one that was royally pissing her off at this moment. It makes us survivors. Cree. That's all I've been able to focus on these past 4 years. Surviving. We're doing that, aren't we? They don't know where we are, so they can't steal from us and beat us at their whim. We beat them this time. Cree shook his head. I don't feel like we beat anybody at anything. I feel like we're hiding and I'm getting sick of it. Then go. She wanted to scream those words, but she couldn't because if Cree left, Ravyn wasn't sure what she'd do. All of this miles of lodging and community they'd created together to help the displaced citizens of the city wouldn't seem like much without him there to help her. Likewise, if anything happened to her, it would be on Cree to keep this place afloat, and she wasn't sure he would. He was her best friend and her partner. And he was partially right. Get some sleep. Cree. We'll talk about this in the morning. He nodded. Yeah. You get some rest too. And tomorrow think about where you're going to unload that thing, because you're never gonna be able to hide it as long as it glows like that. With those words she looked down at her chest to see the shimmering gold light visible through the thick black material of her catsuit. Had it been glowing like that all night she hadn't seen it, but now she wondered. Yeah. I'll take care of this first thing tomorrow morning. When he walked away, Ravyn closed and locked her door. She walked through her office and to another door that opened into her private suite. Her hands were already working the catsuit down past her shoulders and to her waist as she sat on her bed. Lifting one leg at a time, she unlaced and removed her tennis shoes, tossing them across the room in the direction of the closet. Once they were off, she pushed the catsuit farther down and then returned her attention to the knife she'd stuck into her sports bra. The golden light was intense, and when she grabbed the handle, that humming she'd heard back at the house started once more. This time the sound also vibrated through the knife as she pulled it slowly from between her breasts. Once it was away from her chest, the light blinked out and it looked like an old dirty knife again. What the hell? The words hung in the air as she turned her hand back and forth, staring at the front and then the back of the knife. Maybe Cree's right and we need to get out of here, because now we're both cracking up. The knife couldn't be glowing. There were no batteries inside of it, and it wasn't humming to any rhythm in her head. She was tired and still buzzed from pulling off the robbery. She stood, walking in just her panties and sports bra, over to the dresser where she planned to hide the knife in the secret compartment beneath one of the drawers. But as she pulled the drawer out, she changed her mind, closing it slowly. She walked back across the room and lifted the pillows at the top of her bed. She slid the knife beneath 3 of them and then fluffed them before falling back on the bed and folding her hands over her stomach. There she stayed for who knew how long, until her lids became heavy and she thought sleep was going to take her. But the humming sound persisted, and with the humming came a cool breeze. She moved until she had the blankets covering her body and then flipped over onto her stomach. When that still didn't feel quite right, she slipped a hand beneath the pillows until her fingers found the hilt of the knife once more. Curling her fingers around it had warmth spreading throughout her body, and the sound lowered to a steady rhythm that matched her heartbeat. Then she slept and wondered about the golden light and the handsome man who had appeared on the roof tonight. She was gone, but she was alive. Steele told himself that was all that mattered. Her heart still beat. He could tell because he hadn't felt that cold slice that sifted through his soul each time a being had dreamed of dying had succumbed to the Reaper's quest. He entered his hotel room and lay down on his bed, welcoming the warmth that immediately filled him. The beast was awake even as the man sought rest. It moved throughout the human body with slow precision, reminding each limb, every vein and the steady stream of blood to whom it really belonged. As long as Head lived, Steele's beast had never lain dormant, had always allowed it freedom on his command. Tonight, once the woman had run so far that Steele could no longer see her, the beast had ripped free, taking to the sky to track her. In those moments he hadn't been able to control the beast, and that worried him. Every second the beast's eyes were on the car she was in. It breathed easier, and the moment it knew she was in the same area she went to each night, it relaxed, finally heeding Steele's command and bringing him back to the hotel, where Head had to use his strength to kick down a door to a service entrance. He used dream dust on the 2 laundry room workers so he could grab a kitchen uniform to wear. A 6'3" black man with locks hanging to his shoulders walking naked through the hotel was sure to cause a commotion. The fury between man and his beast at the moment was at an all-time high and couldn't be ignored. All Drakon controlled the beast within them, and some were even able to hold their beast at bay for hundreds of years. Theo had done that for the first 300 years had been on the human realm. Steele, on the other hand, had always been one with his beast, though he gave it a wide berth whenever possible. Even after his clan had moved from the far realm to the Yorubaland area of the human realm, his beast had space to grow and flourish on both realms, even to the point of entering battle which had cost his sister her life. Fuck, he yelled when he was closed in the room. Alone. What was he supposed to do now? All his life, Steele had been proud of who and what he was. Until tonight, when Head stood close to that woman, staring into those enigmatic eyes and watching her lips move as she questioned him. In those moments Steele wished he were anything other than the one tasked with leading her to the Reaper. Should he attribute his insubordinate decision to keep her safe to his beast and the way it acted as if it would do anything driven disobey Steele's commands for her? That thought made him queasy. Even as his beast moved, rubbing along his muscles as if it were proving its point, Steele scrubbed his hands down his face and hoped that wasn't the case. He prayed his beast wasn't interfering. Not this time. And if it was, he wanted to run as far away from that scenario as possible. Only, leaving her wasn't an option, because the thought of her dying was more than he could bear, more than he was willing to accept. Again. Chapter 4. Her hands shook and she swallowed back the wave of nausea that rippled through her for the billionth time today. It had been almost a week. Damn it. She should be feeling better by now. But no. Sweat still dotted her brow. Shivers still shook her body and she couldn't hold down any food or drink. Only stubbornness, resilience and the knowledge that she needed to hurry up and get rid of this knife had brought her out late Thursday afternoon before the pawn shop could close. What you got for me today? Ravyn Happy Winters rubbed his hands together as he waited behind the counter to see what Ravyn was going to pull out of her bag. She'd been going to Happy for years, exchanging her stolen goods for cash that went to building and maintaining Safeside. He was a trusted counterpart, and they enjoyed doing business together. Here, she said when she was finally able to pull her hand free of the backpack she'd been carrying. She'd wrapped the knife in a wad of dark green material and now slapped it onto the counter with a loud thud. Not on purpose, but because her arm felt so heavy she'd needed to hurry and put it down. You okay there? Happy asked with a lift of his bushy white brows. The hair was a stark contrast to the deep terracotta hue of his skin. Yeah, I'm fine, she muttered. How much can you give me for it? Word on the street is it's worth at least $500,000. Whoa. Happy was already shaking his head even though he hadn't finished unwrapping the material from the knife. You know I don't carry that type of cash. But let's take a look-see, and then we'll go from there. She did know and she wasn't actually expecting him to give her that amount of money, but she wanted him to know she was well aware of what was in her possession. He said when he finally had the knife uncovered. He didn't touch it, but ducked down behind the counter for a few moments before rising with a book in his hand. Happy had books stacked all over this place, kind of like Shed had in her bookstore. It sparked warm memories each time she came into this place, which was probably why she liked it so much. The shop wasn't big and was nestled between a donut shop and a video game store at the corner of Canal and Benning Streets. There was a narrow staircase once you came through the front door, and then the space opened to what looked like a bookstore instead of a pawn shop. Ravyn felt a little woozy, so she rested an elbow on the counter and closed her eyes while waiting for the nausea to pass. She'd had colds before, and had even had a touch of pneumonia a few years back, But Shed never had the flow, which is what Lorna Meg had assured her she had a few days ago. Whatever it was past time for it to have done its damage and moved along. She was sick of feeling sick all the damn time. "Oh," Happy said. He reached out and grabbed wireframe glasses from the paper cup sitting near the cash register, then slipped them on his face. Why he hadn't done that before had started reading whatever had him so intrigued in that book. She didn't know, but she really needed him to hurry up. Her stomach was churning and she wasn't sure she'd be able to hold the nothing in her stomach back much longer. "I don't believe it," Happy said just as a chill eased down her spine. It was a slow movement, as if someone was dragging an ice cube down the center of her back, and she pushed herself up to stand straight. Seconds ago she'd been sweating, and now that chill from her spine was spreading through her body. "What don't you believe?" she asked Happy. But she was already surveying the room. To the left was a darker area than to the right because there was no window on that side. No window meant no exit, if she needed to make one. To the right were the two windows that faced the street. A second-story drop, but she wasn't thinking about jumping out of a window. Was she? That depended on the feeling that was growing inside her. The suspicion that someone was coming, or was perhaps already here. "Where do you say you got this?" he asked her. Ravyn shook her head. "I didn't say," even though she was certain he knew. She never told Happy that she stole anything or who she stole it from. Those were details that could get both of them in trouble, so they'd had a silent agreement to never divulge them. But today he was asking and she couldn't help but wonder why. She watched as he ran a finger along the words in a book with tattered end pages. He flipped a page and it made a crackling sound. There was a picture on the next page. "There," he said and turned the book around so she could look at it right side up. "That's what this is." Her vision was a little blurry, had been for the days since she'd been sick. But Ravyn closed her eyes, waited a few seconds and opened them again. The words came clear this time. Tutankhamun. She recited the first word she saw. "What does this have to do with my money?" "It has everything to do with why I'm not giving you any money," he said. "Read on." But his directive was too late. "What do you mean you're not giving me any money? That's what we do." "Happy, I bring in items and you pay me for them. That's our business arrangement." Happy shook his head, his lips turning down into a frown that was a direct contrast to his name. "Not this time, Ravyn. I can't." "What do you mean you can't?" Shed raised her voice. Something Shed never done with Happy before because he was probably old enough to be her grandfather. "This knife is the real deal. There's a picture right here in one of your ancient books. So that should mean something to you." "It does mean something to me, Ravyn. And if what that book says is true, which I believe it is, it's gonna mean a whole bunch of something to you too." "What are you talking about?" She shook her head because his words were beginning to sound like they were coming through a tunnel as her ears clogged up again. "I just want my money so I can get back home. I won't bother you anymore if that's what you're trying to say. But please, give me my money now. I'll take whatever you offer." But if he offered her something insanely low, she might be forced to threaten a man she'd come to feel quite fondly about. "I can't. Not just because of the he paused, looked down at the book, then shook his head as he glanced back up at her, "but because it won't let me." "What now?" Her head was throbbing and she was thoroughly confused. "What won't let you?" "Happy, you're confusing me and you're giving me a horrible headache." He gasped and backed up so far, he slammed against another one of his shelves, sending books tumbling to the floor. "It has begun." "What has begun? What the hell is wrong with you?" And what was wrong with her? Not only were her teeth chattering now, but Happy seemed to be swaying from side to side. "The curse," he whispered so low she barely heard him. "The what?" He said the curse. Ravyn whipped around to see the same guy who had been on the roof, at the club, and just about everywhere else she'd been in the past few weeks, standing 4 feet away, dark shades covering his eyes, hands pushed into the front pocket of his pants. She instinctively reached into the waist of her jeans to pull her knife free, but her fingers tangled in the jacket Cree had insisted she wear, and before she could summon more strength to untangle them, the guy was right in front of her, grabbing both her wrists. "Let go of me," she yelled. "Don't touch her," Happy yelled as well. "It will kill anyone who touches the owner of the dagger. The words are clear. Death comes to the owner and all who come near them before the next full moon. I won't buy this. Get it and her out of my shop." What the hell was going on? Happy was yelling. The guy with the long thick locks bound at his nape was holding her wrist tightly while frowning at Happy, and she was going to throw up. "She's not capable of hurting me," the guy said. Grab the dagger and let's go. Wait a minute, she said and pulled her arms away from his grasp. Where the strength had come from to actually achieve the feat, Ravyn had no idea, but in seconds she was stumbling back from the guy and her arms were free. You don't tell me what to do. I don't know why you've been following me, but if you aren't the law, you need to step off. And she turned toward Happy, pointing down at the knife, because she had no idea why they were now calling it a dagger. Get me my money. You can't sell what you are not supposed to have, said the guy, who not only looked a lot sexier up close and personal, but also smelled like what she presumed to be a chunk of heaven. The rich savory scent had wafted up her nostrils and through all the crap that had been clogging them up for days, until she was not only breathing clearly, but was now swooning at the magnificent scent. And I'm not buying no cursed dagger. You can just take it and go. Happy didn't rewrap the knife, but he did use the edge of his book to push the material, holding it closer to the edge of the counter. I don't understand what's happening, she admitted, because damn was everything around her doing a complete 180 these days. He's telling you the dagger is cursed because it was found in the tomb of King Tutankhamun. Happy nodded enthusiastically. That's right. Listen to him. It's cursed because the pharaohs put a curse on everything that was packed into the tombs, so that anyone who dared disturb the tomb of the ancient Egyptians, especially another pharaoh, would die for their efforts. This dagger is going to kill you, Ravyn, and anybody that sticks around you won't survive either. She looked down at the knife, dagger, and then back up at Happy. It's just a knife, and it's worth a lot of money that I need. Nope, 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 I'm not buying that, and I'd like you to hurry up and get it out of my place if you don't mind. Happy stepped back again, but looked over his shoulder before colliding with the shelf this time. He folded his arms over his chest and shook his head as if to magnify his words. He's right. There is a curse. But I can help you, the sexy guy with locks said. He wore dark jeans and a button-front white shirt. His blue jacket looked a little like an enforcer's minus the gold buttons and regalia on the shoulders. And now that she was staring at him close up in the light of the shop, he was much broader than any enforcer she had ever seen. From his wide shoulders to the muscled arms and chest, she could tell would be chiseled and weltoned by the way the shirt barely stretched over it. He was a masterpiece. The tips of her fingers tingled with the urge to touch him, to explore, and maybe to... Holy crap! Was she turned on by this guy? Who the hell are you, and why have you been following me? Those questions made a lot more sense than why do I want to wrap my legs around you right now? My name's Steele Ezo. I can help. Let's just... He paused and moved to the counter to reach for the green material. Something a lot stronger than the buddings of arousal she'd just been experiencing soared through Ravyn's chest, swirling like a hurricane and pushing her forward so that she hurriedly wrapped the dagger and then picked it up to pull closer to her chest. You're not going to steal this from me, she insisted. He didn't seem as afraid of the dagger, or her for that matter, as Happy did. She was so pissed at the pawn dealer she tried not to spare him another look. I'm going to help you, Steele said. Just come with me and we'll see what we can do about this situation. Ravyn was shaking her head, but she couldn't take her eyes off this man. He hadn't answered her question about why he'd been following her, and she didn't have time to go round and round with him. If Happy wasn't going to buy the dagger, then she needed to find someone who would. Without another word, she pushed past the stranger and ran down the stairs, slamming through the door until she was outside in the cool autumn air. Her legs must have been moving fast because people seemed to be everywhere around her, buzzing by in flashes. She was no longer sweating, and the twisting and turning of her stomach she'd unfortunately become used to in the past days had ceased. Well, at least that was something good to happen today. She was finally getting over the flu. There was an antiques dealer a few blocks away. The cool air felt good against her skin, so she decided to keep walking. Excuse me, she mumbled when a man was coming right for her and she didn't have enough time to move out of his way. The man didn't reply and she barely felt their bodies collide. But Ravyn didn't care. She kept on moving. She'd seen the picture of the dagger in that book Happy had when she'd owned her bookstore. She carried very few archaeology books because, given her proximity to the airport, her bestsellers were novels and magazines. The book Happy had looked old and authentic, so there might be some sort of ridiculous lore surrounding the dagger. All that meant was she had to get rid of it a lot sooner. Coming to a stop at the curb, she pulled the dagger away from her chest and tried to readjust the material around it. The traffic light was taking an awful long time to change, so she pulled her backpack around to her front and stuffed the dagger back inside. When she adjusted the backpack again and was about to walk across the street, there was a woman standing in front of her. "Excuse me, Mom," Ravyn said and stepped to the side. The woman remained in front of her. Had she moved with her, Ravyn didn't recall seeing her take a step, but then again she had been looking at her feet. And why did she even care? "Sorry," Ravyn said this time and stepped in the other direction so she could cross. "No need to apologize," the woman replied. But her lips hadn't moved. Of that Ravyn was certain because she had been staring at the odd hat the woman wore. If odd could be translated to mean old, because she could have sworn that was the type of hat worn in some of the old black and white movies Cal Pagan watched at Safeside because their satellite signal was spotty and the channels which hosted the more recent movies were often the first to blink out. And had she just acknowledged that the woman's lips hadn't moved, Ravyn admitted she was having a day. Or actually a week, considering the illness. But how often had she run into a ventriloquist? And why would said ventriloquist waste her talent by striking fear in someone walking down the street? Ravyn's heart skipped a beat at the thought that the woman might be something other than a person who was trained to talk without moving their lips. With a shake of her head, Ravyn continued across the street. But now she was much more attuned to the people around her. There were so many. More than she had ever seen on a Thursday afternoon in this area of Burgess. It was strange, but she had seen stranger the cursed dagger she was carrying. For instance, the antique store was a few steps ahead and she was just about to skirt around a trio of men standing on the sidewalk so she could get to the door when a hand on her elbow stopped her. "You need to come with me," a man said, and she knew who it was before she even looked up to see his face. Yanking her arm away, Ravyn balled her hands into fists and lifted them in the stance that said she was ready to fight. "If you don't back the hell up and stay away from me, there's gonna be trouble." He didn't move. "There's already going to be trouble. That's why I need you to listen to me. Let me take the dagger and..." "Fuck off," she yelled and punched him in the chest. His chest felt like his name, hard as steel, which was kinda sexy, but he hadn't budged an inch. She hadn't actually presumed that striking him would move a man his size out of her way. It was meant to let him know she was serious about him leaving her alone. "You don't understand." "No, you don't understand," she snapped, and this time when she flattened her palms against his massive chest and pushed him, a rush of adrenaline soared through her and he did stumble back a step. He looked more startled than she felt about the strength she had managed to accumulate in just a few moments. With no explanation for how or why that had happened, she figured it was better to quit while she was ahead. Dodging around the three men on the street, she ran into the antique shop and hurried to the back of the store where the owner usually sat at a small table having tea while she waited for customers. Welcome, my dear. I've been waiting for you," the older woman said when Ravyn came to a stop just short of crashing into her table with the old floral decorated tea set. Ravyn was about to speak again, but instead blinked at what the woman had said. No, the woman couldn't have meant she was waiting for Ravyn specifically. Just for any customer, right? She shook those thoughts away. Without hesitating, Ravyn said, "I need to sell something. And fast." "Damn it," Steele yelled as the continued buzzing of the communicator on his wrist stopped him from going into the shop behind Ravyn. Turning his back toward the street so no one would see him talking to his arm, he answered it. "Yeah, staff meeting in 20 minutes. New clients and updates. Theo wants everyone there." "That means you." Steele. Magnum spoke in clipped sentences with that matter-of-fact tone Steele hated as much as his smartass banter. "I'm kinda tied up right now. Unless you mean you're literally tied and bound by some evil demonic who's about to feast on your heart. There's no excuse. Get here. Now. Just fill me in later." Steele sighed, not even trying to hide his exasperation. "Don't make me come get you." Fuck. Magnum would come get him if Steele continued to resist, and when his brother arrived, the city of Burgess might not survive their altercation. "Fine," he gritted through clenched teeth. "I'll be there." "Good." The communication ended and Steele walked to the front window of the antique shop. There were tables full of stuff, display racks and shelves on the wall with more stuff bulging and giving the appearance of a very careful hoarding situation. But through it all, his dragon eyes zoomed into their target. She was sitting across the table from an older woman, her hair long, hanging straight past her shoulder on one side, while on the other side it was cut low with 3 lines shaved to her scalp. The urge to touch those lines welled up in his chest, and the beast pushed him forward until only his hands lifting and pressing against the window kept him on the outside. The beast wanted her for itself. Of that Steele had no more doubt. But the beast didn't rule him, or at least it wouldn't ever again. There was no keeping this human for himself. Steele didn't even want a woman, whether human or other entity. He didn't want the sticky emotions that came with the package or the crushing grief that inevitably followed when things went to shit. Not ever again. The woman hadn't looked well when Shed first appeared above ground today, and had immediately been concerned. That concern was coupled with the fact that had already researched what Shed risked her life to steal that night, and how the hell Shed been able to escape him so quickly. The curse of King Tutankhamun. Was that what would lead to her death, the death that had been scaring him awake for the last 2 months? He didn't have time to figure that out now. One of his other duties called, and if he didn't show up at the office for this staff meeting there would certainly be hell to pay. And when Steele referenced hell, he actually meant the bowels of the spirit realm where every demonic entity that had ever existed now resided. As a part of the Legion security company and a Drakon warrior, he was sworn to protect the humans from that experience. And those jobs usually coincided so well with his duties as a Dream Reaper. But for some reason, it wasn't working out that way this time. So, with a grumble and a sudden cough that came in response to his beast's quick shift of disagreement, he turned away from the antique shop and headed down the street to where he'd parked his truck. The office was a 9-minute drive from downtown Burgess unless you were driving one of the upgraded SUVs provided by Legion security. In that case, a flip of a switch draped the vehicle with the cloaking device which enabled it to be pressed to its max 225 miles an hour speed and ride along the shoulder of the highway unseen, so that Steele made the 20-minute deadline with minutes to spare. This amenity had just been added to all 8 of the vehicles owned by the company, as the technology it was created with had only recently been perfected by Isla, another Drakon who worked for the Legion. The office was totally different from what its name implied. A private location where high-level agents who worked for Legion security met. It was nestled in the base of a mountain and surrounded by acres of forest land that kept it well hidden from the human world. Steele drove along the 1-lane pathway and parked the truck in a roundabout next to 7 identical SUVs. He climbed out and walked along the cobblestone path until coming to a set of narrow steps. Taking them 2 at a time, he stopped when he came to a glass door which was tinted black, and took a second to breathe. As relaxation methods went, it wasn't really working, and his agitation for having to be here instead of talking to Ravyn continued to build, with resolution that came with time and loyalty. He bent over slightly because, for whatever reason, the control panel hadn't been built to match the over 6 feet height of the majority of Drakon men. He yanked his sunglasses from his face and stared into the ocular detector. When it beeped and the control panel turned green, he pulled on the handle of the door and entered what could be called a fortress. The main area's black marble floor stretched in 4 different directions. Steele turned right and went straight down the long hallway, with its stone walls and cavernous feel, until he came to a set of double doors which led to the main conference room. Stepping inside, he inhaled deeply as all eyes landed on him. All Drakon eyes. He should add, no sunglasses were needed by any of them when they were at the office, because the unusual colored eyes of the dragons that occupied their human bodies weren't a jolt to them and didn't bring about more questions than they were ready or able to answer. Well, the prodigal son returns. Ziva spoke first while running her fingers through her golden bun-spiked hair. Her perfectly arched brows lifted just before she winked at him. Steele crossed the floor, grabbing the first available seat at the far end of the 15-foot-long, black walnut table, and only nodded in response to Ziva's greeting. Now that we're all present, we can get started. Theo spoke from where he always sat at the head of the opposite end of the table. Looking down in that direction was different than it had been earlier this year. Part of that difference was Shola Ngara, the new Drakon Empress who was also a demigoddess from the Nigerian town of Mobo, the same village Magnum and Steele had lived in long ago. Bias official report has been downloaded to your communicators. You can read it in its entirety at your convenience. For now, I will summarize. Blue, the oldest of the Drakon living on the human realm and Theo's right hand stood. He moved to stand in front of the screen which was now being lowered on a side wall. Blue loved presentations and Steele bit back a groan because he hated them. They took too long, flicking through one picture after another to explain what could just be said. A number of the villages have reaffirmed their allegiance to the new emperor and thus to the throne. As Blue talked, he clicked the small report and 6 pictures of various villages on the far realm appeared. One which looked like a frosty haven, another that boasted the brightest blue sky and greenest grass and put Steele in mind of the in-between that separated the vales between each realm, and another with part of its land scorched to look like a grey landing strip. None of the villages were very familiar to Steele, as it had been a very long time since he and Magnum had called the far realm home, meaning it had been a very long time since he'd given a damn about land and villages of beings he no longer knew. With an inward sigh, Steele tried not to look as annoyed as he felt. Blue continued, Bayou, the noble Drakon, in Theo's absence has almost all powers that the Emperor would have if he were there. However, Shola has been communicating regularly with Bayou and his first-in-command to develop a more inclusive government structure on the realm. Reese raised a hand and spoke before being acknowledged, which was true to form for this Drakon. Why are we asking for their cooperation? Historically, all inhabitants of the far realm obey the throne. Isn't that why all hell broke loose when Hone possessed Torrance? Theo's brow lifted at Riesi's casual mention of his father who had ultimately given his life to save the realm from Hone's demonic hold. Of course, it would have helped if Torrance hadn't been duped by his wife and then possessed by the demonic. Steele didn't miss the slow movement of Shola's hand as her arm extended and her fingers rested on Theo's arm. The Drakon's mate was helping him rule, just as Torrance's wife had done before she'd gone batshit crazy. Again, Steele was forced to keep himself from frowning, this time by clenching his fists. There was no reason to believe that Shola would be anything like Theo's mother. And really it wasn't any of Steele's business. But it was no secret Steele didn't believe in the Drakon selection process, which proclaimed each beast would know its true and perfect mate long before the man did. Nor did he ever plan to let his beast do the selecting for him. All countries go through change, Shola said, her voice more heavily tinged with an African accent than either his or Magnum's had ever been. Perhaps because they weren't born in Mobo, just relocated there when Torrance's possessed rule endangered their clan. Some take worse turns than others, like the far realm. But it may all have been in preparation for something better. Like in Mobo, we're rebuilding structures there too, Shola told them. But that's only necessary in Mobo because we just learned how many Drakon have been hiding out in that region for so long. Reese countered. Yeah. And we also learned there's a vampire army buried under the town of Mobo. I'd say that warrants restructuring how the preternatural are dealt with in that region. Ziva and Shola had grown close in the months since the demigoddess had come to be with them. She'd also taken a special interest in the vampire army because of her personal connection to Warwick, the vamp who had created the 2 vamps Steele had been keeping an eye out for in the city. Nobody's raising a vampire army from the dead, restated evenly. Not on our watch. But we're not in Nigeria or the Congo where there's also some graves of the undead. Aiken, the pretty boy Drakon, said. It makes sense that we're developing a network so that our Drakon Legion can communicate with others across the human realm. Exactly, Theo added. The new government structure on the far realm will spread out to new networks of allegiance across all realms. We'll be reaching out to clans that we thought were lost to us hundreds of years ago to figure out their locations. And Isle is going to start a running locator system so that it will be easier to contact any Drakons whenever we need. Steele didn't provide any input on the subject because after listening to Shola speak, his thoughts had circled back to Ravyn and that damn dagger. Now on to new business. Theo began just when Steele hoped he was about to tell them they could leave. We have several new clients that need to be assigned. Steele, I have one in particular I want you to handle. Of course he did. Steele cleared his throat to keep from commenting and looked down to Theo and his cool blue eyes. Staff at the Legion was broken up into groups, with Magnum handling the personal security clients such as celebrities, dignitaries and politicians, and Steele leading the division of home and business security systems. Theo worked specifically with preternatural security. The other Drakon were pulled into whichever jobs the division's supervisors required. By the time new clients were assigned and a status was given on all current cases, an hour had passed. That's it for now, Theo said finally. But I'll remind everyone to keep your communicators on and your eyes open. We all know the business with the royal blood isn't over. Even if they're not planning a direct strike against us, we're still bound to protect whoever they choose to go after, since we're the ones that pissed them off. Steele could care less that the vamps were pissed and he was ready to strike the moment they resurfaced. He stood as soon as Theo gave the nod that the meeting was over. He needed to find Ravyn and explain everything he'd learned about that dagger. Then he needed to take that dagger from her and bury it someplace where it could never hurt anyone again. Back in King Tutankhamun's tomb would be an excellent spot. "Hey, what's going on with you?" Magnum caught Steele by the arm before he had a chance to slip away. "Nothing," was his instant reply. "I just need to follow up on something. Theo wants you to go meet with this new client as soon as possible. He also said the guy wasn't available to meet today, so I'll call him first thing tomorrow to set up a time. It's only a home security upgrade. I think that can wait another night." Magnum used a hand to push his locks back from his face. They'd both worn their hair in this style for as long as Steele could remember, but Magnum's hung past his shoulders, almost to his rear. Steele kept his cut at the center of his back. "Something's going on with you. I can feel it. And last night you came to my dream." "Damn." Steele sighed and stepped away from his brother. There were 5 other Drakon in this room with him right now, and Steele didn't want any of them hearing about something only he and his brother share. Aside from being a larger-than-life kick-ass dragon, each Drakon was gifted with a special power. As for the Ez brothers, their power rested in dreams. Magnum was a dream watcher, meaning he kept watch over the dreams of others, monitoring them for any interactions that could endanger the realms. "I'm not in any danger," Steele said the moment he and Magnum were standing outside the conference room alone. "I'm just following up on something. On what you're searching for something. You have been for a while now, but I can't see what. Tell me what's going on, man, so I can help." Magnum had a similar bulky build to Steele's, but his human skin complexion was a bit darker than Steele's reddish-brown hue. Their dragon bodies were bronze, with only a variation in their eye color. "I'm good, Mag. Trust me. I'd tell you if I needed your help." 7 to 5 years ago, when Magnum had pulled him out of the abyss, Steele had promised he'd always let Magnum know when he needed help. A slight tightness gripped his chest as he stood there staring into his brother's eyes and swearing he was fine, when they both recognized the signs that proved otherwise. "You're still thinking about Opal," Magnum said with a sigh. "I sensed it in your dream. Your guilt was like a weight around your neck as you moved. You've gotta let that go. Man, it was a long time ago." Steele looked down the hallway, watching as the other Drakon filed out of the conference room and went on about their business. Everybody went about their business in this world. Shit happened. People died. The world kept moving. He knew all that and didn't like that his brother was acting as if he didn't. "Opal is gone. I don't need you reminding me of that." "Then let her go and move the hell on. There was nothing you could've done to save her. She wasn't meant to be saved." "How the hell can you say that she was our sister?" he yelled, and then snapped his lips shut and looked away once more. "I know who she was, and I loved her just like you. I also respected her position in our clan and in the war against the Venomstone clan. We were born warriors, and we had to fight. All of us. Not her," Steele said, shaking his head. "She shouldn't have been in my dream, Mag. She only had her dream power, nothing else, and that wasn't a threat to the power balance. It was bullshit, and I should've seen it sooner. I should refuse to lead him to her." When his brother didn't immediately respond, Steele looked across the hallway to where he stood. The look on Magnum's face was like stone, somber and intentional. "That's your job. You were born to do it, and you cannot walk away from it." "Why, what's gonna happen if I don't give the Reaper another body? How will he take me next?" Magnum moved fast, stepping right up into Steele's face. "Don't say stupid shit. You were born to do this job, so do it." His eyes flashed with a spark of his beast's fire, but the edge of his tone spoke of worry. "What if I can't?" Steele asked, his voice lower than his brother's. Again, there was no quick response from Magnum, and Steele took that moment to continue. "I'm gonna head back to the city and wrap up this thing I've been following up on, and then first thing tomorrow I'll get in touch with a new client and set up a meeting." Magnum released a heavy sigh that made Steele feel like a colossal ass for making his brother feel like he had to worry about him or whether or not he would uphold his duties as a Drakon and a Dream Reaper. "When are you coming back home?" Magnum asked. "The office is not my home." The words were out before Steele could stop them, and he regretted them seconds afterward. He and Magnum had traveled to the human realm after the battle of the clans that had stretched across Nigeria 100 years ago. They'd found Theo and pledged their power and allegiance to him. They were doing good and living well, but it would never be home to Steele. It would never be enough to make up for all that had lost. I mean, For right now, the hotel's where I'm hanging my hat. I'll be back when it's time to come back. But a few months ago we stirred up something in Burgess, and one of us has to be on hand when that ticking time bomb erupts. Again, he wasn't lying. And he also wasn't sticking around any longer for his brother to figure out even more of the crap floating around in Steele's head. Theo and Shola had questions too. Steele could see it in their eyes each time they looked at him today. He didn't have any answers for anyone. Not now. And so it was best that he leave. In fact, it was imperative because Ravyn needed him now more than ever. Chapter 5. Steele stepped out of the shadows this time. He stood right behind her and was about to say something to let her know he was there when she turned. Leg lifted to execute a front kick. Without blinking he caught her ankle. But she yanked her leg free of his grasp. Their gazes locked for quiet seconds before she took off running. Shit, now he was running after her, kicking up his speed just to keep from losing her as she darted through the streets and ducked into an alley. How was she running so damn fast? Was she some type of Olympic sprinter or something? It was just like that night on a roof when she jumped down and ran so fast Head had to take to the sky to track her. A dumpster flew into his path as she pushed it and kept moving. He jumped over it without breaking a sweat, then ran faster, until he could circle around her and stop a few feet in front of her. She skidded to a stop, looking up at him with wide eyes and bared teeth. Go to hell, she screamed and used both her palms to push him dead center in his chest, just as she'd done earlier. But this time Steele was ready. The beast within him was always awake when he was near her, and tonight was no different. Only now it was in a defensive mode. His body didn't budge, and the shocked look on her face almost pleased him. Except she wasn't giving up that easy. Instead, she ducked low and slipped between the opening of his legs before kicking up her speed once more. Fuck this. Steele was tired of playing games with her. He faded until he was once again in front of her, and when she came to a stop this time, he wrapped one arm around her waist, twisting her so fast she didn't have time to react. When her back was against his front, he put his other arm around her neck and applied pressure to hold her still. I knew you were one of them, she gasped. He had no idea what she was talking about and didn't care. There was only one goal where Ravyn was concerned: keeping her alive. It didn't matter how much his beast was enjoying this close proximity to her. Steele had to remain focused on doing his job. At least one of them. You're in danger, he said, trying like hell to avoid the sweet scent of her hair that was just inches away from his nostrils. But if you just calm down and listen to me, I think I can save you. She snapped her head back in an attempt to headbutt him. But Steele was ready for her attack. He moved his head to the side and tightened his hold on her. I don't need you to save me, jackass. Yeah, I think you do. She squirmed, trying to get free, and once again Steele noted how strong her efforts were. I'm gonna let you go because strong-arming women is not my thing. Really, I can't tell. But you're gonna stand still and listen to what I have to say, or the next time it'll be more along the lines of flipping you over my shoulder and gagging you. He really didn't want to do that, but had thought about it all this week when he hadn't seen her on the streets. If the only way he could stop her from dying was to keep her tied up in his hotel room until the time frame for her death passed, he would. How that was going to work when the Reaper finally appeared to claim the next soul on his list, Steele wasn't quite clear, because there'd never been a time that he attempted to interfere with the Reaper's job. Had never purposely decided to not do the job he was born to do. All Steele knew was that the one time Head hesitated to go against the Reaper, his sister had died. In doing his job, Head let his family go through unspeakable grief, and there was no way he was going to do that again. Say you agree to be still and listen, and I'll let you go. Lie to me, Ravyn, and you'll regret it. Playtime was over. Death was as serious as it could get, and he needed her to jump on board with her own protection. But to do that he first had to figure out how he was going to explain that he kinda sorta worked with the Reaper, like she even knew who or what that was. If she kept squirming her plump little ass against him, he would also be explaining how much she turned him on, something he was still trying to figure out himself. I'm not gonna let you shake me down like they did 4 years ago. That's over and done with. I don't know what you're talking about, baby. I just want to help you. He needed to help her because doing so would not only save her, but maybe it would save that part of him Head let die with his sister too. I'm not your baby. Wait, had he really called her that, and was he really thinking that if he could somehow save her, all the guilt and pain Head held close for more than 100 years would just vanish? He took a deep breath and focused on releasing it slowly. He also zoomed in on how good she felt pressed up against him. Okay. He began. The tone of his voice lowered, his body relaxing a bit. I'm going to count to 3 and then let you go. But you're not gonna run away and you're not gonna scream again. You're just going to stand there and give me 10 minutes to explain. A few moments passed before she finally said, fine. He counted silently. Something he knew pissed her off even more. And then he released her. She turned around immediately and took a couple retreating steps before stopping. Your 10 minutes start now. As I told you before, my name is Steele Ezo. I work for the Legion Security Company. It's our job to protect who? Protect anyone in need. He paused and tried to convince the beast that it was better that her body was no longer rubbing against his. Regardless of the strange emptiness had felt immediately after releasing her. And you're Ravyn Walsh. He continued when she gave him an "and what" look. You know my name and you've been basically stalking me for the past few weeks. Tell me why I shouldn't kick your balls through your throat and then stick my knife into your gut right now. Her hair was askew. Her lips parted as she breathed through her mouth. Brows arched over eyes that were heated with anger and fear. The latter was what burned Steele the most. There'd never been an occasion where he'd given a damn about a woman fearing him before, and he didn't want that to be the case now. I know your name the same way I know that you're in danger. I've been following you so that I can keep something horrible from happening to you. More horrible than being stalked and now attacked and held against my will by a stranger. You're welcome to leave at any time. But I'll just keep watching you. Now that you've got that dagger, I think it's better that I stick a little closer. Her hands were at her sides, but now one moved back to instinctively press against her backpack as she assured herself that the dagger was still there. Everything about her stance said she didn't trust a word he was saying. She wasn't scared enough to run away from him again. Nor was she completely buying the bits and pieces of information he was giving her. The contradiction frustrated him to no end because he shouldn't give a damn how she felt. Carrying had never been a part of his job before. Not at the Legion or in dreams. So why this woman, and why now with every decision he made to handle this situation? A new question or problem arose. And it was maddening. The antiques dealer wouldn't take it either. Would she, he asked. His only choice was to go with the flow. She gave a little huff and shook her head, dismissing his question. Doesn't matter. It's mine and it's not cursed. And I'm definitely not giving it to you or sharing the money I'll eventually get for it. She was lying to herself. He knew it and so did she. 2 people have expressed fear of that dagger and they've told you it's cursed. I've consulted a few books of my own and I'm pretty sure there's some measure of truth to their story. Not to mention the time clock that's attached to the curse. By my check, the next full moon is 29 days away. Well, I don't believe in curses and spells and all that mumbo-jumbo. All I know is that money rules around here, and if I don't have enough money to take care of me and mines, then we're done. And I'm not about to let that happen. Me and mines. What exactly did that mean? See? More questions. Steele was ready to punch a hole in something or free his beast to have what it'd been craving. He was so sick of waffling back and forth between how much he should or shouldn't care about this woman. Look, I don't want your money, Ravyn. I just want to keep you safe. And I believe that the sooner you get rid of that dagger the better. So, I'm going to make you an offer. One brow lifted. What type of offer? Give me the dagger and life. He was deadly serious. His tone somber, cool and honest. It was the best persuasive tool he possessed. She threw her head back and laughed. Nice try, big guy. But no go. I'm not giving you what I worked so hard to get. You stole it. You've been stealing everything for weeks now and going to that pawn shop to sell it. Give up this one thing and I'll continue to not turn you in for stealing in the future. He was never going to turn her in. That battle between right and wrong had been fought and won in his mind the first few times he'd watched her do it. I take what's needed and that's all. I need this and I'm not going to let you or the nonsense you're spewing stop me. If you want to lock me up, then go ahead and do it. If this is going to be a shakedown, know that I'm going to fight you till death this time. The way in which she squared her shoulders and stood just a little bit straighter, one hand going to the waist of her pants where she kept her knife, told him she was serious. But none of what she was doing or saying was necessary. I don't want anything from you, he said, and took a step closer to her because the beast inside couldn't stay away a second longer, especially as Steele lied to her and himself. He did want something else from Ravyn. Something he shouldn't want. but was beginning to realize he desperately needed. Then get away from me. I'll forget you dared to put your hands on me if y'all just go and not bother me again. He was still moving toward her and she wasn't moving away. She should probably back up, to do something to protect herself, even though pain or trauma were the last things on his mind at the moment. I can't do that. His voice was softer and that irritated the hell out of him. You can and if you don't. Her words trailed off as he came to a stop inches away from her. She licked her lips and took a deep breath. If you don't, I'll call your job and report you, she said in a huff. He suspected she was feeling a little off, just like he was. That would explain why she hadn't run again when they both knew damn well she could have. I'm sure this Legion company's not paying you to act like some creep following women around the city. No, they don't, he replied, but didn't back away from her. He couldn't, and that probably was creepy, but not as creepy as waking up in the night sweating profusely after watching her stand on a rooftop and be struck down by the Reaper. The sight of her in the dream, her eyes motionless and hair in stiff strands, was too much for him to bear in real time. He wouldn't let her die. He warmed suddenly and took a moment to realize it was because he was touching her hair. Looking at his fingers, he saw the soft dark strands moving along his palm and then feathering down to fall against her shoulder once more. What are you doing? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Saving your life, he replied. I'm going to save your life, Ravyn, whether you want me to or not. Go home. Stay there. I'll come for you in the morning. All directives or commands that she definitely planned to ignore because she didn't know who the hell Steele Ezo thought he was. But he definitely wasn't her father. Not that there was anything General Ford Walsh could say to her now that Ravyn would even consider listening to. That time had long since passed. Now was what concerned her more. Steele Ezo and the way her body had not only changed temperatures but almost spontaneously combusted the moment Head reached out and she thought he was going to touch her skin. Why she'd craved that touch, she had no idea. But when Head touched her hair instead, she admitted to a slap of irritation, and then a feeling of discontent. She shouldn't want some man she didn't know touching her, and she didn't need him protecting her, or whatever he called it. She didn't need anyone for that. Any belief that a man was meant to be her savior had vanished when her father basically paid her to stay out of his life, and then male enforcers dominated their way into her business before finally taking that from her. After slamming her door and then locking it behind her, she walked quickly through her office and into her bedroom. She'd been moving ever since she'd stalked away from him in that alley, and now that she was alone in the safest place she knew, she dropped down onto her bed and sighed with relief. Easing her arms through the straps of the backpack she'd been carrying half the day, she let it fall on the bed before covering her face with her hands and stifling a scream. What the hell, what the hell, what the damn it hell? The words came on a groan that eventually grew to an almost scream as she tried to figure out what had happened in this last week, and why her life had taken yet another turn. She twisted around and unzipped the backpack, turning it over so that the green material rolled out and the dagger tumbled free. A cursed dagger, she whispered, because talking to herself came as natural as breathing. That was a common thing with only children when they were in elementary school. For Ravyn, the habit had stuck. And besides, next to Cree, she was her own best friend and confidant. This dirty raggedy knife can't be cursed. Ugly, but definitely not cursed. But as she ran her hands over the sheath while the dagger lay on her bed, she began to wonder, how had she jumped from a roof that night and run while calling for the rideshare, and why had she suddenly begun to feel better after being sick all week? The flu had run its course. Even Lorna had said 4 to 5 days and I'd start feeling better. Only she didn't just feel better. As the day had gone on and she'd walked the streets trying to figure out what to do with this damn dagger, she'd started to feel like normal. But better. A curse that heals the flu. She chuckled. You're cracking up, girl. And that was something Ravyn couldn't afford to do. There were too many people counting on her. 49 of them, to be exact. Safeside housed 49 people who'd been shut out or cut down by the world above. The city of Burgess and all its corrupt leaders and enforcers had beaten these people until their only recourse was to run and hide. There were more. Ravyn was certain of that fact. And she wanted to help them all. She wanted to do something good with her life. Despite her father's bitter and evil summation that she would never be any good to anybody. This stupid dagger isn't going to save the world. She picked it up and turned to slide it beneath her pillow. The place she'd been keeping it every night since she'd stolen it. Standing from the bed, she headed to the bathroom for a hot shower. When that was done, she turned out the light before climbing into bed once more and pulling the sheets up to her neck. She wondered if tonight would be the night she finally got some sleep. From the way her mind still raced with questions about the dagger, worry over how she was going to feed everyone in Safeside if she couldn't sell the dagger, and the man who claimed the dagger would be the death of her if she didn't let him help her. Or rather, let him save her. On a huff, she turned and punched one of the 6 pillows on her bed in the same way Shed wanted to punch Steele when he insisted she needed him to protect her. She reminded herself that she didn't need Steele any more than Shed ever needed any man in her life. If anyone was gonna save Ravyn, it would be her, and that was that. She spent the next 8 hours tossing and turning in the bed trying to figure out how exactly she was going to do that. Again, death in dreams meant death in reality. At least in Steele's dreams it did. Tonight was no different. He moved along the concrete streets of Burgess. Buildings, tall and short, marked with colored bands of light or addresses affixed somewhere in your doorways in flashing colors. He knew the city inside and out. Those lights and colors began to fade as he continued to walk, his steps leading him toward the financial district. It always seemed to be about 15 degrees colder in this area. He doubted humans ever felt that difference. But he did, because it was a magical marker of sorts, indicating a great number of preternaturals resided here. The financial district was also known as the home of the vampires. That eerie-looking mansion with the soaring turrets and dark crimson painted door at the end of Circo Avenue was the home of Chief Lord Hickey Montoy. Steele had had his first glimpse of that wicked undead creature when Head visited Theo at the towers and Shola was taken. That had been the moment Theo decided Shola was his mate. When Theo had walked away from everything Head built here on the human realm to save the woman who instigated the fight between the Drakon and the vampires. With a shake of his head, Steele tried to release those thoughts as they were futile. Theo was mate and in the human world, married to Shola. Regardless of how Steele felt about that union or the one-sided process so many Drakon believed in. And none of that had anything to do with where he was now. He was being followed. That wasn't new. It was the Reaper's job to follow the Dream Reaper, just as it was the Dream Reaper's job to lead the Reaper to the next soul on its collection list. Steele never saw names on that list, only snapshots of the death. And with that snapshot he could seek the soul through dreams. That's how Head found Ravyn. But tonight, he was taking the Reaper someplace else. A place he knew Ravyn wouldn't be. Twilight was just around the next corner, and he moved faster, letting his senses guide him, more so than his mind. He could see golden eyes of vampires peeking from inside dark windows on the buildings he passed, staring at him from inside cars parked on the street and down the alleys. But he barely gave them his attention. If they knew he was here in this dream, they knew why, and were undoubtedly holding their frigid breath in the hope that they weren't the next name on the list. Steele turned quickly down the alley behind Twilight, his nostrils flaring as the scent Head been in search of was found. This fool was as vile in dreams as had been that night over a week ago when Steele stopped him from attacking Ravyn. Tonight, he was in the alley with another woman. From the sounds they were making, Steele guessed this woman was much more agreeable than Ravyn had been. A thought that only made his stomach turn because the guy was a foul creep, and Steele pitied any woman who dealt with him. As Steele came closer to the dumpster the two were making out behind, he spoke slowly, but loudly. "Let her go." The woman, who'd been on her knees with her face buried in his groin, tried to pull back, but he kept his grip on the back of her head. Steele knew that wasn't so he could continue to feel the pleasure of her mouth on his dick, but to provide himself a partial shield. Again, this guy was an ass. "I said, let her go." "Get your own," the guy yelled. Steele sighed and moved in closer, grabbing the woman out of the way just before the whooshing sound of the Reaper's blade echoed through the air. Seconds later, Steele sat straight up in his bed at the hotel, a sharp slice of cold spreading through his body. The Reaper had claimed the soul Steele led him to. Steele's heart raced as his eyes searched the dark room. For what? He wasn't sure. When it was apparent that he was alone and no longer in the dream, he dropped back down onto the pillows, using an arm to cover his eyes. He hoped it had worked, prayed it was so. Never before had he attempted to swap one soul with another, but Head thought it was worth a try. While that guy wasn't powerful, he had demonic blood running through his veins, probably from a distant relative. But still it was there. Steele hadn't picked up on that the night Head used dream dust on the guy. If he had, Steele would've killed him then. because killing demonics to keep humans safe was the Drakon's job. They didn't, however, just go around killing humans, even vile, disgusting ones, by chance. Had seen the guy on the street when had been looking for Ravyn last week, and then had picked up the scent and started to plan. Now, he would wait to see if the plan to give the Reaper this soul instead of Ravyn's would work. The first thing Steele thought at 6 o'clock the next evening was that had been to this house before. His call to Senator Darren Robles' office this morning had led to a tag team of other calls, with the final one coming at 4 this afternoon, setting the meeting time for 6. That had given him the entire day to sit in his hotel room reading more about the dagger's curse and thinking about Ravyn. His dick was still hard, reminding him that all of those thoughts about her hadn't been about her dying on some roof. Dragging a hand down his face to smooth his lightly trimmed goatee, he raised an arm and pressed the doorbell to the brick house in Sodestow. In moments, a tall thin woman wearing a Kelly green dress opened the door and offered him a smile. Her golden hair fell in heavy waves down to her shoulders. Makeup was carefully applied to an averagely pretty face and diamond earrings sparkled at her ears. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ez. Senator Robles is waiting for you in the den. Let me take you to him." Steele nodded, figuring she'd said all that needed to be said and that she really only expected him to follow along. He could do that, especially since he needed a few more minutes to replace thoughts of Ravyn with thoughts of business. That was why he'd stayed in his room all day instead of instantly going out to find her. She was safe during the daylight hours. Dream told him she would die at night. And besides that, he needed to do the job he was being paid to do. Magnum's words hadn't fallen on deaf ears. The layout of the house was simple enough. 3 large rooms off the main foyer: formal living room, dining room, library. Portraits hung in gold beveled frames along the cranberry painted walls. Plush rugs covered glossed wood floors. It smelled like incense, some deep and heady fragrance that was heavy and potent, seeping into his nostrils as quickly as if the entire place were filled with smoke. A few steps ahead of him, the woman gripped the doorknobs of double oak doors and pushed them open. "Senator, Mr. Ez from the Legion Security Company is here," she said. A fire blazed in the marble fireplace against one dark wood-paneled wall. Burgundy leather chairs were positioned around the fireplace, and a man rose from one of them. He had a cigar between his lips, glossy black hair smoothed down to his scalp, and hunter-green eyes. "Thank you, Marona. Come in. Mr. Ez, come in." The senator beckoned him. Steele embraced the eerie feeling he'd felt upon entering this dour room and walked past Marona to accept the outstretched hand of Darren Robles. His hand was chilly. The smile that ghosted his lips was insincere, and his eyes assessed Steele in the same way the Drakon was assessing him. "Good to meet you," Robles said when they disconnected the handshake. "Likewise," Steele replied, immediately noting the sour taste the word left in his mouth. "Let's get right down to business. I've got another meeting in an hour." "That's fine with me, sir." Steele followed Robles when the man moved to sit back in the chair had been in before. Robles extended one arm toward a brown leather chair across from him. Steele took his seat there, being sure not to lean back in the chair, but resting his elbows on his thighs instead. "I understand y'd like to upgrade the security of your house. Can you tell me what type of system you have at the moment?" Whatever it was. Steele was betting it was crap because he hadn't seen a control panel on either wall when he stepped inside the front door. Of course, the system could be set up somewhere else in the house, but a panel near the door ensured less chance of false alarms because it could be quickly disengaged, unless there was a remote. But that wasn't a method he ever advised. "We have an automated system that's monitored by a global company. They came out a few years ago and ran wire on every window and around the doors. But I've made some upgrades to the place since then, and I've just been reminded that I need to pay more attention to my security." That didn't sound good. "How've you been reminded?" "A week ago tomorrow someone broke into my house and stole a very valuable item, and once I reported the crime to the enforcers. They suggested I upgrade my security with a new system and possibly armed guards. That, or buy a guard dog." The ends of the man's lips lifted, an edge lacing his tone. But before Steele could pay more attention to either, he repeated the senator's words. "Someone broke into your house." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a notepad and pen. He rarely needed to take notes during a meeting because he always activated the recording mechanism on his communicator before it started. But Head also found that actually seeing him take notes made clients feel more assured their concerns were being taken seriously. He held the pen over the paper, but already knew the date the man was going to reply with. Yes. Last Friday evening. I'm not sure of the exact time because my personal assistant, whom you've just met, left for the evening at 7. I was away on a business trip and did not return until Saturday night. That's when I realized I'd been robbed. The man crossed one leg over the other and stared contemplatively out the window located behind the chair where Steele sat. What did they steal? Visions of the Egyptian dagger immediately formed in his mind, along with a picture of one very attractive thief. Robles looked at him. A 3,400-year-old dagger worth at least $500,000. Did you keep it in a safe? Steele asked without missing a beat. He knew he should act a little more surprised at the price or perhaps the age of the dagger, but had never been one to mince words. Robles shook his head slowly. No. I had a case made especially for the piece. It was shatterproof glass and it sat on top of an unmovable pillar. The glass was supposed to be sealed to the pillar. Steele watched the man carefully. How did you plan to get it out when you wanted to? I was told the case had a fingertip-sensitive latch, and that my fingerprint was the only one that could open it. I know now that was a lie because the glass and latch were still in place. But the dagger was taken. Was the piece insured, and why would you have something that valuable in your home? Are you a collector? Steele found no real interest in politicians. Over the years and living in many places, they'd all eventually yielded their beliefs to the lure of power. Weak, unimaginative and troublesome was how he viewed them. I hold a degree in archaeology. It's my first love. But politics paid the bills. There's a big archaeologist convention taking place in the city beginning tomorrow and lasting through next week. I had plans to invite several professionals in the field over for a private showing. You are going to invite several people to a house that's barely secure to see a $500,000 dagger. Steele's words were curt as ire rose steadily within him, stirring the beast. Robles slammed a hand down on the arm of the chair. I'm a prominent citizen of this city and a very powerful person within the state. I did not expect anyone to be brazen enough to break into my home. Then you're a powerful idiot. The words rumbled behind lips Steele focused hard to keep closed. How did you come to be in possession of such an expensive artifact? He left out the word cursed on a hunch this human didn't care to hear the word any more than Ravyn had. It was gifted to me. And you plan to keep it here in your house forever? Or did you intend to sell it? Robles looked uncomfortable. Steele was asking pointed questions because he wanted real answers. The fact that a senator, however wealthy in his own right, would come into possession of such an item and have it here in his house was a little tough to swallow. There had to be more to it, especially since the dagger carried a death curse for anyone who owned it. I plan to add it to my collection. Yes. There is no crime in that. And I do not appreciate being spoken to as if I'm the one who has done something wrong. Shit, that's exactly how he was talking to the guy. Reminding himself again that this was part of his job, real paying job he had. Steele cleared his throat. I'd like to tour the house and take a look at the system you already have set up. After that I can map out what you'll likely need to further safeguard your collection. I can have a report and quote to you no later than tomorrow at noon. And what am I supposed to do until then? The conference starts tomorrow. And I hope to have the dagger back in place by Sunday for a dinner party. But I certainly don't want to take the chance that someone can walk in and walk out with it again if I did. Which was something the guy should have thought about when he first brought the dagger into his private residence. That was the type of item that belonged in a museum, closely guarded. Or better yet, it should have never been removed from the tomb of King Tutankhamun. What kind of morbid souls went around breaking into graves and stealing everything out of them? Obviously, humans. The most immediate suggestion I can offer is to lock everything in a safe until the new security measures are implemented. From the look on the senator's face, Steele knew that wasn't his preference. He could have offered a personal guard until the new system was purchased and installed. But he had a feeling the most important piece this guy possessed was already gone. Fine. Marona can walk you around. I've got to get ready for another meeting. Robles stood abruptly and Steele followed his lead. That would be great. But I just have one more question. Sir, if you don't mind, how do you plan to get the dagger back? Robles came to stand closer to Steele. He was half a foot shorter than Steele's 6'3.5" and was easily half Steele's weight. But he kept his shoulders squared, chin tilted upward, and eyes locked on Steele's. I'll remind you again of who I'm in this state. If that thief is still in Burgess, My private investigators working along with the enforcers will find him, and when they do that, bastards can wish he'd never been bold enough to break into my house. As threats went, Steele wasn't in the least impressed. But it didn't matter, because Ravyn was already marked by the Reaper. According to the preternatural laws, her death was imminent. This human and the other humans that were on his payroll had nothing on the Reaper. So, in the event that his little swap out with the Reaper hadn't worked last night, Steele would continue his efforts to keep Ravyn from dying on the roof as his first priority, making sure this arrogant asshole got a new and very expensive, since he was such a powerful senator security system, was a close second. Chapter 6. Fading wasn't easy. It took a tremendous amount of strength, focus and Drakon magic. Moving a massive fire-breathing dragon stuffed into a human body from one physical location to another in the blink of an eye without anyone or any being seeing the transition was a magnificent feat, and it was something Steele had been doing since he was 5 years old. That was 285 years ago. Closing his eyes as he stood on the balcony of his hotel room in the city, he zeroed in on everything he knew about Ravyn Walsh. For starters, after his first dream of her, it had taken him a week to find out what her real name was. Most people had seen her speak to only knew her as Ravyn, and since this was a personal quest, Steele had chosen not to ask Kyla to stop what she was doing for the Legion, to dig deeper into Ravyn's life. Doing so would only open the door to more questions, because for all that Legion Security was a large corporation which employed both Drakon and humans, it was the tight-knit group of dragons Steele had to worry about. They were sort of an unofficial clan that would have taken a big interest in what he was doing. Because of saving Ravyn, Steele managed to piss off the Reaper. The dragon would not only be at war with the vampires, but the dark beings of the spirit realm as well. That wasn't something Steele felt like dealing with. She had no address, at least none that he could find on any preliminary search of the city's citizen database. The last known address on record had been 11 years ago, when she would have been 18 years old. No address. No job status. No bank accounts. No children. Nothing. It was as if Shed died at 18, reluctantly, because he'd rather not do something he knew would pull him not just physically, but emotionally, closer to her. Steele recalled her scent, light, fresh, earthy and tempting. Breathing in deeply and letting the breath out slowly filled his body with that aroma. The beast stirred, lifting its head to take in the scent. As well, it grumbled and shifted, already opening to its magic in an attempt to find what it sought. The tingling began at his toes and moved slowly, as if someone were pouring water through a tiny spout into his body, up to his ankles and then his calves. The man's mind drifted past the scent to bring forth a picture of her. She was shorter than him, the top of her head coming in just beneath his shoulder. Her skin was a rich umber hue. Her lips' bottom was a little plumper than the top. Her body was slim, fit, ample breasts and a tight ass that called to him on a more primitive note. His dick jumped and he swallowed deeply. The beast stretched, pressing almost painfully against the human form as the tingling increased, swirling in his groin at this moment. Focus. The word was whispered in his mind, and his thoughts were immediately yanked back to earlier yesterday when he'd seen her in the pawn shop and then going into the antiques shop. Had left her for a while, returning later to an alley. Had watched her walk down almost nightly in the past few weeks. Had watched her disappear down that alley on many nights, but hadn't followed because in his dream she'd been on a roof when she died. His fingers wiggled as the tingling continued to rise until it filled his chest and sifted slowly up to his mind. His eyes snapped open, and in the next blink he was gone. Steele knew he was in the right place because her scent was no longer just in his mind. It was everywhere. Although there were no lights on, he could see everything. A full-sized bed was in the center of a 15 by 15 space. The frame was made of fresh wood. Comforter and sheets were a soft rose color. Numerous pillows were slightly askew. Stone walls were painted an industrial-type gray, and the cement floor was covered with different-sized rugs in pastel colors. That was all the softness in this space. There was a utilitarian desk and chair with a closed laptop to one side of the room. To the other side was a black barn-style door, a 6-foot-tall cabinet to its left. This was where she lived. He stepped farther into the room, going straight for the bed, where he rested a hand on top of one of the pillows. His palm grew warmer as he touched the cool fabric. Steele ignored the niggling of something at the back of his neck and pushed the pillow aside. The dagger glowed against the pale linen. When he'd seen it sitting on top of the green fabric in the pawn shop earlier, and in each of the pictures Robles' assistant had shown him at the house. The dagger appeared dirty, ancient, almost defective. Now it shimmered like carefully tended gold. The hilt was encased with diamonds, and the sheath contained Egyptian hieroglyphics pressed deep into the gold. Just inches away from his hand, Steele could see himself picking it up, taking the dagger and leaving this room without anyone knowing. He could fade back to his hotel and pull up the records about the dagger's history he'd saved on his communicator. There, he could think more on where this dagger came from and why a human like Robles was in possession of it. Because his instincts told him this acquisition wasn't about the man being a collector or not of this dagger, and in this city, something else was definitely going on, and now it involved Ravyn. That Steele would not tolerate. He was already fighting one death threat against her. He didn't need another. If he could get this dagger away from her, that threat would be gone. Hopefully. The Reaper had been appeased last night, so that threat might very well be gone too. He could take this dagger and be done with her. Forever. Right. But his fingers only continued to hover over the dagger. For all that his mind had seen him picking it up, his hand hadn't moved. He pushed his arm forward, yet his hand still didn't move. In fact, it appeared the dagger was sinking further into the mattress. The more he thought about taking it, the more it seemed to distance itself from him. What are you doing? How did you get here? He spun around to see Ravyn standing in front of that now open barn door. Light from the bathroom pouring out into the room, surrounding her so that she appeared ethereal. I'm here to save you. The words were true and pitiful as fuck all at the same time, which was probably why she lunged at him. I'll repeat myself only because you're standing there looking like you don't comprehend English. How did you get in here? She trembled as anger mixed with fear coursed through her body, a feeling she despised. Her knife was on the other side of her bed, beneath a pillow. There was another one in the top drawer of her desk, but both locations were across the room, past the man standing in the center of her most personal space in this world. I need to take this, he said as simply as if that would make the situation cool. Ravyn walked with intense steps toward him. Something inside said it wasn't necessary for her to move fast, but to simply get closer to the dagger. Her dagger. You cannot take what's mine. It's not yours. It belongs to a man named Darren Robles. You stole it from his house, and now he's drafted every enforcer in the state, as well as private investigators, to find it, and when they do, the plan isn't to put you in a cell, but in a coffin instead. His brow furrowed as he spoke, and she could see the wrinkle in his forehead above the sunglasses he always wore. For some reason he looked broader, more muscular than he had earlier in the alley. I took what he didn't need. The senator has more money than most families in Burgess. Certainly more than we have down here. How did you know where I lived, and who let you in? Panic suddenly began to spread and she turned, moving to the door. If you hurt Cree or any of my residents, I'll kill you with my bare hand, she was yelling as she reached for the doorknob, only to be stopped when his palm flattened against the door inches above her head. I didn't hurt anyone, and it doesn't matter how I got here. What matters is that I'm here to help and you have no choice but to listen to me. Lies, she yelled, because even though parts of what Head said were true, trust still didn't come easily to her. She turned around quickly, bringing her knee up to land in his groin. He was faster, grabbing her leg midair and pushing her until her back slammed against the door. It didn't matter that the air had momentarily whooshed out of her lungs. She knew he wasn't being completely honest with her. Had been lying to her since that first night on the roof. Don't try that again, he warned, his voice a low, deep rumble. If she allowed herself to get past how Head come to be here, which she would not, the way her traitorous body warmed at his touch was pissing her off. She pushed against his chest with all her might and he stumbled back, pulling her with him. They both tumbled to the floor, taking advantage of her position on top of him. Ravyn wrapped her hands around his neck. Or rather, she placed both her hands at his throat. They were big enough to wrap completely around his neck, but she squeezed anyway. His glasses slipped to the side as his head thrashed, but before she could get a glimpse at his eyes, he flipped their bodies over while simultaneously grabbing her wrists and pulling her hands away from his neck. She grunted as he pinned her to the floor and his glasses eased back into place. A slither of disappointment eased through her and she wondered why seeing his eyes made any difference to the fact that Head just broken into her room. Keep still, he told her between clenched teeth. True to form, Ravyn didn't listen and she squirmed to try and get him off her. It didn't work. What the movement did was rub her centreth part of her body covered only by the thin cotton of her panties. Because her nightshirt had ridden up above her hips and all the motion right up against his now thickening erection. A deep, almost animalistic sound rumbled in his chest as his lips stayed closed in a tight line, his fingers flexing on her wrists. Heat shot down to her plum folds, causing the already stimulated flesh to throb, her essence pouring from her as if she'd just worked herself almost to the point of climax. Don't move. Again. His words seemed forced, and this time Ravyn listened. While she'd been thinking about him and the reaction her body was having to him most of the night, she'd never imagined actually being in this position with him. Who could have predicted he would show up here and straddle her with his thick arousal poking persistently against her juncture? She damn sure couldn't have, and she had no idea what to do about it. I want you to answer me. If you don't, I'm going to scream, and then I'm going to grab the dagger and slip it into your gut. She could speak slowly and deliberately. As well. You're not going to do either of those things, he said without missing a beat. And the reason you're not is because you want to protect this creep person and whoever else lives here with you. He couldn't know about Sayside. Nobody knew, and it was better that way. It was how they'd survived for the past 4 years and how they would continue to survive in a world that didn't give a crap about them. You don't know what you're talking about. His head tilted to the side, an act that had a few of his locks sliding over his shoulder. Then tell me what's going on here, Ravyn. Explain to me why I've watched you stealing everything from medical supplies from a delivery truck to an ancient artifact in the past few weeks. And while you're at it, tell me why you live underground when there's ample housing in the city. The light from the bathroom poured into the otherwise dark bedroom area, creating a slash of gold across sepia-tanned skin. He'd chucked the jacket he normally wore, so now his muscles were only separated from her touch by the thin layer of his dark t-shirt. His hair looked soft, and her fingers would have reached to touch it if they weren't being held down by him at the moment. And why was he holding her down? Why wasn't she screaming or fighting harder against him every time she was near this man? Things went wrong. I live here because those asshole enforcers made it impossible for me to live in peace anywhere else. Are you satisfied now? Will you run back and tell your colleagues they succeeded in running me away? The words burned her throat as her body once again vibrated with the force of her anger and the impossible fear she thought she'd pushed back a long time ago. He stared down at her a few seconds longer than she thought was necessary. Or at least she thought he was staring at her. It was hard to tell since his eyes were still shielded. I'm not an enforcer. What did they do to you? She shook her head. No. It's your turn. How did you get here? If they were going to have a question and answer session, it damn sure wasn't going to be one-sided. I've known where you go at night for weeks. That doesn't explain how you got in. It's my turn, he said with a shake of his head. What did the enforcers do to you? Ravyn snapped her lips shut and stewed for a moment before accepting that she'd started this little game. So she had no choice but to play along. It was becoming more difficult to focus on either of their words with his arousal steadily pressing into her. Staying still was almost becoming impossible. She sighed. A little more from frustration than irritation that she was about to talk about something she'd never talked about with anyone other than Cree before. They stole money from me. Every month they came into my bookstore demanding payment for protection. They are public servants who earn a salary based off my tax dollars. I didn't owe them anything more. When they grew angry at my continued refusal, they burned my store down, but not before beating the crap out of her and permanently injuring Cree. A muscle in his jaw twitched. It was visible through the low-clipped beard, and her fingers moved again as she thought about touching him there. No, I'm definitely not an enforcer. This was the third time he'd told her this, and still she had doubts. There was definitely something this guy wasn't telling her, and at the same time there was no denying his body was making her feel things she hadn't wanted to feel in a very long time. Then, what do you want with me? Why do you insist on following me, talking about how you're trying to protect me? Because I am. He turned his face away from her and cursed when he moved, pressing his erection against her panta-covered mound and then groaning. Damn it. She felt like moaning too, but instead closed her eyes to the rush of sensation filling her body. It wasn't a foreign sensation, because she was more than familiar with finding her own pleasure. But there'd never been a man who could give her this feeling. The only one she'd ever had for years, Agor in and out by her insistence. So, why this guy, and why now? Maybe because he wasn't like any man she'd ever known. Whether that was good or bad, The jury was still out. Something wasn't right here. Outside of her not trusting everything he said. And it wasn't just that he'd somehow managed to break into her private and supposedly secure location. No, it was more than that. Something that had been simmering on a slow boil between them since the first day she'd noticed him. This is a, strange way of protecting me. Her words were a low whisper, but that was okay since his face was only inches away from hers now. He'd leaned in closer after moving over her and she just lay there, not doing a damn thing to stop him. His expression appeared tight, almost painful, as he held his body still over her. She wondered what he would do if she moved at this moment. How would it feel? Would they both combust? It was foolish, and Ravyn didn't tout herself as being a foolish person. But she'd never been in this position before. She'd never felt this aroused and had a hot guy between her legs at the same time. "I'm gonna do better," he said, and then shook his head. "Damn, you're so hot down there." He wasn't lying. Her vulva felt swollen and the crotch of her panties were damp with all the essence that had dripped from her since he'd been on top of her. His voice sounded so tortured, but she didn't know how to stop being aroused. She moved only the top half of her body, trying to inch away from him, but his knees trapped her lower body and the movement only succeeded in rubbing her throbbing juncture against the hard bulge in his jeans. "If you don't want to get fucked right here and now, I'd suggest you not do that again. That's not an option." She had no idea when she'd made that decision or why. But the words tumbled out of her mouth without a second thought, and now her body protested, with her nipples hardening to painful peaks and her thighs beginning to tremble. "I'm going to move off of you," he said, but his face was going lower, until his mouth was right at her ear. "It's going to feel like I'm sliding over you, my dick easing over your pussy. But I'm gonna get up, I promise. And then we can finish talking about the dag." Before he could finish that last word, his body was moving. It seemed of its own volition, because he cursed under his breath, and she could swear she felt his arms tremble as he continued to lean most of his weight on them. Her legs spread a little wider. There wasn't much room before they were bumping against his knees, but as they spread he eased down farther, groaning as the action pressed his erection farther between her legs. Encouraged, she wiggled her hands and almost smiled with glee when he released them. With quick motion she brought her legs up to press against his groin and extended her arms forward to chop against both sides of his neck. That was supposed to send him reeling back in pain, at which time she would roll from beneath him and get to the dagger head so helpfully reminded her of. But it didn't work out that way. Steele was even faster than Ravyn thought she was. He moved his arms to wrap around her waist, rolling over onto his back and pulling her on top of him. But it was what he did when she was there that shifted everything that had transpired between them so far. It jolted her senses and sent some sort of sparks shooting throughout the room the moment he locked a hand to her nape while the other arm held her tightly and securely to him. He brought her head down, and before she could think of whether she wanted to scream, curse or bite him as a last-ditch effort to get free, he kissed her. His lips were warm and powerful, taking her mouth expertly while his hand tilted her head and his tongue slipped easily inside. She hadn't wanted to open her mouth and join in the kiss. Oh hell yes she did, and she was glad of it. The warmth she'd felt when he'd first fallen on top of her was nothing compared to this sensual takeover. His tongue slid alongside hers as if he were actually drinking her. He hungrily gulped and she readily reached for more. The hand around her waist moved until his palm was gripping her ass. Her entire body quaked at the sensation, and a moan escaped when that hand on her ass slid down until his fingers were pressing between her legs. Ravyn cupped his face with her hands just in case he tried to end the kiss, because she wasn't having that. Not now. And she spread her legs wider, a little whimper escaping her chest that for an instant made her feel as if she were begging. It didn't last long, and if he heard it he was acquiescing, because he slipped his fingers beneath the waistband of her panties to find the waiting heat of her center, pressing past her thick, wet lips. He thrust deeply, with his fingers inside of her and his tongue orchestrating some dangerously sexy duel with hers. Ravyn felt like she was drowning. Like at some point this room had started to fill with water and she was now floundering to keep afloat. She took that moment to suck his tongue into her mouth, then pulled back slightly and did the same with his bottom lip. All the while he had two fingers pressed deep inside her, moving them in and out until her hips began to undulate with his motions. Moaning echoed throughout the room, and it took her a few seconds to realize it was her making that keening sound. The blunt tips of his fingers ran along her scalp as he wrapped long strands of hair around his fingers and pulled until there was a tingle of pain. But that pain didn't last long, as it was immediately engulfed by the pleasure of his finger that had slipped from her opening to circle around her clit. She couldn't think, couldn't see, couldn't move. It felt so good. Her thighs trembled and she pulled her mouth away from his to clench her teeth. "Come for me, little hellion." His words were husky and he didn't sound like the same man who'd been asking her 50 questions just moments ago. She wanted to come. Oh damn, did she want to, and she was going to. All he had to do was keep doing what he was doing. "Yes," she hissed. "Right there." He circled his finger a little faster and she felt her hips bucking over him as spurts of pleasure penetrated her deep down inside. "Come right in my hand," he said. "Next time it'll be in my mouth." Her eyes closed, so tight Ravyn feared they might never open again. She had to release the tension on her teeth before she got lockjaw or something. But her hands tightened on his face as she lowered her forehead to his. Yes. 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 The moment she began to shake all over, he flattened the pad of his finger over her clit, circling until she was drained of every ounce of essence she possessed. "Damn," she whispered. "Yeah," he replied, looking at her like a man who knew he wasn't finished with her. "We're both damned now." Chapter 7. "So, you need money?" he asked after another few moments of silence. When they were both getting up off the floor, he was back to the dagger because that was all he should be focused on here. There should be no thoughts about how good it felt to bring her to release and feel that warmth flowing into his hands. No matter how blissful those things were. Watching her out of the corner of his eye as he made his way to the bathroom, he saw her pulling down the nightshirt that was still too short. He switched on the water, washed his hands and came back to ask yet another question. "How much do you need?" "As good as this was," she said with a wave of her hand toward the floor. "You can't afford my price." All he could do for the first few seconds was stare at her. She was sitting in the center of the bed, legs crossed, hands resting in her lap. It was such an innocent pose and she looked so unassuming and pure. But there was more beneath the surface. He shouldn't feel the urge to peel back those layers to learn about the real Ravyn Walsh. Because it didn't matter. He just didn't want her to die. Not like Opal had. "Don't be coy. You're better than that. If you have a price in mind, name it. Why do you want to buy it? Are you a collector? Is that why you've been following me? Because you somehow found out I was going to steal it?" The way one of her brows lifted as she asked the question told him she wasn't totally sure she believed that scenario, but wanted to put it out there just in case. "$500,000, she said when he didn't bother to respond to her questions. "Done." "Bullshit, you've got $500,000 to spare, but you're creeping around the streets of Burgess and in alleyways trailing someone like me. I don't buy it." That was cool. He wasn't here for honest or friendship. For that matter, they weren't on even territory for one. She was human, and he was Drakon. That may have been the most important difference. And two, he wasn't looking for any type of connection because they inevitably led to emotions and those could be destroyed if or when something disastrous happened. "You need the money. I have it. Take it and do whatever it is you need to do." She tilted her head then. "You don't know what I'm going to do with it. What if I wanted to buy a jet and drop a bomb on the city?" He shook his head and folded his arms over his chest. "You're not a killer and $500,000 isn't going to buy you a jet and a bomb. But whatever you need it for must be serious because you risked your life to get it." There wasn't a casual way to tell her that all the time she kept the dagger she was still risking her life. Because she hadn't believed the pawn shop dealer or him when they'd warned her before. "It's not for me," she said and then closed her lips tightly as if she hadn't meant to tell him that much. Moving closer to the bed, he stopped just short of being able to sit down next to her. Instead he remained standing across from her, leaving just enough space so that she could either try and grab the dagger and lunge at him, or make a run for the door. He wasn't sure which one she might attempt at any moment, but he wasn't afraid that she'd succeed at either, so there was no need to box her in. "Who's it for? Do you owe somebody?" Her head shot up. "I don't owe anyone. I pay all my debts. I just don't pay money that I shouldn't have to pay. And I don't care who's asking for it." "You're talking about those enforcers again. Do you remember their names?" "It's not important. It is to me." She licked her lips slowly and Steele watched her wring her hands and take a deep breath. After a long sigh, she shook her head. "I take care of the people down here. People who don't have any other place to go and have been wronged in some way by this government. We're safe here. When we've never known safety before. The money helps to buy food, clothes and supplies that will hopefully get us through the winter. Touched. Impressed. Intrigued. This woman never stopped surprising him. She wasn't what Head thought. And she was more than she probably understood. Else why would she believe hiding was the answer? Why is this your job, and why do you think stealing is the only way to achieve this? She slid off the bed and stood in front of him, tilting her head up. She held his gaze. Are you giving me the $500,000 or not? And I want cash deposited into an account. No checks and no payment plans. He reached a hand down and pushed back the strands of her hair that were out of place. When his knuckles brushed over the line of her jaw, his beast chuffed and pressed against him as if by doing so it, too, could touch her soft skin. He frowned because that had never happened before. Whenever had been with a woman, had pleased himself and moved on. But his beast had never joined in. Thinking back over the past weeks, especially these last 7 days, he realized the other part of him had been acutely aware of Ravyn, to the point where Steele thought, no, that wasn't gonna happen. I'll give you whatever you need to keep you safe. Your terms aren't a problem, he said over the tug of war currently taking place inside of him. And once you give me the money, I'll be gone. I won't have to look over my shoulder and see you following me again. He opened his mouth, about to tell her yes, then closed it quickly. What if the power of the cursed dagger was what had landed her on the Reaper's collection list in the first place? Just a while ago had been thinking she had 2 death threats against her, but now he wondered if it was still only 1 Reaper. In which case, providing a substitute soul wouldn't help, because as long as she kept the dagger she was either under the full moon curse, or still on the Reaper's list. And there was still the newer issue of why he couldn't pick up the dagger. He could have taken it and gotten out of the room before she returned, but something had stopped him. Something stronger than him or his Drakon magic. Is there somebody who might not like me hanging around you? Where had that come from? He didn't care if she was with someone. He only cared about the dagger. Another push and angry scrape from the beast against the man's skin answered the question. She blinked quickly before shaking her head. What? No. No. I just don't like being followed. How do you feel about being pleasure? I'm down. She replied a lot quicker than Head thought she would. What the hell was he doing? This wasn't part of the plan. He had to get that dagger away from her before the next full moon and make sure that doing so would get her off the Reaper's list permanently. You sure I don't poach? Nor do I play games. When I want something I ask for it. No strings. No tricks. I don't do this. Or rather I haven't in a long time. So yeah, if we're doing some type of exchange, you buy the dagger and I'll have sex with you. He appreciated her candor more than she could ever know. It wasn't easy being who he was and dealing with the things he had to deal with. Straight talk always worked best for him. But in all his life, on all the realms, Head had more than one occasion where that wasn't what Head received. It's not an exchange. I'm buying a dagger. And we're going to have sex. That's it. She nodded. That's it. That wasn't it. Not by a long shot. He was beautiful naked and she must be out of her damn mind for staring at him like a hungry teenager. Was she really going to have sex with this guy she barely even knew? After he agreed to pay her $500,000, yes. She was. She had chosen celibacy these past years because it was simpler. No man to remind her of her father or of those enforcers. She didn't want anyone degrading or controlling her ever again. Men had a tendency to do one, if not the other. She didn't really know Steele, but what she did know was making a huge impact. No man had ever made her feel the way he did. And for her, in this moment, that was enough. Come here, he said and grabbed her waist, pulling her up to his naked body. His dick was long and thick and pressed eagerly against the bottom of her stomach. She was not only going to have sex with him, she was going to enjoy the hell out of it. These have to go, she said and reached up to snatch the sunglasses from his eyes. Just because she didn't know anything about this guy didn't mean she couldn't at least see his eyes when they got down to the real business at hand. They were closed when she removed the glasses and tossed them onto the table beside her bed. For a moment she was alarmed, thinking maybe he had prosthetics like Cree did in the one eye. But that was impossible. She was certain Steele had good vision. Even something like night vision, since he always seemed to show up when it was darkest outside or even in her room tonight where she still hadn't turned on a lamp. He opened them slowly, revealing what she thought might be rapier-colored irises. But she wasn't totally sure. It didn't matter. She liked them. And this She reached around and pulled the band from his hair free, running her fingers along the soft locks with a gentleness, as if she were touching pure gold. "This has to go," he said, mimicking her tone. He ripped the nightshirt off her with a few strategic tears before it fell to the floor. Her panties were next. "I'm adding that to your bill," she said breathlessly. He smiled. It was quick and landed a punch to her chest with its intensity. "Condoms," she said before she lost the last pieces of sense she had being around him. "I'm clean," he answered, but looked like he wanted to say something else. She nodded, but there was nothing he could say that would change her stance on this. "So am I. But no suit. No sex." When he didn't move, she leaned over to the bedside table. "Here. I'll help you out." He stepped back from her and said, "Put it on." She shrugged, because while she hadn't done this part often, she could certainly put a condom on a dick so long and thick that her mouth watered to taste it. Pushing that thought out of her mind, she ripped the package open and eased the latex down his length. She smoothed her hand over it one time to assure herself of its snug fit, and a second time just because she liked the feel of him in her hands. His hands went to her breasts, cupping both as if he were weighing them, then squeezing until she moaned. If she were thinking of something witty to say, the words completely slipped her mind the second he began to move lower. His lips touched each nipple, a light teasing touch that made her want to squirm or grab the back of his head and push his face in for more. Turning to the side, he rubbed her nipples over the stubble on his jaw, and the friction was like lightning bolts of pleasure soaring through her body so fast she actually shivered. Then he was moving farther south, his tongue tracing a feather-white line down the center of her torso, dipping into her navel, and finally blissfully licking along the line of her juncture. If she wasn't obsessive about shaving, his tongue would have been riding along the line where hair began at her pubic area. But she was shaved clean, and his gasp before running his tongue along that smooth skin was approval to her ears. He slid his fingers between her tender folds, and Ravyn wanted to scream in ecstasy from just that touch. And then, of course, the whisper of air he blew over her skin. Her knees buckled and he clasped her waist, lifting her and laying her back on the bed. From there he spread her legs wide, dipped his head and kissed her more intimately than anyone ever had before. She bent her knees, dug her toes into the mattress and gripped the back of his head because this was going to be so damn good. His tongue was like magic, her hips moving in sync with his ministrations. Pleasure. That's all she could think about right now. If this was the moment he chose to jump up and take that dagger, she wouldn't have been able to stop him. Not with her mind so wrapped around the way he was making her feel. "Yes. Right there. Right there," she yelled with abandon, lifting her hips off the bed when she thought he might actually pull his mouth away. He didn't, and she would forever be grateful for that small favor. Instead, he slipped 2 fingers inside of her to work her center while his mouth tackled her clit. Yeah, he was definitely tackling it, not licking or whispering over it, but claiming and devouring like it had been put there expressly for him. Her body trembled, and her eyes closed to see bright white sparks behind her lids. "Open your eyes. I want you to see everything I do to you." Her eyes shot open as if to say, "Your wish is my command." Although she'd never speak those words right here in this moment, Ravyn had no problem doing what she was told because what she had to look at was beyond her every dream. Steele Ezo was one finished specimen. His shoulders were beautiful. There just wasn't any other way to put that. Perfectly sculpted. Big but not grotesque. Muscular but not overboard. She could hold on to them for dear life if need be. And just beneath them was the start of a gorgeous chest tat that looked like it had taken at least 3 weeks to complete. Was it Aztec or maybe Polynesian? She had no clue what the tribal markings meant, but that didn't stop her from wanting to drag her tongue along every black line that had been etched into his skin. There were some other markings along his left side, but they stretched around to his back and she couldn't see that far at the moment. "Hold on," he said before he moved up to face her and lifted her legs, letting them drape over his arms before moving in closer. She grasped the sheets, because following directions again, and then tilted her hips to meet his dick. He pushed into her with one long grunt. Ravyn sucked in a gulp of air, clenched her fingers in the sheet and settled in for the ride. And oh, what a ride it was. Steele didn't hold back anything, thrusting into her like she owed him that $500,000 and he was taking it out on her body. If that was the case, she was glad to make the payoff. He was thick and long and filled her completely, their skins slapping against each other creating a loud sound that echoed throughout the room. The muscles in his arms bulged as he pumped into her, and his bottom lip was tucked between his teeth. She was watching everything, just as had instructed her to do. As her body hummed with pleasure, her breasts slapped against her chest and her gaze slipped down. For the next few moments she remained transfixed, watching his length slide in and then out of her. It was as erotic a scene as she'd ever glimpsed, especially when she noticed how the latex glistened with her essence. She gasped and moaned and rocked her hips against his thrusts. More, he said, and pulled out of her, turning her quickly so that she was now on her knees. Yeah. More. I definitely want more, and she did. There was just no arguing that fact. She wanted more from the man than any other she'd ever encountered. That was both insane and scary. What was she giving up by having these moments of pleasure with him? He pounded into her until she wanted to shout out his name, grab the sheets off her bed, and maybe run around safe side naked with how good it felt. Instead, she popped her ass back against him, milking his dick like he was trying to drain her pussy. She clenched her teeth and moaned with the pleasure, throwing a few curse words in for good measure. When he slapped one of her ass cheeks, the sting went straight to her clit and her release rippled through her body like a tornado. She did yell at that point because there was nothing else she could do. He slapped the other cheek and she almost collapsed. Then something happened. A spurt of that pleasure lit a fire inside her, and the next thing she knew, she was pulling away from him, hearing the unmistakable plop of his dick easing out of her. Before he could speak, and because she really didn't have the words for what she was about to do, Ravyn turned over on the bed and came up on her knees in front of him. She wrapped an arm around his neck and put her mouth on his at the same time that she grabbed his dick, stroking it while her tongue dueled with his. He groaned, bringing his hands up to cup her face, holding her mouth tightly against his. This was good, but it wasn't what Ravyn wanted. A new hunger had risen in her and she was going to feed it. Now, with another swift move she released her hold on Steele's dick, but used her arm around his neck to pull him down until he fell onto the bed. Of course he fell face first, but she rolled him fast and mounted him even faster, settling her center down over his dick. Clever girl, he said and reached up to tweak her nipples. Clever. Strong. Nasty girl. She'd never been called nasty before, and while the connotations could be bad, she was loving the sound of the word in his voice. She could be nasty for him. Planting her palms on his chest, she smiled down at him, feeling the drape of hair on her right side drop down to cover her face. "I'll show you nasty," she said in a voice that sounded totally unfamiliar to her ears. "Bring it on," he challenged her. Ravyn liked that about him. Sure, he was bossy and domineering, to both traits she abhorred, but now wasn't the time to get into that. Now was the time to lift her hips and drop them down on him once and then twice, until his face looked so strained with pleasure she felt she should be crowned the queen of nasty. Circling her hips, she eased him deeper inside, loving the feel of her juices flowing down over him. Then she began pumping, moving just as fast over him as he had over her, until she was sweating and he was panting or making some sound that seemed more animalistic than she'd ever heard. His skin was hot beneath her touch as she looked down to see her blunt-tipped nails pressing into his magnificent tat. "Keep going," he said through gritted teeth. "Make me come." Ravyn. "Make me come." Well, all right. Another command she could get on board with. Ravyn rocked her hips in a series of fast pumps. Then she came up to sit straight on him, reaching a hand behind her until she could feel his heavy sack, moving it between her fingers. She began riding him slowly, easing up and sliding down. This time it was Steele who grabbed the sheets, pulling them until they popped up from the mattress. Ravyn kept moving, circling her hips, lifting, then sliding down, all while working his balls back and forth until her thighs began to tremble. "Yeah," Steele moaned. "Hell, fucking yeah." He was coming. She could feel the jolts in his dick still buried deep inside her. She was too, her legs clamping around his, her fingers going still on his balls, the other hand clasping her breast. For what seemed like forever, they stayed like that, both sighing, breathing heavily, whispering something akin to "thank you very much," and keeping their eyes closed because they weren't able to think about what else to do. Ravyn had no idea when she collapsed on his chest, but it seemed like some time after that he was carrying her into the bathroom. "You go first," he said in his normal snappish tone, and set her inside the shower before switching on the water and closing the door to the shower stall. He didn't leave the bathroom, was most likely handling the condom and all that good stuff. She couldn't really see through the clouded shower doors, but she could make out the outline of his body. Seconds later she was looking at the real deal when he pulled the shower doors open. Momentarily startled that had obviously changed his mind, she dropped her washcloth. He bent to retrieve it and she saw more tattoos on his back, along with a few very ugly scars. When he stood she grabbed the cloth and finished washing. There were no words exchanged while they washed, climbed out of the shower and walked back into her room. He was going to leave. She was okay with that. But when would she get her money? It's late, he said and grabbed her hand, leading her to the bed. Get some sleep. I don't really sleep, she said and was glad it was dark in the room so he couldn't see the embarrassment on her face. What do you mean? You don't sleep, are you nocturnal? Like a bat. No, she said and slid her hand out of his grasp. I just don't sleep. It's not always safe to let your guard down in that way. But anyway, when are you gonna make the deposit into my account? Tomorrow, he said. Tonight. You sleep. And when he eased her into the bed, pulling the sheets up to her neck, Ravyn was shocked to feel him slide into the bed beside her. Chapter 8. Rays of sunlight were just peeking through the sheer curtains at the hotel window when Steele appeared in the center of the room. Although immediate movement was possible the moment he came out of a fade, he remained still, looking around the space. What the hell was he doing? Saving her. And sleeping with her. Had literally slept in the same bed, holding her close to him for the last few hours. That could be construed as him being her personal guard, which was more Magnum's area at the company. Or it could be what it was. Him actually liking the act of holding her while she slept. A string of curses followed that thought, and he moved, stalking across the room to pull the curtains closed. He took another shower, a longer one filled with steam that he hoped would clear his mind of the nonsense that had been residing there where this woman was concerned. This human woman who didn't want him in her life any more than he wanted to be there, but had opened herself to him in the hottest way possible. Half an hour later, after he'd pulled on sweatpants and a t-shirt, Steele walked barefoot out into the living area of the suite. He sat in the uncomfortable chair behind the too small desk and powered up his tablet. The second it was up and ready he dialed a number and then propped the tablet up so he could see the screen. Good morning, Sunshine, Isla said in a tone that was full of anything but golden cheer at the moment. Actually, Isla never had a cheery tone on the occasions that Steele saw her, which were few and far between because, besides his recent defection, Isla was the only Drakon who didn't stay in her designated suite at the office. She preferred her space. That's the reason she gave Theo or any of the others any time they asked about her not being there. Steele never asked, not because he didn't care about her, but because he knew the value of having personal space. Hey, he replied in just as droll a tone as she'd used. I met with that new client, Darren Robles, yesterday. Okay, she said and turned her attention to another screen while her fingers raced over a different keyboard. Isla's office living space was located in the Towers, otherwise known as Masters Towers, which was owned by Theo. This was the official business location of Legion Security, and it was where the company's 32 human employees worked. Isla was often the only Drakon in the building after the meeting with Chief Lord Hikin Montoy had gone terribly wrong and Shola had been kidnapped, cloaked in extra layers of Drakon magic as well as a full-scale security arsenal that would make the weapons at a military base as worthless as those metal detectors at the doorway of the courthouse. Senator Darren Robles. Age 49. Race Afro-Caribbean. Marital status single. Political career started as a city representative 24 years ago. With the financial backing of the Burgess City Enforcers and the Winston Group, he won the Senate seat 5 years ago. Owns homes in Sodsto, on a private island in the Caribbean region and a newly built compound in Madagascar. No children. 5 bank accounts. 1 faithful assistant of 12 years. Marona Combs. Shed recapped all things Steele had already learned about Robles. Where did he go to school? Any degrees in archaeology, other interests in that area? There's a bank on that island in the Caribbean where his vacation home is. Can we find out how much is in that account? I want a list of withdrawals and deposits in the last 6 months. No. Make that a year. Steele watched as her fingers continued to move over not just the keyboard to her left, but another one on her right. Her head turned from one screen to the next. Long, straight black hair swishing over her shoulders with each motion. Cordham College in a town called Lufit. That's in the southern region. was born here in Burgess and returned with a bachelor's degree in archaeological studies, with a minor in political science. His father had been a senator as well. It's gonna take me a minute to get into that offshore account, she said. Steele sat back in the chair, rubbing his fingers over his chin. That's fine. Just get it to me as soon as possible. Why, I thought Robles was our client. My preliminary background check on him was included in the packets sent to your communicator yesterday morning. I got it. But I need more information. She looked directly at him now, resting her elbows on her desk. She clasped her fingers together and eased her chin onto them. And I'll ask my question again. Why? There was only so much information Steele wanted to divulge to Isla, even though she was the information and technology guru of their group. If there was anything to be found, she could get it even if she had to use her power of mimicry to make it happen. Luckily for Steele, the only way she'd get all the information he had was to transform herself into him. And even that wouldn't give her access to his mind, only the body that others could see. The item that was stolen from his house was an Egyptian dagger. I looked through a few books that were online and found out it was stolen from King Tutankhamun's tomb. I want to know how Robles got his hands on it and who might be willing to steal something so expensive from him. Oh, she said with a nod. Got it. I'll start a search. And while I'm at it, I'll also trace Robles' political dealings. Maybe he's in debt to someone and needs the money his insurance company will likely pay since the dagger's been stolen, to pay off that debt. Or maybe he'd secured the dagger for another purpose, a murderous one. Steele wisely kept that thought to himself and logged off from the call with Isla. By now it was barely 8 o'clock in the morning. He got up from the chair, went into the bedroom to put on socks and shoes, and then made his way down to the hotel gym. His beast was itching to be free, and if he was back at the office, it would have been as simple as heading out the back doors to the secluded space designed for the Drakon to roam. In the city there was no such place. But pushing himself to the limits, which for a 290-year-old Drakon was pretty far, would have to do the trick. The physical exertion would help shave the edge off the sexual hunger already building inside him again. What had he expected? It'd been at least 90 years since Steele had been with a woman. Celibacy was his choice. Connections of any kind for him had been off limits. Last night was a temporary reprieve. But it wouldn't happen again. It couldn't. He walked through the gym, all the way back to the weights, and added all the weights stacked to the bar before lifting it over his head. 1, 2, 6 to 7 times. And still, he wanted her again. Ravyn woke alone. Her eyes opened slowly and her body moved sluggishly as she rolled from one side of her bed to the other. It was morning. She could tell because there was light music playing in her room. Waking Jevon from the not-quite sleep zone she was always into, an alarm clock made her jittery all day. But the slow melodic sounds of instrumental music filtering into the room were a calm reminder that it was time to get up. Extending her arms and confirming emptiness was going to be her jewel for the day. She rolled over and lay flat on her back, staring up at the pipes in the ceiling. Was it all a dream? It had to be. He couldn't have gotten in here, strong-armed me to the floor, and then convinced me to have sex with him. That was ridiculous. Lifting an arm and letting it drop down over her eyes, she chuckled. That was one hell of a dream. But wait. To dream she had to have been sleeping, and there hadn't been a full night that Ravyn had lain in this bed, or any other bed for that matter, and slept. Not one. At least 4 to 5 hours in the middle of the night. She was up. She didn't get out of bed. General Walsh had been adamant about bedtimes and obeying rules, but she didn't sleep either. Many of her best ideas had come in the hours of her half-sleep, half-awake twilight. Did you really believe that guy was gonna give you $500,000? With that question spoken into the air, Ravyn didn't think about the so-called dream again. Instead she sat up and pushed her hand under the pillow. Good, she said with a deep sigh. It's still there. But there was also something else. Pushing the pillow aside, she looked down at the dagger and then at the slip of paper beside it. She rolled over and reached toward the table to tap the base of the lamp there. In seconds, warm yellow light filtered around the room, and she lifted the piece of paper into her hand so she could read what it said. Steele. It was signed only with an S. Like he was Superman or something. Wanted her to meet him at the address provided tonight to give her the money. It was real. She gasped at the question and then looked down to see she was naked. Ravyn never went to bed naked. What if something happened in the middle of the night and she had to be ready quickly? Naked wasn't conducive to being ready. Unless she was going to be ready for Steele. Shaking her head, she stared at the piece of paper again. So he had been here and she had agreed to have sex with him. So he could pay her $500,000 for a dagger that may or may not be cursed. Or was there some other reason Shed ended her self-imposed celibacy with that guy? Of course there was. And denying the obvious wasn't her thing. Shed wanted him and Head wanted her. Simple as that. Losing your mind. Girl. You're losing your damn mind. But those words and that piece of paper got her out of bed and into the bathroom. Once finished, she dressed, made her bed, touched the dagger and contemplated whether or not she could leave it under the pillow. She wouldn't need it until tonight when she went to meet Steele. Today she had some things to do around Safeside, so it didn't make sense to carry around a dagger while doing those things. But as she walked toward the door and reached out to touch the knob, she couldn't help but look back and stare at the pillow. Something felt odd, like it was missing. It couldn't be that dagger. When the phone Shed clipped to her hip began to buzz, Ravyn shook her head and opened the door to head out. She had a lot to get done before she planned to go out tonight. Hey, she answered the phone to Cree on the other end. Hey, need you down in Sec 7 right away. Sec 7 was the entrance to Safeside. Coming now, she said and cursed the second she hung up the phone. Shed asked Steele how Head gotten in here and Head never actually told her. Of course. Their QA session had gotten derailed with other things. But damn it, if Head destroyed something of theirs or compromised their hideout, she was charging him another $500,000 for the dagger. Ravyn moved through the narrow pathways that broke off into separate rooms they'd made with drywall and other items stolen from various construction sites. Cree's father had worked in construction before drinking himself to death when Cree was 9 years old, so Cree had a little bit of knowledge about the industry. Ravyn didn't have any, but she'd been a quick study after hanging out at construction sites for weeks before she actually began taking their stuff. That last thought sat heavily on her as she passed the cafeteria area and walked up a set of 5 steps to get to the pathway which led to Sec 7. Steele had commented on her stealing, asking why she thought that was the only way to do what she was doing here, and she hadn't given him an answer. Or rather, she had, but thinking about the response now, it sounded more like an excuse. Was everything she did because of the way the enforcers had treated her and so many others around the city? Would her entire life revolve around that cause forever? There you are, Jorge, Meg said the moment she turned the last corner to the small area that was known as Sec 7. Jorge was a former wrestler, but had lost some of his bulk in the years since his last match. Becoming addicted to pain medications would do that. Losing everything Head worked for as a result of his addiction and his inability to get a decent paying job with health benefits to support his family had only been the icing on the very depressing cake of his life. Tell this young gun that you were the last one in last night and that you secured everything. Ravyn stepped up to the crowd of 3: Jorge, Cree and Morio, Jorge's younger brother, and looked around to see if anything was out of place. The area only consisted of about 10 by 10 square feet of space. Above them was the last rung of the ladder which stretched up to the surface. Along the underside of the manhole that covered their entrance was a silent security strip that sent a flashing red light to their control center whenever it was moved. As that rideshare driver had mentioned last week, there was nothing in this part of the Citino businesses. No houses. Nothing but old buildings. Enforcers rarely came here because there was no one to get money from, and criminals only frequented the area for as long as it took to do what shady thing they were concocting. Nobody stayed but them. I came in a little after 9 last night, she said, running her hands along the beam and steel walls here. There used to be tile on these walls when it was the subway station. This had been the spot where people either came out of the elevator or took the last step from above ground to the turnstile and ticket booths before going down one more level to wait for the trains. I secured everything here and then stopped by the control room before going to my suite to go over the daily log. Everything was in order. But when I came around this morning checking the perimeter, it felt like there was something off. Cree spoke up. I checked the locks and looked around just like you're doing, and there was nothing. Right. She nodded. Nothing. The something off Cree had just commented on was Steele's presence. But she wasn't about to say that out loud. Not until they had more proof. The boy's dreaming again. You know he's been itching to go up there again, Jorge said. Morio shook his head. Ain't nothing up there for you, kid. Trust me. I know. He did know. Morio had joined the military fresh out of high school, but was wounded only months later. But like his brother, who couldn't pass a drug test because he needed the painkillers to walk upright, Mario couldn't find a job because of the PTSD and subsequent panic attacks that plagued him, and the government had provided zero help to take care of his health or welfare needs when Head returned. Head tried wrestling like his brother, but that hadn't worked out because each time he got into the ring with an opponent he thought of the hand-to-hand combat Head been taught in the military. And the few times Head actually made it through a match, his opponent had nearly not made it out alive. Nobody feels like someone may have been standing in this very spot not long ago, Cree asked. Jorge shook his head and Mario just shrugged. Did you check the control room, run the tape back and watch it from the time I came in last night? Ravyn asked because she not only knew that Steele had been here, she could also smell his scent, earthy aroma Shed picked up earlier yesterday when Head grabbed her in the alley, mixed with the smell of her soap. Cree shook his head. Didn't see anything. Just you. That was a good thing, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Maybe because she didn't want to have to explain how this guy had most likely followed her home at some point, thus giving away their secret hideout. Not to mention that Shed ended up having sex with that guy and was going to meet up with him later. Then there was nothing. She said just so she could hear the words out loud. Let's not speak of this to anyone else. We don't want to cause a panic for nothing. No problem, Jorge said. Lorna told me to tell you to take it easy. Just because you're feeling better doesn't mean you should resume your normal activities so fast. The flu takes a toll on people. Ravyn nodded. I bet those were her exact words. She joked with Jorge, who made a point of doing whatever his wife asked him to do because he was a very smart man. He rubbed the back of his head, blunt-tipped nails causing a crunchy sound as they moved over his low-cut, bristly gray hair. You got that right. And I've got witnesses that I delivered the message, so I'm safe. Ravyn smiled. They were all safe down here. That's what Shed always wanted. Somewhere they could live and not worry about being harassed in any way by the corrupt government that existed above ground. She was helping the people down here and she was helping herself. Something her father never thought Shed do. I'll go see Lorna in a little while and let her know I've received the message and that I'll take heed to her words. Then I want to get into the supply room and get things organized. We'll have to stock up for the winter months and I don't want to have to go in there and rearrange things the moment we bring more boxes inside, she said, crossing his arms over his chest. Mario continued. That supermarket down on Sprayson Street's going out of business. Can't afford the property taxes. I heard. So, we should definitely get down there in the next few days to get some stuff. I'm sure they'll be tossing things out. Mario and a few others kept their ear to the streets above. She didn't know how and never asked as long as it didn't endanger anyone down here. But his information about upcoming things was always good. Yeah. Let's plan to do that next week. Maybe Sunday night when they close early, she said. I've got an appointment this afternoon, so I'm gonna go see Lorna and grab some breakfast. I'll meet you guys in the storage room in an hour. Ravyn walked away after getting nods from Jorge and Mario. She didn't look at Cree because she knew He'd still be frowning. When Shed first met Cree, He'd talked a lot about feelings he had about things or visions he used to have when he was a young boy, and how his father had threatened to beat that foolish talk out of his head. Smart kid that he was. Cree stopped talking about anything that wasn't considered normal until he met her, probably because she listened. She never believed, but she let him speak and never acted as if he were crazy for thinking He'd seen, heard or even felt things that others didn't, even though she, like his father, didn't believe in any of that kind of stuff. At 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, Ravyn walked through the door of the Marin Hotel. She took the elevator up to the 25th floor and walked down the hallway until she arrived at room 708. She paused a moment before knocking, asking herself for the billionth time since this morning if this was the right move to make. It was the only move. That answer came each time she asked. After another deep, cleansing breath, she lifted her hand and knocked. The door opened quickly, as if He'd been standing right behind it waiting for her. Come in, he said, and once again she found herself following his directions. That wasn't something she planned to keep doing. Controlling men weren't her thing. I've written down my account number. On your statement you may notice the account's not in my name. Don't be alarmed. It's fine. I'll get the money. She was following him through the plush suite. The beige carpet was so thick and soft beneath her steps. Walls were covered partially in a pale gold wallpaper, while the other half were painted the lightest of cream hues. The furniture in the seating area matched the pale tone with glass end tables and gold lamps. Steele was dressed in black slacks and a black button-front shirt, a very dark and brooding contrast to the light decor. "I have my computer all set up to make the transfer," he told her, and went to sit at a desk near the window. The curtains were pulled closed where she probably would have left them open. For all that she detested the people running this city, she loved its beautiful nighttime skyline. As it was getting dark earlier now, the lights on the buildings and streetlights would just be switching on, like the city was coming to life. She went to stand next to the desk and pulled the piece of paper out of her back pocket, setting it on the desk next to his tablet. He reached for it before she could release it and their hands touched. She looked at him and he looked up at her. Were there supposed to be more sparks, like there'd been last night? And that night on the roof there was definitely a reaction on both their parts. But she wouldn't classify it as sparks. Not this time. $500,000, he said as he eased the paper from her grasp. $500,000. She repeated and pulled her hand back slowly, still wondering about the uncanny warmth that was now hovering between them. Not sure what to do with her hands now, she tucked them in her back pockets. He set the paper closer to the tablet and began typing on the flat keyboard stretched along the desk. "So how is it that you have so much money to just give away?" Shed told herself repeatedly that none of this mattered. That this was just like conducting a deal with Happy down at the pawn shop. An amount was agreed upon, money and item exchanged hands. Done and on to the next one. But after last night, she wanted to know more about this man. "I work a full-time job and I save my money. Isn't that what everyone does? Not if 25% of your earnings, after federal and state taxes, are being stolen by the corrupt enforcers walking these streets. How can they steal your money? Easy. Hold a gun to your head and say, 'Give it up, or die.'" He stopped typing and looked up at her. "Is that what they did to you?" She thought about lying or dodging the question because this wasn't supposed to be another conversation about her. But she did the opposite of what made sense. Something she'd been doing a lot of lately. "Yeah, it is. Until they decided burning down my store would be better since I always put up a fight. That's illegal. Them taking your money, not you putting up a fight." She was glad he'd clarified that. Obviously not, when the corruption stretches all the way up to the mayor, senators and everybody else who has money and power in Burgess, or wherever else. "Since I suspect this is a growing trend all over the world." He didn't reply but went back to typing. "So, you've saved $500,000 and now you're just gonna hand it over to me, just like that?" It didn't make sense. He looked up, one brow arched as he said, "You want me to keep my money?" She smirked. "You know I need the money. Don't play." He shrugged. "Then take it, and don't worry about anything else. There. It's done." Ravyn pulled her phone out of her back pocket and logged into her account. Damn. All those zeros looked good. Too good. "Do you know my father did he put you up to this to prove his point that I'd never amount to anything on my own?" It irritated the hell out of her to ask those questions, but she couldn't let the niggling thought that this was an insanely convenient business deal go. Once again, he was staring at her as if he were trying to figure something out, which would mean he didn't know the infamous General Walsh, or it would indicate that he was a damn good actor. "I can assure you that I've never talked to or met your father, Ravyn. Now, I've done my part. Give me the dagger," he said as he stood from the chair. He wasn't lying about doing his part, but she still doubted he was telling her everything. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. Still, she put her phone away and removed her backpack, taking her gaze off him. She set the backpack on the table, unzipped it and pulled out the dagger shed once again wrapped in the green material. That humming sounded in her ears again. She hadn't heard it recently. Or if she had, she hadn't noticed. But now it was so loud she stumbled back a step and slapped one hand to her ear. "You okay?" Steele asked, coming to stand closer and touching a hand to her elbow. "Yeah, fine," she said and eased her arm away from him. Another thing she'd told herself on the way over here was that she couldn't touch this guy again and he couldn't touch her. Whatever last night was, it was one and done. "Okay, I'm gonna go and get a box for it. I'm not carrying around that Christmas green cloth. It's a lovely piece of material that I found in the antiques shop," she yelled to him as he disappeared into the other room. She continued to unwrap the dagger and picked it up. Heat formed in the palms of her hands as she held it and experienced a complete body shiver, from her neck down to her ankles. "Here we go. I'll just keep it in here. "What are you going to do with it?" she asked without making any move to hand it to him. He looked at her for a couple quiet seconds and then shrugged. "I'm sure there's a museum that will be glad to take it. Or I'll find another private collector. You're not giving it back to the senator?" "No," Steele said. "Definitely not." Ravyn was about to ask him why, because she sensed his response meant more than just giving the rightful owner back his dagger. But there was a loud screeching sound, and she dropped the dagger to the floor to slap both hands to her ears this time. Steele heard the noise too because she could see him turn around quickly, his facial features changing from resting to almost crazed in seconds. On the next screech there was a gust of wind and strong arms grabbed Ravyn. She immediately turned, lifting her leg for a quick kick and swinging to land a punch. But that punch did nothing because the person who was wrapped in some dirty-looking strips of cloth with eerie green eyes came at her again. Screaming came to mind, also running. But something about those eyes struck her as familiar, just as something about the way this person was moving reminded her of some of the people she'd been seeing on the street lately. Whatever. With fists raised, Ravyn went in for another punch, landing it successfully but then being swept up off her feet by another one of these things. She fell quickly to the floor when Steele must have intervened because the person made an awful howling sound and then released her. Ravyn went right back to the other one, this time picking up a lamp and hurling it at the person's head. It reached out a hand, almost in slow motion, but fast enough to catch it. "Who the hell are they?" she heard herself ask, but hadn't really expected an answer. Instead she saw Steele swoop in and lift the person up over his head, twisting their body until it exploded in a puff of dust. She coughed and stumbled back. Her eyes watered as she tried to figure out what the hell was going on. Her throat was suddenly tight as one of them wrapped an arm around her neck and pulled her back. It was strong. Even as she smacked at the arm that held her, it lifted her off the floor. She flailed and tried to buck her body forward, to flip it over her and gain control. But it wasn't working. That's when the humming in her ears increased, piercing her eardrums until she felt like her body was being sawed in half by the sharp sound. Her eyes popped open at that moment, but her pupils felt different, bigger, warmer, if that made sense. She stopped struggling against whoever was holding her and stared across the room, through the dust, until her gaze focused on the dagger glowing bright against the dark green material. "Mine," she heard a woman's voice say, but could only see the dagger. "It belongs to me." "No!" Ravyn screamed the one word and the dagger moved on the table. It trembled. Or was that the entire room shaking as if Burgess was experiencing an earthquake? The arms around her grew tighter, but it didn't matter. She willed herself to move, to get closer to her dagger, and to her surprise it worked. She felt herself and the thing holding onto her drifting across the room toward the table where the dagger sat. "You cannot beat me. I will destroy you. Take your best shot," Ravyn quipped before reaching out her hand and watching as the dagger lifted from the table to float the rest of the distance and plop into her hand. When she closed her fingers around the hilt, her body warmed and something filled her, something new but old, strong and powerful. She pulled the dagger from its sheath, turned it around and thrust her hand back, plunging the blade into the stomach of the one holding her. It would have made complete sense if she'd immediately fallen to the ground when the thing practically disappeared, but she didn't. Instead, she sheathed the dagger as her body eased slowly to the floor that was shaking uncontrollably. Instinct, or the familiar scent that seemed to be magnified 1,000 times so that it now penetrated her lungs, had Ravyn turning around. More of those things were coming through the walls. They walked in tight lines, arms and legs moving like soldiers, strips of what looked like dirty rags hanging from their fingers and feet. What the hell? Steele appeared in front of her at that moment. She had no idea what direction he'd come from, but the breadth of his body blocked those things from her sight. She would have been relieved, would have blinked to clear her mind and remind herself once again that she didn't believe in curses, powers, or any of the other freaky things whispered around Burgess. There are only humans, good and bad, nothing more, until there was more. Steele's sunglasses were gone. He hadn't been there when she came in. But now his eyes were different. They weren't root beer brown like they'd been last night. They were orange. Bright, beautiful orange, and his body was changing. "Hold on." 2 words. That's all he had to say. Ravyn opened her mouth to ask what the hell was happening here. Who was he? Who were they? And a whole host of other questions. But in the next second she was lifted from the floor once again and covered by something dark and metallic. And then she was moving. until her stomach plummeted the way it did when she used to ride a roller coaster as a kid. Air whizzed around her, cool against her warm skin and the burning hot surface she was now sitting on. Her fingers closed tightly around the dagger once more, ready to do another slice and dice if need be. But something held her back. That scent and this thing she sat on. They were both familiar. They were both. It was too dark to see anymore. The air around pounding too hard into her lungs for her to focus. Her eyelids too heavy to keep open. She fell back and didn't feel herself landing. Her eyes closed but she had already stopped seeing. The humming in her ears ceased, but the feeling that there was something else inside her persisted. It held on and so did she. Chapter 9. The beast let her down gently, unfurling its massive wing until she rolled off and came up on her knees on the grassy ground. Walk away. It wasn't trying to listen to his directives, which wasn't unusual after the shift had occurred. Steele's relationship with his beast dragon that was now at its full length and breadth standing regally in the center of the open area specifically designed for them at the office had been rocky these past few weeks. Walk away. Because she shouldn't be here. She was a human and she probably didn't believe in curses or anything preternatural. Even if she did believe, she still didn't belong here and she definitely didn't need to be face to face with his beast. The beast that didn't move. It wanted to be near her, now and always. No matter how much Steele pushed against that notion. What the hell are you? How did I get here? Where is here? Her questions were coming fast as she moved to stand and then backed up, both hands at her sides. And he saw the way she gripped the dagger, ready to use it if need be. He wanted to answer her, to tell her to calm down and let him explain. But how the hell did someone explain that they were born a dragon? A magical dragon from the far Roma place she had probably never heard of before. The beast wanted to explain something else, its body filling completely with something deeper than simple recognition. There was a connection. It swirled around the beast's body and mind, holding it in a trance as it continued to stand there, unmoving. It had selected her to be his. Steele cringed with the thought, when the beast still didn't move. Ravyn pulled the dagger free. I'm dreaming. I've got to be dreaming, she was saying even as she backed farther away. The beast took a step toward her, ready to act, to claim. And she dropped the bravado, turning and running as fast as she could. She wouldn't go far. The open area stretched for about 20 acres. Beyond that area was thickly forested, the greenery serving as a life-sized fence. Through a path in the forest was a creek, and beyond that creek was the mountain where the office had been built. At the office were his fellow Drakons, the ones who no doubt knew he was here and in this form. Steele forced the shift, ignoring the action the beast had been about to take, pressing with every bit of the strength which remained stored in his human form. He bullied the beast, asserting his leadership over his preternatural form until he was standing with his bare feet in the grass, his naked ass tingling as the breeze blew. What the hell are you doing? Crap, if there were anybody Steele didn't need to see in this moment, it was Reese. What does it look like him doing? Answering a question with a question wasn't usually his style. But neither was flying in and not landing a little closer to the forest so he could easily make his way to his suite and his clothes. Reese stood with his legs slightly parted, arms folded over his muscled chest. It looks like you're about to start freezing your balls off since the temps dropped significantly after sunset. Steele didn't bother to look down. There was no need to verify what Reese was saying. I'm going to my room, and then you're gonna explain why you brought that human here. There's nothing to explain, he said and turned to walk away. But that wasn't happening anytime soon as Magnum, Theo and Blue waffed toward him. Fuck. There's a lot to explain. And you'd better make it quick before I lose the last bit of patience I have with you, and the secrecy you've been displaying for the past few weeks. Theo was angry, his piercing sapphire blue dragon eyes glowing as he glowered at Steele. Can I at least get dressed first? Theo took a step toward him. No, you can start talking. I want answers right now. Steele, how could you be so stupid? Why would you bring a human here? For the same reason you did, Steele countered, taking a step toward Theo. Remember that you brought Shola here to keep her safe. Well, I just did the same for Ravyn. Theo's fists closed at his sides. You had no right. And neither did you. Exposure wasn't supposed to be a thing. Remember that was your rule. Until you thought it was fine to break it. Steele wasn't backing down. He knew he should just offer Theo an explanation. But he couldn't. There was too much swirling around inside of him at the moment to figure out why. Magnum stepped between Steele and Theo, looking his brother straight in the eye. Steele, who is she? Man, would you shift and come here with her? There were so many answers he could provide, or he could have just pushed past all of them and went to his suite to get dressed. Before going to search for Ravyn, she's from my dream. The words came softly, and Steele knew it was too late to take them back. Magnum held his gaze, seeing something Steele knew none of the other Drakon would see. Let's get back to the house. Shola is with the woman now, so she's safe. You can get dressed and we'll meet in the conference room. Blue was always the voice of reason, or rather, his rich gravelly voice was that of the oldest Drakon watcher that Steele had ever known. Yeah, I'm tired of staring at your ass. Reese quipped and jogged past him, heading toward the mountain. 10 minutes. Steele, that's all you get. Theo said the words and turned to walk away. Blue looked at Steele. You will have to answer to him. He doesn't control me. Steele countered. There you are wrong. This isn't about control. It's about the emperor you swore your allegiance to and the rules you agreed to follow. If there was a good reason to break those rules, so be it. Well, deal with it. But you will give him the respect of telling him such reason, and then you will do whatever is necessary to fix what you may have started. The older Drakon left, and Steele and Magnum were alone. You can't save her, Magnum said solemnly. Steele tensed. I can and I will. He started to walk away, but was stopped by his brother's next words. She's not Opal. Get your hands off me, Ravyn yelled, and yanked free from the grasp of the woman who'd stopped her from running in the opposite direction of the mountain fortress she'd seen. She had no idea where she was. But wherever it was, everything was larger than life. The trees seemed taller and greener. The creek seemed more like a lake, with water running faster and clearer than any she'd ever seen. The little bridge she'd run over was made of wide wood planks and had thick railings on the side to keep someone like her who was running like a maniac from toppling over and landing in the water. And the house that had been up ahead as she'd skidded to a stop at the end of the bridge was big and tall like a fortress. Well, to be fair, it was a freaking mountain. Like the soaring up to the sky until its tip looked like it was actually kissing a cloud. Type of big. There were curving steps and glass doors, and higher up were windows that looked like they had burst from the jagged rock. If this were a picture in a book, she'd have been intrigued. Up close and personal, something told her it wasn't a place she wanted to be. And when she whirled around after pulling her arm free, it was to see another woman a few inches taller than her with the greenest eyes and spiked blonde hair. Stand down. Ziva, another woman said. It was the first one who had grabbed her before, and she spoke with an accent that sounded a lot like Steele's. The woman called Ziva didn't move, and neither did Ravyn. She'd tucked her dagger in the back band of her jeans and had pulled the purple t-shirt she wore down to cover it while she ran. But she was ready for whatever this Ziva person might have a mind to dish out. I said stand down. The other woman continued, and this time stepped up to place her hand on Ziva's arm. They were starkly different. The woman with the accent was shorter, more compact and controlled, while Ziva, the taller one, had a distinct, edgy look in her glowing green eyes. When Ziva finally stepped aside, the other woman came closer to Ravyn. She locked her fingers together in front of her and stared. I am Shola, my husband Theo, and I welcome you to the office. What the hell is the office and where is it? No. I'd rather know how I can get out of here. If you don't mind. Yes. She sounded rude, and in a rush. Because she was. This wasn't where she was supposed to be. And what she'd seen before and after coming here. She didn't believe. She couldn't believe. She's hysterical. You want me to calm her down? Ziva asked. Shola didn't bother to look back at Ziva, whose tone clearly said she was ready for some type of physical interaction. I want her to tell me what her name is and if there's anything we can do to make her comfortable. Shola said in answer to the question. Even though she really wanted to get out of here, she couldn't dismiss the fact that she liked Shola's voice and her eyes. They didn't glow like Ziva's, but were brown with red flecks. Her hair, a stunning afro, looked as soft as Steele's locks felt. Steele. Where the hell was he? My name's Ravyn Walsh, and I really don't know how I got here. What did you call this? The office. I know we're not in downtown Burgess because nothing downtown looks like this. We're still in Burgess, Shola told her. Just about an hour outside the city limits. You can rest here. Grab a shower. Lie down. Dinner's not ready yet, but you're welcome to join us. Or you can take your meal up here in your room if you'd like. She was shaking her head before Shola could finish the sentence. This isn't my room. I'm not staying here. How do you think you're getting back home? Not the same way you arrived. That's for sure. Ziva moved to the side of Shola, standing with her legs partially spread as if she were ready to leap the moment someone, namely Ravyn, took a lunge toward her. That told her Shola had some type of authority here, and that, along with her husband, they were both probably in control. Look, I can get a rideshare back to the city. Nobody has to take me anywhere, she said, and tried not to think of the fact that it wasn't somebody that had brought her here, but rather something. Would these two think she was a raving lunatic if she said that? Nonsense. Y'all stay here tonight and we'll figure out how you are going to get home in the morning. I'll get you something to slip into. You go ahead and take a long hot shower. It'll relax you. Shola was persistently nice. That could get annoying pretty quick. I don't want to relax. I want to leave. Can you show me to the front door of this place? Ravyn asked, because staying here just wasn't an option. I sure can, Ziva quipped and nodded toward the bedroom door. Stop it, Ziva. Maybe you should talk to Steele first and then you can decide whether or not y'all be staying, Shola offered. But it might still be a good idea to get that hot shower, because Steele might be a while. Why, where is he? Are you holding him in a room and forcing him to clean up? As well, the first time Shola had offered her a shower, Ravyn had looked down at her clothes to see if the travel to this mysterious place had gotten her dirty or something. Other than the light dust from those things, she could explain no better than this place-ish looked fine. He's got some questions to answer and I'm gonna leave because I wouldn't miss this moment for the world, Ziva said and headed toward the door. Shola didn't move, but she did extend a hand toward Ravyn. When Ravyn failed to immediately move to accept her hand, Shola touched her shoulder and said. The touch was warm and Ravyn stopped wringing her hands, an act she hadn't realized she was doing until just now. I didn't see him. How'd he get here? Did those things bring us here? What things? Shola asked. The ones. Ravyn blinked and shook her head. She'd decided these women were going to think she was a raging nutcase, because that's what Ravyn thought about the people she'd seen usually at the clubs or on the streets around the clubs that talked to vampires, witches and something they called demonics walking the earth. I mean, the people who showed up when we were at his hotel room. Steele has a hotel room? Ziva asked. Damn, this is getting good. Ziva opened the door and waited. Shola let her hand slide down Ravyn's arm until she clasped her hand. Take the shower. When you come out, clothes will be on the bed. Put them on and wait here. Steele will come to you with dinner. But I don't when. With her free hand, Shola lifted one finger to touch her lips. Shhhhhh. Everything will be fine. Shola released her hand then and turned to walk out the door with Ziva. When the door closed, a lock clicked into place and Ravyn cursed. What the hell have you gotten yourself into this time? She asked with a weary sigh. The room was silent when Steele walked in. Had almost changed his mind about coming down, especially since Ziva had sent him a message on his communicator telling him which room Ravyn was in. All he had to do was walk through the many passageways that would look to anyone else like a maze, get to her room and take her back to her home. She had to be going stir-crazy in that room, wondering where she was and trying to figure out a way she could break out. Ravyn wasn't the type of woman that would do well in forced captivity. Not that he knew many who would. Have a seat, Theo said when Steele only stood behind the chair he normally took in the conference room. And start from the beginning. I was there the night Ravyn stole the dagger, he said before taking his seat. I should've realized it that night, but I was distracted. I missed it. By the time I figured out it was cursed by the Egyptians, I went to try and get it from her, but she was already trying to sell it. Then you called me back here for that meeting and I found out that Darren Robles was the man she stole the dagger from. Shit aching cursed. He was dressed in a black shirt that looked like it might be silk and a shiny pink tie. She stole a cursed dagger from our client, Ree said before giving a low whistle that annoyed the hell out of Steele. Before he was our client, he corrected. Tomato. Ziva quipped. There's more, Blue said, his watchful russet brown eyes bearing down on Steele. Steele leaned forward to rest his elbows on the table. Robles bought the dagger for $500,000. But he's double mortgaged all 3 of his homes. There are 2 more pieces in his house worth about $1 million, and yet he's got a bargain basement security system. And his assistant hasn't been paid in over a year. Most of that information Head received while he was in the shower. Head sent a message to Isla requesting an update the moment Head made it back to his private suite. And because she was phenomenal at what she did, Shed delivered. So he spent all his money on the dagger and 2 other pieces. Reese shrugged. Probably not the smartest thing to do. But there's no crime in that. However, being a thief, albeit a hot as hell one, is akin to being a criminal. Steele's Drakon eyes zeroed in on Reese with such intensity. Reese's eyes flipped as well, his beast more than ready to go head-to-head with Steele's. Or it means somebody else purchased those items and for whatever reason had robbers holding them. Magnum said. Steele heard his brother's voice and took a deep breath. He clenched and unfurled his fingers, trying like hell to calm his mind. You said there's a curse, Shola said. What type of curse? The dagger was cursed by the Egyptians to kill anyone who owned it because it was stolen from King Tutankhamun. The cycle of the curse runs on the next full moon. So far, the research I've done only speaks of the death portion of the curse. But I get the feeling that as the dagger has traveled, the mechanisms of the curse may have morphed into something else. The way he hadn't been able to just take it from Ravyn wasn't just because his beast was infatuated with her. There had been some power at work there. A power that Steele hadn't been able to properly handle without exposing himself to Ravyn and whoever else was living in that underground place with her. Had hoped that as soon as he completed the purchase from Ravyn he could dig a little deeper. Maybe travel to Egypt to find out more. But then they were attacked. Robles said he had enforcers and private investigators looking for the dagger. I think those PIs paid a visit to my hotel a while ago. The hotel that has since been on the news because the humans are trying to figure out what type of explosion blew out the side of the building. Blue said dryly. The explosion called hot as Steele. Reese added with a chuckle. Steele didn't react to hearing the nickname the other Drakon had given him because of his quick and volatile temper. Someone showed up at your hotel and you decided it was a good idea to shift. Bust through the side of the building in the middle of the city and bring a human back to the office. Theo's question was calmly spoken. But the Emperor was clearly upset. Flames were visible in the blue depths of his eyes and each time the room grew quiet, the sound of his beast chuffing in anger could be heard like an ominous whisper. Not someone. Mum is. First there were 2. In the blink of an eye there were 12. Then 20. Every time I killed 2, 10 more appeared. I couldn't fight them all. Not in human form and not with her there. I had no other choice. They weren't going to just let us walk out the door. But he planned to go back to that hotel or anywhere he thought he might be able to find those bastards. Because without having to worry about Ravyn getting hurt, Steele could have scorched every one of them. Of course, the side of the building would probably have still been blown out, because his flame surge was not only hot as the bowels of the earth but traveled with the force of a torpedo and volcano combined. Why would Mummies be in search of a cursed dagger? The curse should take care of its enemies without any help, Shola said. It doesn't seem right to me. Me either, Theo agreed. Head sat back, elbows on the arms of the chair, one finger moving over his jaw. The Emperor continued. Tomorrow, Magnum and Reese will go back to the hotel to find anything that tells us more about these mummies. Steele immediately protested. I'm not walking away from this. I'm not telling you to, Theo said. He didn't have to say more because everyone in the room was thinking that if Theo had said that, there would have been nothing Steele could do. But they were wrong. You have exposure to clean up and a dagger to obtain, Theo said. I already bought the dagger from her, he said. Magnum shook his head. You bought a $500,000 dagger that's sure to kill you. There's still 28 days left until the full moon. Besides, it hasn't done anything to me yet and I've been pretty close to it. And it hasn't killed Ravyn. Although Steele wasn't sure how much longer that would remain true. Especially if the dagger was connected to why the Reaper wanted her dead. Look, I know you're worried about exposure. But really, Theo, aren't we past that by now? Steele continued as he stared down the table at the Emperor and then to Shola. There are people in Burgess who know preternaturals exist and then there are some who don't believe. But not believing doesn't make us go away. If we're really here to protect them, shouldn't we be doing so out in the open so that they know they have someone in their corner? Head contemplate how Ravyn's situation had brought him to that conclusion later. For now, he needed to get out of this meeting as quickly as possible. He's got a point there, Reese said. Steele looked to the other Drakon who worked his nerves on a daily basis. He nodded to him and Reese shrugged. We're not like vampires or witches or even the Fae, who can use their glamour to look like humans. Each time we take on our true form we knock down buildings, destroy whole blocks, and if there are humans near, We risk causing a widespread panic at seeing a big-ass dragon walking along these streets. This isn't the movies, Steele. And we're not Godzilla, Aiken countered. But this is a time of war, Ziva said solemnly. The royal blood is pissed at us for killing one of their own months ago. They are going to strike back, and what are we going to do? Stay hidden here in this mountain while they bring their creepy blood-sucking violence to the city. But we're talking about an Egyptian dagger and a few mummies, Aiken said. Not the freaking royal blood that's at least 800 deep in Burgess alone. It was more like a few dozen mummies, and they were steadily coming. From where I don't know. But there didn't seem to be a pause button to their intro. Steele told them. What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't think Robles having the dagger was a mistake. Isla's doing deeper background checks on the guy, and I'm certain she's going to find something to help piece this together. He was also hoping whatever she turned up didn't somehow link to Ravyn. Okay. And say that she does find something and it connects to a bigger preternatural problem. Well, come together and well deal with that. But in the meantime, you need to deal with that human, who knows way too much right now, Theo said. Steele looked at him, wanting to say that Theo hadn't been thinking along those lines when Head let Shola stay here, and then revealed not just himself but every one of them to her. He didn't say it because he knew those were different circumstances, and as it turned out, Shola was a demigoddess. That meant she wasn't a normal human like Ravyn. I'll handle it, Steele said and stood, pushing the chair back. But this is big. Those mummies were being controlled by someone or something. Blue shook his head. That's ridiculous. Mummies have free will, right? But ancient Egyptians believed so much in life after death that they began mummifying just about everybody, especially soldiers, to protect the tombs of the pharaohs. Steele said. You're thinking they are being controlled by the curse? Magnum asked. Coming after whoever has that dagger. He nodded. Coming after Ravyn. The words stung the back of his throat, and Steele's hands fisted at his sides. It's our job to protect the humans. I won't let her die. Magnum's look was full of more sorrow than understanding. But Steele ignored it. He didn't want to rehash the past with his brother. Not when he had a chance to make a better decision now. I want to hear Isla's report as soon as possible, Theo said. Blue, you find out about every being that's strong enough to control an army of mummies. Magnum and Reese, head back to the hotel to see what you can find. Ziva and I will stay here, Shola said, her gaze settling on Steele. For Ravyn, he didn't like how Shola was looking at him. Like she knew the turmoil going on between him and his beast. The battle between that damn Drakon selection process and his will to remain in the emotion-free hurt-free zone. I'll take care of Ravyn, he said through clenched teeth. "'Tis my responsibility." He walked out of the room at that point, not looking back and not giving a damn what anyone was thinking or saying about him. This was his job. Had been born to do it, and none of them could stop him. Chapter 10. Damn it, Ravyn screamed as she sent the lamp flying into one of the 3 side-by-side windows in the room. It only bounced back, the base going in one direction and the plate print shade going in another. The light bulb stayed intact, which didn't really matter because the woman named Shola had flipped on a set of switches when they'd walked into the room, draping the space in a soft gold light. Ravyn paced across the room for what felt like the billionth time, dragging her hand through the one side of her hair. I gotta get out of here. She spat and turned to pace in the other direction. Pausing, she looked at the door again. It was locked. The knob, a small black iron one, wouldn't even move when she tried to turn it. There were no bolts that she could see and no keyholes. So how had they locked it? Probably some sort of electric mechanism. That was just great. The windows were a no-go too. She had no idea what they were made of. Some super plexiglass. Maybe. But they were unbreakable. Shed tossed a chair, used a coat stand from the corner, and then the lamp that was now in 2 pieces. With no luck at all. There was no other way out. No vent that she could fool herself into thinking she could shimmy through. No window in the bathroom. No way to maybe use the dagger to pick the door open. With a heavy sigh she looked down at the dagger. Why aren't you glowing now or floating over to break through that window, stopping her movement to drop down on the bed? She shook her head. Because you're an idiot. That's why. The feeling Shed felt back at that hotel. And the glow from the dagger. The way Shed floated through the air and the dagger had done the same thing. For those few moments Ravyn had started to believe. Shed begun to think that maybe there was something to otherworldly powers or things that weren't easily explained. Because Shed never felt as powerful as she had in those minutes. Not even that night when Shed leapt from that roof. Even though, now that she was thinking about it, maybe that was connected to the dagger as well. Nonsense. That dirty old dagger isn't cursed, nor is it giving you any powers. It's just a relic, and one that's brought us a lot of money. That thought made her smile. There was so much she wanted to buy for Safeside, so many things she wanted to do for the people there. If she could get out of this mountain jail first. Who are these people and what was that thing? Her questions, which by the way were just as odd as every day had been since Shed stolen the dagger, halted when she heard the clicking sound at the door. She jumped off the bed, grabbing the dagger Shed tossed on it when she realized it wasn't going to work, then lifted her shirt to stuff it into the waistband of her jeans. The door opened seconds after the click and Steele walked in slowly. Ravyn was across the room, jumping into his arms before he had a chance to close the door all the way. "Whoa," he said and wrapped one arm around her waist, holding her to him as he pushed the door shut. "Where have you been? What happened? There was all this dust and these people attacking us, and then I was here." "How'd you get here? How did you get out of your room?" Had begun walking with her in his arms, staring down at her with those deep brown eyes. When he set her down, her feet touched the floor again and she looked down in question. She hadn't realized Shed actually jumped up into his arms, and now she felt slightly embarrassed by that fact. Each time she was around him, she did things she didn't normally do, and while she kept telling herself it meant nothing, she was starting to rethink that too. "You're fine. Just relax. There's nothing to worry about." He spoke calmly while she felt anything but, "Well, that's not entirely true. I don't know where I am or why I've been locked in a room, and I have no idea what the hell that thing was outside that brought me here." He lifted a hand to smooth down her hair, using the other one to run over the side of her head with the low-cut hair. His touch was of course warmer there and sent a soothing bolt of heat throughout her body. "Where are we?" she asked, deciding to narrow it down to one question at a time. "We're at a place called the office. It's where I work." "I thought you worked at the Legion Security Company." "They are in a building downtown. I looked it up after you told me," she said. It occurred to her that she should probably move away from him while they had this conversation, since it was of a serious nature, and him touching her made her sane thoughts scatter and reform into those soft, mushy, pleasurable thoughts that she'd been trying to box away since last night when he'd been in her bed. "We have multiple offices," he said, and let his hands fall to her face, where his thumbs ran lightly over the line of her jaw. "Okay. So we're at your job. How did we get here? I mean, I thought I saw something, but I don't know. Maybe I'm still delirious from the fever I had when I was sick. I thought I was over that flu the day at the pawn shop, when I saw something," she said, and shook her head, remembering that was also the day she'd seen that woman she'd thought was a ventriloquist. If she thought she'd seen something today, what if the ventriloquist was really a GH? No, she didn't believe in those things. This world belongs to humans. Her father's words replayed in her mind even as doubts continued to spread. "What did you think you saw?" His voice was serious and stiff like stone. Ravyn did ease away from him then, because her thoughts were crisscrossing. When she'd left Happy's shop the other day and had been walking to the antique shop, there'd been so many people on the street. People she'd almost bumped into because they'd been walking directly in her path as if they hadn't seen her coming. But that was silly because she'd seen them as plain as day. Actually, she'd almost bumped into one of them, and the other she had bumped into, but she hadn't felt any contact. No. She was shaking her head as she walked closer to the windows. It couldn't be. She didn't believe in otherworldly beings, and she certainly didn't believe in ghosts. "What do you think you saw, Ravyn?" It didn't sound as if he'd moved from that spot where he stood near the door, but his words were enunciated in her mind. "What do you think you saw?" As if she couldn't possibly have seen a ghost or what did she think it was? That big-ass thing out there in the yard had been carrying her. Or at least that's what she'd thought. Now, she wasn't so sure. Maybe she was hungry. Sometimes she got lightheaded when she skipped meals. But lack of calories had never made her delusional before. "How did we get here?" "Steele, did you drive?" She whirled around as another thought hit her. More importantly, did you drug me? He visibly flinched, his brow furrowing as he shook his head. "What? Did you drug me? Is that why I'm having trouble remembering how we got here when I know I came to your hotel room? That's the address that was on the piece of paper, and it was downtown. Not here in this place. So either you drugged me and brought me here, or something else weird is going on. Either way, I want an explanation. because her staunchest reason for not wanting any entanglements with men was their innate need to control every damn thing, including her. She and Steele weren't in any type of relationship, and even if they were, the one thing she wouldn't stand for was him trying to control her. I would never drug you or anyone else. I came in here to ask you to have dinner with me. It's already being set up in my suite. As for how we got here, yes, I brought you here, and no, I didn't ask you first, but I should have. For that I apologize. She watched him carefully, looking for any sign that he was lying, but she couldn't find one. That didn't mean he was telling her everything, and that made all the thoughts floating around in her mind just as crazy as Shed thought they were. Nobody showed up at your place trying to hurt me or take the dagger. She pressed him because her neck was still sore from when someone tried to choke the life out of her. No way, that was fake. Yeah, that did happen. That's why I had to hurry and bring you here. I wanted to keep you safe. He came closer and touched her cheek lightly again. Why did that feel so damn good? I only want you to be safe, Ravyn, and I'll do whatever I have to do to ensure that happens. She touched his wrist. I feel safe with you. Now, that may have been the weirdest thing Shed ever said to a guy, or anyone else on this earth. And she had no clue why Shed said it, because it wasn't true. But no, she knew that it was. Hadn't she slept in his arms last night all night? Which was something Shed never done before. I'm sorry you were locked in here and that you've been losing your mind trying to get out. I know you don't like to be in situations you can't control. He was definitely right about that. Ravyn took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Ever since I got this dagger, she started to say and then stopped. I'll take it now, he said. I know things happened fast, but we were just wrapping up our transaction. You know the money is in your account, so I'll take the dagger and then we can. We can what? Was this the part where he fed her a nice meal and then sent her on her way? Was she going to be upset if it was because that's all this was supposed to be transaction? There wasn't any reason for her to wonder about there being anything else. Was there? We can have dinner and try to relax, he said. I'd like a tour, she said as the thought popped into her mind. After dinner, can we take a tour of your office? And then Shed returned to safe side and the life Shed convinced herself that she not only liked, but that she deserved. Sure, he told her. Tonight, you can have anything you want. We both can. He let his hand slide down her arm to join with hers and they walked toward the door. Poor Shola and Ziva, what do they do for the company? Because Shola is definitely more of a people person than Ziva. Steele laughed. A smooth, rich sound that came from deep in his gut and rolled out of him in a burst that made her think he didn't do it often. She liked the sound and knew Shed never forget it. You're right about that, he told her. Ziva's a security expert. She works more with hand-to-hand training, though, and Shola's in administration. Ravyn was nodding as they walked out the door and stepped into a hallway that looked like it belonged on a movie set for some retro sci-fi flick. These walls are amazing. It's like this place was built, but the mountain still pokes through, she said. Yeah, it's amazing. This time his tone sounded lonely, and she wondered if he felt trapped here the way she sometimes did at Safe Side. A duty, a calling, a curse of kind she could believe in. He was an ass. A rude lying ass, and he was so angry at himself that he wanted to punch something or someone. But he couldn't. His communicator buzzed and Steele looked down to see the message. Call if you need help. His face hurt with how hard he frowned down at the words. Magnum was offering to help him, but Steele didn't need or want his help. He wanted Ravyn to be safe. His beast wanted her to stay close. They were both ready to scorch every freaking mummy or any other being that came for the dagger he still hadn't taken from her. What are we having for dinner? Ravyn asked when they still stood at the door to his suite. She always had questions, but this wasn't the one had expected. Would she ask him about the dragon that brought her here? Thuck. He hoped not. Not sure, he said curtly. With a shake of his head, he dropped his arm and cleared his throat, reaching up to the control panel that operated the lock, because only the 8 Drakon that lived here and Shola had access to get in. The locks on the door of each suite were designated to the individual that lived in that space, and only a fingerprint was required to disengage the lock. Steele stood back while the door slid to the side, tucking into the wall while she walked inside. Another panel along the wall a few steps to the left operated all the lights, heating and air conditioning in the space as the entrance door closed behind them. Steele turned on the lights and asked, if you're chilly I can turn on the heat. Drakon with their own heating system, so the office was kept colder than it was at the towers. I'm fine, she said, looking around as she moved farther into the space. Awkwardness, a feeling he didn't encounter often, eased through him as he followed her into the living area. A couch, 2 charcoal gray tables with lamps that had a clear gray glass base, and one high-backed pale gray chair that faced the large flat-screen television embedded into the wall were all Head ever needed. Head presumed the monochromatic color scheme was done well enough. Now he wasn't so sure. The more her gaze assessed the area, the faster a strange feeling of inadequateness creeped along his skin. You have a suite at your office, she said as she came around the couch, her fingers moving lightly over the arm as she passed. It's a very comfortable-looking space. Do you live here too? Yeah, he replied because suddenly he wanted to answer all her questions with complete honesty. There's 7 more. Employees from Legion Security that live here. She looked over her shoulder as she came closer to the chair. That's an odd setup. How did that come about? He couldn't say that Theo had defected from the far realm 200 years ago when his father, the Emperor, became possessed by a demonic spirit and almost destroyed their home. Nor could he explain that he and Magnum also had some family difficulties after a clan war in Mobo that eventually brought them to the human realm 100 years ago. Theo, he's the one who created the security company, liked solitude. He also wanted to protect people, so he came up with the idea of 2 locations for the business, one that also included private living space. He added a shrug after his words, partly because he wasn't sure how else to explain the evolution of this group of dragon shifters that had come all the way from another realm to settle in this place full of humans. A personal and business space. I guess that means the 8 of you that live here are pretty close friends. Like a family of sorts. Like you and the others that live in your underground place. It was uncomfortable talking about something he couldn't really share with her. There was so much he had to leave out and so many foreign emotions stemming from that fact circling through him. And then there was the part where none of this should have concerned him because there was no keeping her. Had expected and accepted the immediate punch of his beast with that thought. But it was true. Even if all his other emotional baggage were to miraculously disappear, there was no future with him and Ravyn. She was human, and as such lived in a different world than he did. How could he ask her to leave the people she was committed to helping? To come out here to live with him and 7 other dragons in a mountain dwelling filled with magic. She looked up at him then with a curious expression. I guess you could say that. Shola has an accent like yours. But Siva doesn't, she said. He nodded just as the buzzer sounded at the door. Yes. We're from the same town in Yorubaland. Acknowledgement eased the crinkle in her forehead that Head noticed just seconds before. I've heard of that place. Steele went to open the door, sighing with a bit of relief as Blue pushed a cart draped in white linen. On top of the cart were 4 metal-covered dishes, 2 plates, silverware, glasses and a carafe. I thought you were going to bring this up while I was gone, he whispered. Your message came suddenly. Besides, we were all under the impression that you would be handling this quickly, Blue replied as he moved past Steele. I hope you like roasted chicken, red potatoes and green beans. Blue continued once he was in the living area, moving the cart to position it in front of the couch. We weren't expecting company, so a simple dinner was prepared for the evening. That's fine, Ravyn replied. I don't require anything special. But she did. Steele thought abruptly. She should have been having a special dinner, with a special man in her life. There should be candlelight and soft music such as Head seen in movies. That set a mood of romance. She deserved those things, even if he would never be able to provide them for her. Steele will take it from here. But I can be reached by hitting that blue button on any of the control panels. Speaking in a smooth voice and dressed in a tailored black suit, white shirt and gray tie, Blue gave her a slight nod. The older Drakon ran a tight race with Aiken, who they also called GQ, for best dressed. Thanks, Ravyn said and moved around the cart to take a seat on the couch. Steele didn't bother to look at the other Drakon as he left the room. Why's he wearing sunglasses? Doesn't he know we're indoors? She asked the moment Steele returned to the living area. They normally wore the shades anytime they weren't at the office, to keep anyone from seeing the abnormal shade of their eyes, while they could pull back their dragon eyes and appear totally in human form. It had been the only thing they were allowed to wear publicly after Theo had banned them from revealing anything about their true nature in the human world. Had successfully hidden his eyes from her, and as Head walked to the room where she was being held tonight, had known to pull them back again. But the fact that Shed only asked about Blue's glasses told him Shola and Ziva hadn't worn any when they'd been with her. "Dem, Blue's a strange old fella," he replied, for lack of anything better to say. Steele moved around the cart and after staring at it, then her, then it again, went to turn his chair around and pull it closer to her. "Strange," she repeated quietly. "Yeah, I've been dealing with a lot of strange things lately." Steele didn't want to hear about them because he had enough of his own strangeness going on, so he didn't ask as he took a seat and uncovered the food trays. "What will you do when you return, I mean? Now that you have so much money." "That money's not for me. I'll make improvements to Safeside." She took a plate and picked up a fork before looking at him. "That's what we call our, home. And I'll stock up on food and supplies before the winter comes. With all that money you could build an above-ground facility for you and the others." Her shoulders sagged a little at those words. "We won't be safe. They'll find us and come up with some other way to oppress us. Exorbitant taxes. Made-up laws that only we seem to break. Keeping us from getting jobs for no other reason but that we're not like them." She shook her head. "No. We're better where we are. Nobody is better hiding." She set her plate down and dropped the fork to its side with a loud clank. "Don't judge me. You have no idea what I, or any of those people at Safeside, have been through. And if you hadn't seen me steal that dagger, you wouldn't even be concerned about us now. Nobody else is." Steele sighed because she wasn't wrong. He didn't care about any human beyond the moment when a preternatural entered the picture. If truth were told, he didn't care about anyone except his brother and the remaining members of his clan back in Mobo. They were the only reasons he continued to breathe. The only reasons he hadn't stayed in the abyss for the rest of his life. "I don't pretend to understand your situation, and because of that I guess I'm able to suggest alternatives." Was it wrong that he wanted a different life for her than the one living in that dimly lit underground space? Not everyone is meant for the same type of greatness, I guess. She shrugged and scooped potatoes and green beans onto her plate. Steele wasn't hungry, but he put a piece of chicken on his plate, and when she followed, they ate in silence for a few moments. "I feel like what I'm doing there is important. Nobody else was thinking of us or trying to help. So when I was put in that position I did it, and I was glad to be of use." Her tone was quiet and contemplative. "I find it hard to believe you weren't of use before then." When she looked up at him this time it was with the saddest eyes Steele had ever seen, and his chest tightened like a vise. "It can be hard to find your focus sometimes. Especially if you've been told something different all your life. Whoever told you that you were worthless was a lying piece of shit," he snapped, and her eyes widened. "I didn't say anybody said that. And anyway, I'm not worthless. I got into the senator's house and stole his prized possession without anybody knowing." "That you did. And speaking of which," she nodded toward the small table that was in the spot next to where his chair had been. "I put it over there." It seemed like that chair was your favorite spot in this room. He didn't bother to turn and look at where she was referring, but instead kept his gaze focused on her. For the first time since Head looked at her with his dragon eyes, he noticed that she was wearing different close tight-fitting pants and a t-shirt that hung just a little below her waist and stretched over the swell of her breasts. Shed pulled her hair back and twisted it into some type of loose knot at the top of her head. "Thanks," he said when he realized he was staring and not speaking, which was odd and sort of rude. "Stay with me tonight." Those next words came fast and out of nowhere. "Stay here with me and I'll take you home in the morning. Then you can get Safeside ready for the winter and I'll take care of the dagger." One neat brow arched and the corner of her mouth lifted in a smile. "One more night." Steele gave her a small, hopeful smile in return. One more night. Their night began with him slowly undressing her. She lay on his bed, a willing and affable participant, and Steele took his time. If this was going to be the last time, he didn't want it to be fast and hot like last night even though, truthfully, Head told himself last night was the first and only time. "I like feeling you touch me," she said, and he looked up to see her head resting against the pillows. He had a king-sized bed that was positioned on the side of the room across from a wall full of windows. Night poured through those windows now. The deepest blue sky with only tiny specks of what might be stars. There was a lamp on both stands beside the bed, but Head only turned one on because he enjoyed the way the soft golden light rested on her rich dark yellow-brown skin tone. "I like touching you," he said, so much so he didn't plan to stop. At least not tonight. The pants had seemed to be molded to her skin, but had pulled them down and past her ankles so that he now held one foot in his hand. He bent his head and kissed the tip of her tallest toe, then down to the arch of her feet. She sighed and he kissed farther up to her ankle, moving to give the other foot the same treatment. He felt anticipation building slowly. Physical sexual response wasn't foreign to Steele, and even though Head imposed a period of celibacy, Head still taken the time to relieve himself of sexual tension, believing that to be his preference. But the moment his kisses trailed farther up her calf, to the backs of her knees and then to the inside of her thigh, and she reached her hands down to cup the back of his head, Steele knew there was nothing like this. Nothing that compared to the scent and touch of a woman. His dick jumped with excitement, urging him, begging him to go faster. But he still held back. So soft. He whispered against her skin, reluctantly easing his lips away from one part of her thigh. He went to the other and rubbed the side of his face over her. She held his head firmly, her legs parting for him. If he could stay right here forever, He'd be pleased. His life and all He'd gone through would have been worth it. "Nobody's ever made me feel like you do," she said, her voice a light whisper that eased over every bruised part of his soul. Please don't stop. He wouldn't. At least not for the next few hours. He reached up to pull away the panties she wore. Such simple slips of cotton. Last nights were a pale blue and tonight's were pink. It was so sexy it drove him crazy, and before he tossed them over his shoulder he rubbed them over his cheek too, closing his eyes so that he could memorize not only her, but every single thing that related to her. He'd resigned himself to walking away from her, but that didn't mean he had to forget. She took that opportunity to sit up on the bed, reaching out to grab the end of his shirt. "Let me undress you." Steele didn't want to take his hands off her and realized he didn't have to just because she wanted to take his clothes off. So after he lifted his arms and let her pull his shirt up and over his head, he dropped his hands to cup her face and leaned in to touch his lips to hers. He knelt in the center of the bed while she sat in front of him and he gorged on the sweet moistness of her mouth. Her lips always parted willingly and without any coaxing for him, her tongue dancing wildly against his. The beast inside was hungry and pressed so hard against Steele's skin he had to fight back the shift, while keeping their kiss going because the thought of stopping was actually painful. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down to her. Sexy little whimpers that quickly turned into deeper moans of pleasure escaped her, and Steele wanted to swallow them up and keep them buried deep inside him for future use. Keeping his lips plastered to hers, he moved his hands down to her shoulders, over to cup her breasts and then down to grab the ends of the t-shirt she wore. He didn't bother to pull it over her head, but instead ripped it from her body. She pulled her mouth away for a second to giggle and say, "Shola's gonna be pissed about her shirt. I'll buy her another one." He groaned and grabbed the back of the bra, moving his fingers frantically until the snap disengaged. She hurried to ease back as he pulled it free of her arms and flung it across the room. Her nimble fingers went to the buckle of his pants, tearing the zipper down and then digging inside to cup his engorged dick. "Fuck," he yelled, letting his head drop back on his shoulders. She pushed his pants and boxers past his waist so she could have unfettered access. And before Steele could think to push her away, she was moving her legs so that she could come up on her knees. Seconds later she leaned forward to take him completely into her mouth. His body jerked the moment his tip touched the back of her throat and the fingers of her other hand scooped his balls and rolled them in her palm. "You don't want to keep doing that," he warned. "It's not gonna be good for you that way. Sweetness. Please just let me." She pulled back slowly, holding his dick in her hand, and then looked up at him. "This is so damn good. I couldn't stop thinking about it last night and then this morning when you were gone. I swore if I had another chance, I'd take it." Steele could do nothing but stare down into her eyes that twinkled with desire and her hot little pink tongue that slipped through her lips to lick them as if she were about to have the most delectable meal of her life. He didn't speak another word of protest, but instead watched as her lips stretched over his length again, sucking him in deeper. Try as he might, he couldn't hold back the urge to pump inside her mouth any longer, but he did move with slow strokes, easing in and then back out, loving the sight of the moisture from her mouth leaving a sheen on his dick. "Such a pretty mouth," he whispered. A pretty, hot mouth that he never wanted to think of being on another man. But he couldn't keep her. He reminded himself. He couldn't. But there was a growing part of him that didn't want to let her go. In response she took him in and did some sort of humming thing around him. He cursed until he thought he was going to explode in her mouth. That's when he knew he'd had enough. No way was he coming in her mouth. Not this time. He wanted everything he had to be emptied inside of her. That thought made pushing her away from him even harder. He let her pull back and then watched as she circled her tongue around his length, lifting him so that she could give the underside her valued attention, then adjusting him again so that her tongue could dip into his slit. Jolts of pleasure speared from the base of his spine straight to his dick, and spurts of precum escaped. She licked every drop, looking up at him with lust-filled eyes as she did. He moved his hands so that his thumbs brushed the sides of her mouth. "Do it again," he told her. She did, licking the next drops and swallowing them while keeping the sexiest look he'd ever seen. Then she wrapped both hands around him, giving him a warm handjob that Steele knew would make him come in just a matter of minutes. He pulled away from her then and pushed her onto her back. Before she could speak, he was lifting one of her legs, dropping it onto his shoulder seconds before sinking deep inside of her. What was meant to start his thrusts into her had instead rendered him completely still. She was so tight, even though he'd just been inside her last night, and so warm, her muscles tightening around him like a glorious glove holding him securely within her depths. Turning his face, he kissed the arch of her foot once more, closing his eyes and again dedicating this moment to his memory, because it would indeed have to last him forever. After a few seconds he opened his eyes and looked down at her. Her lids were partially closed, eyes glazed as she stared up at him. Shed moved her hands up to her breasts, her thumbs circling over her nipples. Desire soared through him and the beast rose up on its hind legs, its head drifting back. Steele pulled back until the tip of his dick rested at the rim of her opening, then slid deep again in a long, slow stroke that left her moaning. Again and again he moved so slowly and so intentionally that they were each moaning, hissing and trembling. Her hands gripped her breasts as one of her legs stayed flat on the bed, the other held high up on his shoulders, her toes wiggling, head thrashing against the pillows. He couldn't stop moving inside her and wouldn't allow himself to stroke any faster. This moment needed to last as long as it possibly could because Steele knew this would be their last. It dawned on him seconds before she arched her back and screamed with the intensity of her release that she was the one to bring him out of his celibacy and she would be the one to start the resistance once more. No one else, he whispered as he continued to pump into her, loving the feel and sound of her warm essence dripping around his dick. No one else but you. He thought she said yes, or it may have been another hiss. His ears were clogged with the rushing sound of his own release on the horizon. Just you, he continued to say, dedicating himself to her in the only way that he could. Just you, Ravyn. Steele. She whispered his name and his body took that as consent to let his release flow full force. With his head held back, eyes closed, it was Steele's turn to yell with pleasure and distress. It was just her. No matter how hard he'd tried, it had been her. At first it was saving her, and now, it was so much more. It was needing to possess her, to claim her, to make her his in the only way he could, for the only time he could. Chapter 11. Darkness engulfed him. Cool air blew around him and danger lurked. The feeling was familiar and Steele walked with booted feet over a ground made of thick black smoke. Houses surrounded him, and they all looked the same. Structures with doors and windows and rooftops. He wasn't alone here in the world of dreams. Anything that could be imagined existed on this place. Things long since departed from the other realms. Beasts, demonics, angels, memories, all lurked around any corner, behind a door, or with the next breath. This was Steele's home away from home ever since his birth. As one of few dream Drakons, he was known here, especially by the Reaper. It was those cool white eyes that Steele knew followed him on this journey because the Reaper knew exactly what he was doing. It planned to stop him, and Steele planned to do everything in his power to keep that from happening, even if doing so ended in his death. You cannot have her. He spoke the words into the darkness as he continued to move, traveling to the rooftop where the ultimate showdown would eventually take place. You cannot keep her, the Reaper's hollow voice replied. Steele walked with purposeful steps, prepared to take this battle wherever it needed to go as long as Ravyn stayed safe, as long as she stayed alive. The wind picked up as he began an uphill trek, in what seemed like moments but he knew was actually hours on the human realm. He walked until coming to a stop at the sight of the female form 10 feet in front of him. Steele didn't have to look back to know that the houses that had once surrounded him were now beneath him. He was on the roof and she was there too. holding that dagger in her hand. Steele closed his eyes, seeing that same dagger enclosed in its sheath as it sat on the table in his private suite back at the office. But here, in this place, she held it and it glowed in her hand as tiny waves of that same light shimmered throughout her body. Her hair, long and straight, hanging down past one shoulder, blew in the window as she stood with one hip extended, the opposite leg thrust forward, shoulders squared. It was a dominant stance, a sexy silhouette, a powerful message. As he stepped closer, his heart pounded. That was new. As many times as Head walked in this particular dream, Head never felt that effect before. "Give me the dagger." Words that had not come to him in another dream stumbled from his mouth, and for the first time Steele realized his dream was changing. The dagger was changing it. She turned her head slowly, the corner of her mouth tilted in a teasing smile, her brown eye shimmering with flecks of the same warm gold as the dagger in her hand. "I told you it was mine from the start." Her voice was heavier in this place, still feminine but with a definite hint of unchecked power. "We made a deal," he continued, moving closer, fully intending to take that dagger from her. "I am the curse." And with those 4 words she turned until she was facing him. Everything about her body seemed different, stronger, sexier. The pants she wore clung to her toned legs, cupping the curve of her hips then easing along the flat planes of her abs. The long-sleeved shirt hugged her like a second skin, keeping her ample breasts high. This wasn't the Ravyn Head seen in the dream before, and it certainly wasn't the Ravyn Head met on the human realm. She stood dangerously close to the edge of the rooftop. He knew because a familiar orange glow had begun to rise in the dark backdrop behind her. The sound of licking flames beckoned his beast, and his fingers tingled with the beast's urge to shift. "You are Ravyn Walsh, and I will keep you safe," he said, but felt as if those words might now be a futile request. Her laughter co-signed that thought. "You cannot stop the inevitable. You know that. Dream Drakon." How did she know what he was? Because Head shown her when Head shifted into the Drakon and brought her to the office. She'd seen him, and his dragon had had the chance to feel her for itself. It enjoyed that feeling and was ready to touch her once more. But Ravyn hadn't remembered this. Or at least she hadn't when they'd been having dinner, because she hadn't spoken a word about it. Steele eyed this version of Ravyn suspiciously. "I won't let you die. You have no choice here." She took a step back. "She is correct. You have no choice here." The Reaper's voice sounded, and in the next second the warrior with the skeletal face stood directly in front of him. "Only I make claims in your dreams, Drakon. That is the way it has always been." Steele let the beast have its way, and in the next blink his human form distorted and extended, crumpled and curved, until the huge bronze-colored beast was alive, its jaw dropping to display rows of wicked sharp teeth. The Reaper relaxed its spindly arms, and in their place weapons that resembled cannons appeared. With a clicking sound, bullets laced with a lethal death serum circled in the cannon's chamber. Blood dripped from each arm, representing the souls that had already been claimed. "I am the curse." Ravyn's voice sounded over the flames and the Reaper's artillery. The beast could see her taking another step back. With one more step she would fall into the fire that roared beneath her. "Let me be what I am," she continued. But the beast was already on the move, spreading its mammoth wings until it blanketed the air and lifted its legs beneath it to take to the sky. The Reaper raised both his arms, aiming at the belly of the dragon as it soared above it. The beast didn't stop but flew in Ravyn's direction, intent on grabbing her before she could take that last step off the roof. In a blast of white-hot fury, the Reaper engaged his weapons, discharging a barrage of sizzling hot death bullets. Just as the dragon swooped down to grab Ravyn, she shook her head and dodged its clawed feet, taking the leap into the flames below. The dragon roared, fire spewing from its throat and thick flames as it watched her fall. But with its orange eyes, the dragon noticed that the woman falling into the flames wasn't Ravyn at all. Instead, her hair was a fiery red and hung long and curling down to her waist. Her voice was more high-pitched as she screamed, her pants and top the same bronze color as his dragon's skin, her eyes a piercing reddish-orange hue that belonged to the Night-Guild clan Steele's Drakenblood family. "Opal!" Steele's human body shot up off the bed, his eyes popping open, heart thumping loudly. Remnants of the dream floated through his mind while doom, hurt, fear and disappointment swirled in his chest. This wasn't like any dream had ever had. It was like a combination of his worst nightmares, and he had no clue why it had come to him. The cool touch of her hands rubbing along his back jolted and steadied him at the same time. This was why. Because she was here with him. Because had given the Reaper another soul in place of hers, and because of that damn dagger, everything had shifted, so that the dreams that usually depicted the future were now somehow giving him a different message. In this dream, the Reaper hadn't mentioned Steele pulling a switcheroo on him. It had remained focused on Ravyn, but the dagger had been in this dream, and Opal, who had been dead for over 100 years. Things had definitely changed, and Steele needed to figure out why and what he was supposed to do next. It was just a dream, she whispered. You were just having a bad dream. He pulled his legs until they fell off the side of the bed, and he leaned forward, resting his elbows on his thighs as he tried to regulate his breathing. She moved with him, wrapping her arms around his body and laying her face against his back. I used to have bad dreams as a child, and every night I woke with the night terrors. I wished for someone to hold me like this. Ravyn was talking. She was alive, and she was here with him at the office. Reality oozed like a thick white sludge over the blackness of the dream in his mind, shifting the scene. His father had told him that was called. Do you want to talk about it? Her voice was so soft and welcoming it made him ache. No. He couldn't keep doing this. Talking to her. Sleeping with her. Getting closer and closer to something he couldn't have. She didn't push him, but eased back a bit so that her hands were again rubbing over his back. How did you get these scars? Don't tell her. Keep quiet. Get the hell out of here. His mind screamed directives while the beast had curled into itself, remnants of the dream still plaguing it. Because once again it felt helpless. I was in a dark place, he began, mentally fighting a darkness inside me and physically fighting those who thought to control me. She sighed. I was mentally abused. Words have power, not only in the instant they are spoken, but for all the time they can be recalled. Her fingers moved over the jagged scars at his back. They'd come from the nails of a lichen shifter. The deeper slashes had endured across the front of his chest were from a denounced member of the Fae who'd been forced into the abyss and spent its only day there terrorizing everyone he saw, until had run into Steele. Scars can be covered, he said. Is that what the tat is for, to cover your scars? He nodded his answer. Hating any memory of the time had been so hurt and lost in despair that had purposely ventured to the place between life and death, lingering there for 20 years before Magnum had finally found him. I'll get more until they're all gone, he said. Even though it had been years since had been inked, he hadn't thought about why had suddenly stopped going. But now that Ravyn was looking at the scars, touching them so lovingly, they disgusted him all over again. The point in his life when he was weakest being witnessed by someone who didn't need to know about his past. Hell, she didn't need to know about his present or future either. And that was precisely the point. Ravyn was never supposed to learn of the Drakon or the office or anything that didn't fit into her world on the human realm. She wasn't like him and she didn't belong here. There was no way she could fight off preternatural beings. So he'd constantly be more worried about her getting caught in the crossfire than he was about whatever dark entity they had to fight. It just wouldn't work. Steele knew that, and he also knew what needed to be done to ensure she would continue to live her life the way she was supposed to live it. But y'all still have the memory of how they came to be, she said. Memories don't fade, no matter what you do to get rid of them. The quiet pain he heard in her voice kept Steele still when he knew he should have stood to do what had been instructed to do where she was concerned. He turned then, causing her to back up a little so that she sat half at his back and half at his side, and he could now look at her. Tousled hair, lips still swollen from his kisses, and his t-shirt twisted around her much smaller body didn't do anything to detract from how beautiful he thought she was. When she reached up and touched a hand to his cheek, he leaned into her touch, closing his eyes and hating himself more than he had all those years ago. How was that even possible? Wasn't the whole point in trying to save her to keep from feeling that bone-deep pain again? Memories can make you the person you are in the present, she said. And when he looked up at her she shrugged. I just figure that without all that happened in my past, I wouldn't be who I am now. I wouldn't be in a position to help those people at Safeside if those enforcers hadn't burned down my store. I want you to give me their names. Write it down if you don't want to say it out loud. But I need to find them, he said, rage bubbling to rest alongside the fear. She shook her head. It doesn't matter. They didn't beat me mentally. They thought they did, but they really just made me stronger. I know what my purpose is now and am doing it, despite what my father thought. This was the second time had heard her mention her father, and each time her tone had been somber. Had he been the one to mentally abuse her? Great. Someone else Steele wanted to kill for causing her pain. He was losing his grip. You should get back to sleep, he said, and reached up to wrap his fingers around the wrist of her hand that was on his face. Her skin was soft to the touch, and for a second he thought about never feeling that softness again. We can lie down together. When I was little and the few times I could sleep, after I woke up from a bad dream, I would fluff all my pillows up and line them down the bed right next to where I lay, so that when I climbed under the blankets to go back to sleep, I'd feel like there was someone there with me. She looked so hopeful with a raise of her brow and the slight tilt of her lips into a small smile. Steele wished like hell he could lie down with her. He wished he could hold her in his arms through the night and perhaps more nights in the future, to assure her it was safe enough to not only sleep, but to dream of something other than living underground and stealing to take care of the people she cared about. But he couldn't. There was nothing he could do. This situation was a mess and had helped it to become that way. Now, all he could do was what he thought was right for them both: get rid of the threat against her and move on with his life without her. Come on. I'll tuck you in, he said before standing from the bed. You aren't going to lie with me, she asked as she moved to the top of the bed once more and sat with her back facing the pillows. I'll be back, he said, because he was too chicken shit to tell her that he was about to clean her memory of him and this place forever. It wasn't a dangerous procedure. All he had to do was touch her or point his magic in her direction to clean her memories, and it was safe. After the magic touched her, she would fall into a deep sleep that would last several hours. It was almost the same as when he used dream dust. Only with this process she wouldn't remember him or anything about their time together when she awoke, other than that memory loss. There were no residual effects with this process. At most, she'd awake very hungry, just because hunger could keep a mind from thinking about anything other than food. She wouldn't agree. He knew that without a doubt. She'd never want someone to decide stealing her memories was the best option. Would never agree to giving up that much control. He could almost hear her cursing him in his mind now. Still, he knew he had to do it, and even if there was a tinge of doubt, Theo had insisted the exposure be taken care of, all of which meant there was no need to discuss this with her. If that meant he was taking consent and therefore control away from her, then so be it. It was necessary. Then why was it so damn difficult? Just lie down and sleep. You won't miss me while I'm away, he said, even though a part of him wished she would. When she lay back against the pillows, Steele pulled the sheet and comforter head added on the bed for her to be extra warm, up to her neck, and then used his hands to tuck them in tightly all the way down to her ankles. She giggled. I think I'm completely tucked in now. Good, he replied and stood back from the bed. But he couldn't walk away. Not just yet. Instead he stood there for what felt like endless seconds, just staring at her, watching her blink, studying the rounded end of her nose, the slight lift of her cheeks, her long fingers as they lay on top of the blankets. He would never forget her. He knew. Not one tiny part of her. He turned then, because his chest felt so tight he wasn't sure the next breath was going to come. But as he moved closer to the door, her voice stopped him. I will miss you, Steele. He couldn't look at her again. Couldn't stand to hear her voice saying his name or anything else she might want to tell him. Steele walked through the door, closing it with a resounding click behind him, and then he turned, ready to run through the hallway until he could get outside into the open air, to catch his breath. Maybe head shift and fly, soar through the sky and let the freedom fill his lungs, remind him of who and what he was. But he came to a quick stop when he saw Magnum. Brothers who'd been through so much, who'd fought together in the clan wars back on Mobo, and mourned the loss of their sister, fate sworn to never part again in the hours after Magnum managed to pull Steele out of the abyss. Now, they stood in the hallway staring silently. I'll do it, Magnum said finally. Go. I'll take care of her. Steele didn't know what to say. It was his responsibility. She'd been sent to his dream and it had been on his heart to save her, to keep her safe. How could he not do this for her? How could he do it knowing that once it was done she'd be lost to him forever? He didn't answer and couldn't look at Magnum any longer. He walked away, steps heavy, heart crumbling, beast folding to the pressure once more. It was Saturday morning at Safeside. Ravyn knew this because Saturday mornings were always full of laughter and playing. The few children they had down here did chores and had tutoring hours throughout the week, the same as if they were living above. But on Saturdays they were allowed to sleep in, which they never did. Instead, there were exuberant games of tag and hide and seek that Ravyn encouraged because it was a sign of normalcy they needed. Sure, there were video games that normally kept them occupied whenever they weren't working on schoolwork or doing something that was needed to keep their living quarters in order. But satellite signals so far below ground weren't always good. Cal needed to work on that. Head said he would, but she would check with him this morning to see how that was going. The television reception was sometimes spotty as well, and if this was going to be their home for the foreseeable future, it needed to have all the comforts they could manage. She turned over on her side with thoughts still flitting through her mind and breathed a heavy sigh. Her eyes were still closed and she burrowed down deeper into her sheet and comforter, inhaling the sweet floral scent of the fabric softener she used when washing her clothes. It was one of the small indulgences she allowed herself down here. Their money was always sparse and she never wanted to use it for selfish reasons. Taking care of the others was always the priority. But this right hereth warmth and the comfort, the familiarity, and her eyes shot open and she stared into the dark room. Where was her music? She knew it was time to get up, but she didn't hear the music that normally came on as scheduled. For a few seconds she lay still, sensing something different in her surroundings. It was a subtle change, but she knew it the moment she opened her eyes. She just had to figure out what it was. Could someone be here with her? Of course not. This place was secured tightly all day and all night. And besides, nobody knew they were down here. It had been their secret for the last 4 years. Even when they allowed new people to come, they were always blindfolded when they were brought to the location. Only a handful of them went above anymore, and they were all sworn to secrecy. No, nobody could be here. Then why did she feel so freaked out, and why was she keeping her words in her mind, instead of talking to herself aloud the way she normally did? Because she knew there was no one around to answer. Proving how foolish she was being, Ravyn pushed back the sheet and comforter and eased her legs off the side of the bed. When her feet touched the rug beneath her bed and she stood, her legs wobbled. She gripped the table beside her bed to steady herself. Seconds later she let go of the table and stood on her own, extending her arm to switch on the lamp. She looked around her personal space the moment it was filled with the warm glow of light. Everything was the same. Her desk, the dresser, the door to the bathroom only halfway closed, the door leading out to her office securely closed, but not locked. She rarely ever locked that door because the door to her office was locked. "You're being ridiculous," she told herself and took a step toward the bathroom. Everything around her slanted to the side and she felt a wave of nausea so severe. She immediately stopped and bent over, grasping her stomach. Stumbling to the bathroom, she pulled up the toilet seat and was prepared to chuck whatever was roiling around so violently in the pit of her stomach. But the feeling stopped as quickly as it had begun. Great. I thought that was over with. When the flu symptoms had finally eased, she had been ecstatic. Now, she turned on the water in the sink, washed her face and brushed her teeth. When she was done, she stood back and looked into the mirror, expecting to see a familiar face staring back at her. It was. But then it wasn't. Her lips seemed swollen and her eyes a little brighter than they normally were first thing in the morning. With a shrug, she dismissed that as silliness and set about her day. 30 minutes later, Ravyn stepped out of her room and into the hallway. The light here was brighter and echoes of laughter, music playing, and what she thought was someone stacking boxes sounded in the distance as she began to walk. "Whoa. Mornin', Ravyn," Lorna said when they almost collided at the next corner. "Good morning," Ravyn replied. "I was just coming to see what y'd prepared for breakfast." "I'm starving." Lorna raised a brow, but then smiled brightly. "That's good to hear. You hadn't been eating much in the past couple of weeks and I was getting worried. But we've got some oatmeal with plenty of brown sugar the way you like it, and I cooked up the last of those spicy sausages." "Oh really? That sounds delicious." Ravyn loved those sausages Shed scored when the butcher was having a huge sale, and Shed managed to get all he had early that morning. The money Shed received from Happy for those utility belts with guns still attached that Shed lifted from a security closet in the industrial section of town had brought them a good chunk of change. "Yeah, everybody loved those. You should put them on your list for when you go out in the next few days to stack up for the winter months." Lorna had started walking and Ravyn fell into step beside her, the only woman who'd been in safe side as long as Ravyn. Actually, the Megs had been their first residents 3 months after Cree, and Ravyn had put the place Toad was a few inches shorter than Ravyn. She had her graying hair pulled back into a ponytail that hung down the center of her back, and a pencil was stuck behind her ear. Lorna always had that pencil there, and if it wasn't, you could bet the woman was running around Safeside cursing about someone taking it. Yeah, fall's gonna be settling in this next couple of weeks. We've got to get some funds so we can get stacked up. I thought you already had some funds you were planning to use, Lorna said. Ravyn frowned. We've been letting off the last payments, but that was a few weeks ago. I've gotta come up with a plan to secure more. Oh, I thought Jorge told me you already had more, and that you and Morio were planning on going above to start the winter shopping in the next few days. Morio said the market was closing down, so you two are going to get there early tomorrow morning to get some of the discounted stuff. Ravyn was concentrating more on Lorna's words than the two kids who just ran past her, bumping into her so that she then bumped into Lorna. Y'all slow down and get to the common area. Stay out of the hallways where people are trying to go about their business, Lorna yelled at them. You said the market is closing, she asked as she and Lorna walked down a narrow hallway and then down a couple of steps into the kitchen. Yeah. Jorge said you. Morio and Cree talked about it yesterday morning when you were double-checking the perimeter. You know Cree still thinks someone tampered with the door or was near the entrance. Lorna was moving toward the stove now, shaking her head as she reached over to take the handle of a pot that had been on a back burner. He's itching to get out of here. Ravyn, you may have to talk to him, Lorna was saying. She only half heard Lorna's words as she wondered more on the statement that Cree thought someone had tampered with the door. Hadn't she just thought someone was in her room? But that was impossible. Nobody knew where they were, and I think maybe he should go up with you every now and then, just so he can get some air and see that the world is still moving, even though we're down here. He's so young and miss so much out of life. Not like us. You know, we had longer up there dealing with the bullshit. Lorna touched Ravyn's shoulder, giving it a gentle shake. You alright? Oh yeah. I'm fine. Just think I have some of the remnants of being sick going on. But I'm fine really, she said, trying to shake the eerie feeling that she was missing something. You were talking about Cree and you're right. I'm concerned about him too. He's been talking about all of us moving above. Says we're hiding down here. She recalled that conversation clearly and how she'd only been half listening to him because she'd been hurrying to her room. To do what? She couldn't remember. Lorna shrugged, moving her robust frame through the kitchen as if the place were made specifically for her. It was. Actually, neither Ravyn nor Cree were cooks, and with the money she'd been able to collect from the insurance on her building, they bought supplies and made camp in one of the abandoned buildings above because they knew the enforcers rarely came into this neighborhood. When they just happened to stumble upon the open manhole one day, it had been Cree's idea to climb down and investigate. He was always looking for an adventure like the ones he read about in the books in her store. The idea to build a living space down there had come almost immediately when they saw all the open space from the old subway station. In those early days, focus had only been on their sleeping rooms and a main area. But then they'd met the Megs and more bedrooms were developed. Lorna had designated the kitchen space and made it what it was taught a large room with shelves full of pots, pans, plates and bowls, a food pantry, sinks that were left there from what they presumed may have been a lunchroom area for the old subway workers. He's only 19, Lorna said with another shrug. She was running water in the pot now and walking it back to the stove. Missed a lot of his childhood. Yeah, Ravyn said. After his father died and he went into foster care when he was 9, things started to go downhill for him. Always been rumors about foster parents being abusive to the kids, taking in as many as they could just to collect checks from the government and treating those kids like crap in return. Ravyn nodded. She'd heard a lot about the foster system, but living with her father, she'd always thought anything could be better than being General Walsh's only child. When she met Cree, she realized how wrong she'd been. By the time I caught him sleeping outside my store, he was 15 and barely weighed 100 pounds. I couldn't leave him out on the street. Because you've got a good heart, Lorna said and looked at her with a smile. That's obvious by all you've built down here. She'd tried. She really had. Her father had always sworn she was nothing and would never be anything. All because she'd been born a girl. His disappointment in her had been embedded from the first day she took breath. Because that had also been the last day of her mother's life. Those thoughts made her feel melancholy on top of the odd sensations she'd been experiencing while standing here talking to Lorna. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll figure out what to do for him. I mean, I don't mind him going above with me on shopping trips and things like that. I just worry that one of those enforcers will recognize him and will have trouble getting away if they give chase. Because of his limp. Lorna said. I know. But you won't be able to hold him down here forever. I learned a long time ago that when people set their minds to doing something, they do it. No matter what. Yeah. She said. That's true. He tried to talk me out of going for that knife the other night, but I was determined. Ravyn's words trailed off as the palm of her hand tingled. She'd been feeling a little dizzy while talking to Lorna, but had thought it would pass as it had when she was in her bedroom. But now she looked down at her hand. It looked normal, but it felt like she was holding something, even though it was empty. What knife? Lorna asked. When Ravyn didn't immediately respond, the woman came closer, taking Ravyn's outstretched hand in hers. What's wrong? You hurt? Ravyn's head snapped up, her gaze meeting Lorna's. No, I don't think so. Lorna nodded. Maybe you should go sit down and I'll bring you some food and coffee. You still look sickly. Ravyn swallowed as her legs began to wobble again. No, I'm fine. I'm not sick anymore. I was feeling better and I went to see Happy, but he said he couldn't help me. But I don't know why I went to see him in the first place. Yeah. We're gonna get some food in you. Probably dehydrated from those days you were sick. Lorna continued to talk as she walked Ravyn into the cafeteria, where she slid into one of the chairs behind a table closest to the kitchen door. Sit right here and don't move. I'll be back with some coffee first and maybe a couple of aspirin. You keep squinting your eyes like you've got a headache or something. Ravyn didn't bother telling Lorna that she didn't have a headache. She was trying to remember something because there were gaps. From her argument with Cree about going above, to the time at Happy's and then meeting with the Megs and Cree at the entrance to investigate. There were gaps in those conversations. And the tingling that had started in her hand was now creeping up her arm. Something was wrong and there was an urgency to figure out what. She just didn't know how to do it. Chapter 12. I'm going with you, Steele said late Saturday morning when Head joined Magnum and Reese in front of the office. The two were headed to their SUVs, preparing to drive into Burgess to check out the hotel where Steele had been staying. I thought you'd get some rest today, Magnum told him. No, I'm coming with you, Steele repeated. You sure about that? Man, you've been through something, Reese said. Steele didn't spare the other Drakon his dark look. I'm good. Let's go. Magnum came closer, clapping a hand on Steele's shoulder and speaking in a lowered tone as Reese shrugged and climbed into the driver's seat of the SUV. I really think you should take it easy for a couple days. Let me see what's going on. I'll keep you posted. Steele shook his head. No, this is my case. My dream. I don't need you to keep cleaning up after me. Magnum released an irritated sigh. I helped you out last night because I could tell you were struggling. This woman isn't Opal, but I know why you did what you did. It's cool. I got this. You just go rest. Steele slowly pushed his brother's hand away from his shoulder. Nah. Man, I got this. You cleaned her mind, so she won't remember me or the dagger or anything from the past week. So we're good on that front and I thank you for that. But the rest, I'm going to see this through. Those mummies came for me and I'm going to show them what happens when they come for a Drakon. Steele didn't wait for Magnum to agree, but walked past him to the next SUV, unlocked the doors and climbed inside. He started the engine with the push of a button and in seconds was backing out of the parking spot. Out of the rearview mirror he saw Magnum finally getting into the passenger seat of the other SUV and Reese pulling out behind him. They drove along the highway in the designated lanes like everyone else, leaving the cloaking device to be used only in cases of emergency. Remnants of the hotel weren't going anywhere. According to the early news broadcast, there were fire investigators on the scene, a bomb squad and enforcers guarding the area. Thankfully there had been no casualties, but there were some injuries, which only added more weight on Steele's shoulders and more determination on his behalf to get this taken care of. When they seemed to be stalled in some traffic, Steele pressed one of the programmed buttons on his dashboard and waited. Good morning, Mr. Ez. How are you today? I want to know everybody she ever spoke to while at Twilight, he said, foregoing the greeting. Fine. Well, get right to work. And I presume I don't have to ask which she you're referring to. Steele didn't reply because Isla knew the answer to that question as well. They'll go through surveillance cameras positioned outside and in the back alley of the club. As far as inside, It'll have to depend on some of the club attendees already being in our database of people or others to watch. I'm sure there'll be a few. Let me know as soon as you get the info," he said, and was about to disconnect the call when Isla spoke again. "Magnum got her home at around 2:30 this morning without incident. She hasn't come up since then. But he placed our cameras all along that alleyway so I can keep an eye on her for you." Steele's hands clenched the steering wheel, and his eyes closed for a few seconds before he managed to grind out one word only. "Thanks." He wasn't going to ask anyone about her, especially not Magnum, because he'd been certain that when Magnum told him he would take care of Ravyn, that's precisely what he'd done. Steele hadn't returned to his private suite until just after dawn this morning because he'd known that she wouldn't be there. It had been for the best. She didn't need to be at the office, and she definitely didn't need to learn more about who and what they were. He'd locked the dagger into a box and shoved it under his bed until he figured out how he was going to get rid of it. The fact that it had appeared in his dream last night and not before told him it was somehow important to everything that was happening. So, until he had it all figured out, it would stay with him. His communicator buzzed with a message from his personal account. He glanced down at it as the traffic had just started moving, so he had to hurry and get his eyes back on the road. But in that quick glance he saw the message was from one of the banks he kept money in. The bank had used to transfer the payment for the dagger to Ravyn. With a pinch of contentment he hoped she was able to do all the things she needed to keep Safeside running smoothly. While Steele wasn't a believer in running or hiding, he figured there was always a reason for everything. He hadn't learned what Ravyn's reason was, but he knew that what she was doing was important to her. For him, that was enough. A while later Steele pulled into a parking spot a block away from the hotel. He stepped out of the SUV and walked slowly to the corner, waiting for Magnum and Reese to join him. "They've got the whole street blocked off," Reese said when he stopped at Steele's left. Magnum came up on his other side. "Enforcers are everywhere. We should have had Theo come with us so he could tell us who's a human and who's not." Theo was a soul identifier, which meant he was able to see through to a person's soul identity. So if a vampire was for whatever reason working as an enforcer, Theo would know. Steele shrugged. "There's other ways of figuring out if they're preternaturals in the building." "Yeah, how?" Reese asked. "First, we've got to get into the building," he said, and stepped out into the street. He could hear Magnum chuckle behind him and knew that Reese was frowning behind his back. They came to a stop at the row of thick yellow tape that had been wrapped around street poles from one corner to the next. 6 enforcer vehicles were double parked in front of the building. Blocking in the vehicle marked Fire Marshal and 2 more with the fire department logo. "Okay. Genius. How do you propose we walk up in there?" Reese asked. Steele looked to Magnum, who nodded at him. "Easy," he said. Then he and Magnum both walked away from Reese, getting closer to the group of enforcers that were supposed to be guarding the front door. "Whoa, guys. You can't be here," one of the enforcers said, holding up his hands as Steele and Magnum lifted the tape so they could walk under it. He was a tall, slender guy with yellow gold hair peeking from beneath the fitted cap the enforcers wore. "Officer Grant," Steele said after reading his badge. "We're here to see your supervisor." He walked closer to the enforcer and watched the stern look the guy was now giving him. The minute Officer Grant opened his mouth to speak verbally to tell Steele he wasn't going to see any supervisor today, Steele pursed his lips and blew the slightest breathful of sleep dust in the man's face. The enforcer's legs wobbled, and before he could fall, Magnum caught him and laid him gently on the ground. They could hear the sound of guns being drawn and feet clattering as the other enforcers ran toward them. Magnum pushed his sunglasses up farther on his nose and looked at Steele, who rolled his head on his shoulders. "Let's go," Steele said. Both he and Magnum turned toward the other enforcers and blew sleep dust in their direction. And because they'd tried to all come after them at once, neither Magnum nor Steele moved to buffer the fall when the dust took effect and each of them hit the ground like dominoes. Steele looked over his shoulder to see Reese still standing on the other side of the tape. "You comin', buddy?" he asked with a smirk. Reese gave him the middle finger and snapped the tape apart before walking through. There were still people moving around inside the hotel, and Steele didn't want to put them all to sleep, even if it was just a temporary slumber, because that would risk more exposure and Theo wouldn't like that. He pointed to the stairs instead, and Magnum and Reese followed him. They were able to get up to the 20th floor using the steps, but above that was taped off, and they could hear a number of people on the floor above. "What now?" Reese asked. But before any of them could answer, he continued, "You hear that?" The 3 of them stood on the stairs in silence. Drakon hearing, like all their other senses, was heightened, and some with sonic power could actually hear through walls as thick as steel. They didn't have to be that powerful to hear the soft footfalls coming toward them. Rhys stood at the bottom of the stairs, bracing his body for whatever was coming toward them. In his human form, his power of indestructibility was like a force field. As a dragon, it was a lethal weapon that allowed him to get closer to any enemy than anyone else. Magnum always carried a gun. He reached behind his back and pulled the long muzzle silver-plated weapon and held it in front of him. Steele preferred hand-to-hand combat first and foremost, but he also had a gun. He didn't get a chance to draw it because a woman came around the small turn from the stairs on the 21st floor to the stairs on the 22nd. Simultaneously, a door on the 22nd floor going to the 23rd opened. Steele spun around and grabbed the arm of the guy coming through the 23rd floor door, pulling him hard and then releasing, so that the gun the guy carried bounced off the opposite wall. Rhys only had to reach out a hand, grabbing the woman by her neck. The man knocked his head on the wall a bit too hard and slumped to the ground, out cold. The woman, on the other hand, bared her sharp fangs and hissed at Rhys. He dropped her instantly, but stood over her, daring her to move. "You can kill me, but then you won't learn who's really after that dagger," she said. Steele and Magnum both recognized the woman who'd been sucked down a storm drain in an alley a few months ago. Her hair was lighter now, almost white, but still cut low to her head, and her eyes flashed a brilliant gold, two distinct contrasts to her golden brown hue. She was also the woman Ziva had been involved with at some point. "Let her up," Magnum told Rhys. "Your name's Eanes," Steele said, coming down the steps behind Magnum. Rhys stepped away from her, but only far enough so she could get up off the floor. She rubbed her neck as she cut her eye at him, then turned her attention to Magnum and Steele. "You were at Twilight a couple weeks ago," she said, looking directly at Steele. "Had been there several nights, looking for her or the other vamp who disappeared with her. But on the last night had been distracted the moment Ravyn walked in." "Yeah. And?" Eanes shook her head. She was no more than 5 feet even, with a small compact build, and according to Ziva, she hadn't been a vampire for very long. "That woman you couldn't keep your eyes off was told where to get the dagger," she said before crossing her arms over her chest and leaning against the wall. "I bet you want to know why." "I want to know why you're here right now claiming to have information and acting like you want to share it with us." "Were you following us?" Rhys asked. He took another step closer to her, but Eanes just glanced at him and rolled her eyes. "That's a good question," Magnum said, while Eanes returned her gaze to Steele. "Who told her where to find it and why?" Steele asked. "And don't even think about striking some type of bargain. You're outnumbered here, and things definitely won't go well for you if you do." She seemed to consider his words for a second, but then shrugged. "I wasn't following you. I was waiting for you because after I saw this on the news I knew it was your handiwork." "She can't know that I told you. If you're scared of someone finding out, then why are you snitching?" Rhys pressed her. "I'm not scared of anybody or anything. Just not trying to get in the middle of this war that's already brewing between you dragonfolk and the royal blood," Eanes said. "It's a little late for that," Steele added. She shook her head. "No. I didn't know what Warwick was doing. In fact, I tried to keep him away from that woman because I knew she was trouble the minute the blue-eyed dragon walked her into that hall. But he wouldn't listen, and look where that landed him. Yeah, turned to ashes in the far realm by the sick spirit that he decided to join forces with," Magnum replied. Steele recalled all that had happened 4 months ago when Shola had been brought to Burgess to marry Warwick, an outcast of the royal blood. But they'd already conquered the demon and killed the idiot Warwick who'd brought him to town. What he was more concerned with now was how any of this involved Ravyn. "Look, just tell us what you know and we'll go from there," Steele said. She pushed away from the wall and walked toward the steps behind them. Rhys followed her, sneering when she turned to give him an impatient look. "All right. Well, all I know is Verdes was paid to track her down." "Paid by who?" Steele asked. Eanes looked up at him. "Temptra. The Dampier." "Dampier." Magnum whispered the word while Steele's fingers clenched into fists. "Go on," he told her. "I've never met her. Just read about her in the old tombs Warwick kept sealed in a vault. Once he was gone, Hekin sent a bunch of his knights to clean out Warwick's townhouse. They didn't know about the apartment he had in the Lux building. That's where the vault was," she said. "What does Temptra want?" Steele asked. You remember that army of vampires Warwick wanted to use his rule over Mobo to resurrect? Well, Temptr's on a much bigger scale. There's more than one vampire army buried in that region, and Temptra wants to command them all. To do that she must raise the royal guild. And they're in the Congo territory near something called Lava Lake. The dagger is Egyptian. Rhys said. She's lying. Man, let's just gag her ass and take her to Theo to see what he wants to do with her. You, Ian said, narrowing her eyes at Rhys. Won't touch me again without bloodshed. Rhys moved closer. But Steele stepped between them. What does the dagger have to do with raising these vampires? Because he didn't believe Ian was lying. She'd been flying under the radar for months. Hell, she'd seen him in the club when he hadn't seen her. So why would she wait for them here if she didn't have something to say? Then again, why did she have so much to say? He'd wait to hear everything before he tried to figure that part out. It raises the dead. That's what it was made for by that pharaoh. It's why the tomb was broken into in the first place, so that some idiot could raise his dead mistress. Or some such nonsense. Anyway, the curse on the dagger is that only certain people are worthy enough to wield its power. That woman in the club who caught your eye is one of them. Steele felt the heat rising from the pit of his stomach to burn the back of his throat. Since walking away from Ravyn last night, the beast had laid dormant as if wondering what to do next now that she was out of the picture. But now it was rising, bringing with it all its fiery rage at the implications of Ennis' words. Damn. We're back to raising some dead vamps again. Rhys complained. Aren't you guys already dead? This time when Ian cast Rhys an evil glare, her teeth elongated until they seemed to prick her bottom lip, and a growl like hiss rumbled in her chest. There's something else here, Steele said in lieu of trying to intervene with these two again. Magnum looked around. I sense it too. It's more undead. Ian's told them. And if you don't trust what I'm saying, just ask Ziva. She knows. Steele and Magnum exchanged looks. It was bad enough they were getting all this information from someone who should have been their sworn enemy. But now Ian was invoking the personal relationship between her and Ziva that each of them knew about, but hadn't dared mention since the day Ziva almost bit Theo's head off when had ventured there. All right. I'm taking her with us, Rhys said, and came around Steele to grab Ennis' arm once more. Before the vampire could lash out at Rhys, Steele held up a hand. SHHHH. He walked back up the steps and stood close to the door. The guy who'd come through it moments ago was still out cold on the floor. Do you hear those whispers? They sounded so familiar. The words that were being said and the voice. He could swear had heard it before. Magnum came up the steps behind him, standing just a few inches away from Steele. I don't hear it, he said, but it could be coming from the dream plane. You could be drifting in and out of the dream, just like you did last night. But you said you felt something, Steele insisted. Magnum nodded. I do. It's cold and evil. Probably the undead, just like she said. They were speaking in hushed tones, but he was certain Rhys could hear him, even if Ian's and the knocked out guy couldn't. So you believe her? It makes sense, Magnum replied. The girl that's set to die in your dreams steals the dagger. The dagger's meant to wake the dead. What's the common link? Death. Vampires who are undead but need to wake some of their real dead ancestors. The Reaper is the bringer of death. And the Dream Reaper, Magnum said solemnly. Steele shook with the words. Was meant to save her, regardless of what the rules say. Or she was meant to die to save the world from what might come with the real dead vampires. Magnum added with a serious glare. For seconds the Ez brothers only stared at each other, at odds with what they believed and what would happen next, but united in the notion that they had to do something either way. We can't take her back to the office, Steele said. Hell no. Theo would kill us both. I'll call Isla. You take her to the towers. What are you going to do? Magnum asked. Adrenaline was already pumping through his veins. There's a loose thread, he said. I'm going to see Robles and find out where he really got the dagger. And then, he should have known Magnum wouldn't let him just walk away. He wouldn't go with the part of the plan Steele had willingly shared. No, that's not how his brother rolled. Then I'm going to check on her. Even if they only want the dagger, she's linked to it. Or at least she was. I saw it and I didn't realize it. But now I know. I just gotta see her to make sure she's alright. Magnum wanted to say more. He wanted to warn Steele again, to tell him that there was no way he could stop the Reaper from taking someone who was on its list. But he didn't. Meet us at the towers, Magnum said on his way down the steps. Steele didn't reply. Instead, he stepped closer to that door again and listened. "The dagger is mine." The female voice said it over and over again, and Steele realized where he'd heard it in that odd dream he'd had while Ravyn was lying in his bed. He took the steps faster than he had coming up, bolting out of the building and to his SUV, totally ignoring the yells from the enforcers that were now up and once again guarding the building. Yanking the door open after disengaging the locks, he climbed behind the wheel and called Isla to let her know what was going on. And then he headed to Sodestow to meet up with Darren Robles, the human who knew the mysterious Dampier. Chapter 13. "You look different," Cree said, and Ravyn continued to stare at the computer screen. "Well, I'll take that as a compliment," she replied. Her attention was really on the spreadsheet she kept of their supplies and timelines for more improvements to Safeside. That's what she'd been doing all afternoon, planning, looking toward the future, and trying to ignore the weird feeling she had that something just wasn't quite right. Cree turned, leaning his butt against the edge of her desk a few inches from where she was sitting. "I didn't mean it like that. I just meant there's something different about you today." She shrugged. "Same soap, same shampoo. Although I do need to buy some conditioner, so you might be seeing some frizz in my hair soon. But otherwise, nothing new to see here." "Yeah, there is, if you're looking." She sat back in her chair, giving him the attention he obviously wanted from her. "What's that supposed to mean?" He huffed. "When we first came down here, we were both frightened and out of options. The enforcers had burned down your place after successfully kicking our asses. I was in the hospital for months and you never left my side. You saved my life, Cree. There was no way I was walking out on you. Besides, I didn't have anywhere else to be at the time." She could joke about that now, but 4 years ago, when all that darkness came crashing down in her life, she hadn't thought there'd ever be light. But here they were today, in this place that they'd built, doing what they'd wished someone had done for them way back then. "Why didn't you just rent a house and take me there after the hospital?" "You know why," she said, and then cleared her throat. "No, I don't. You never talked about that. The moment I woke up in the hospital, you just said we would take care of each other from now on, and then we left and we found this place. But you never said how you felt about what happened or what it did to you and your dreams." He was much more mature than a 19-year-old should be, thinking about things that he shouldn't have had to think about for years to come, dealing with people in situations that no child should have to deal with. Ever. "What do I look like?" Dumping all my problems on a kid. The moment she said those words, she knew they were wrong. Hadn't she just been thinking of how mature he was? She sighed. "Look, you obviously have something to say, so just say it. There's never been any pretenses between us before. There's no need for them now." That was true. There was only honesty between her and Cree. It had been that way from the very start, and she appreciated that more today than ever. But she didn't know why. "I said it the other day when you were so distracted. I think we should be above ground with the rest of the world. You wanted this place to be some sort of safe haven for the unwanted. But who gives a damn about whoever doesn't want us? We want us, and we're enough." She'd never seen Cree this intense before. When she'd met him, he'd been a hungry, skinny kid, very polite and a bit on the timid side. After the altercation with the enforcers, he had gained an edge to him and had insisted on learning martial arts from a video collection they'd found at the pawn shop. But he was still pretty skinny, even though he'd surpassed her in height about 2 years ago. "We are enough, Cree. But the world is cruel and we're different from the rest of them." She paused then, looking back at the computer screen. They were different. People were different, weren't they? Differences create a more colorful world. That's what my grandmother used to say. Your grandmother who thought she could see the future. Of course her tone sounded condescending. How could it not? She did regret that. But it was too late to take back the words. Cree's lips tilted and he shook his head. She had the gift of sight, and I do too. But only on a much smaller scale, I guess. But that's what makes me who I am. Who are you? Ravyn, are you just this thief that lives in an old subway station, or were you meant to be something more, a bookstore owner who shared her love of books and words with the world, a woman who used to like roller skating and watching fireworks? Fireworks. Ravyn shot up out of her chair. She could see sparks shooting in the air, illuminating the dark sky. And the humming that she'd been hearing since she climbed out of bed this morning grew a little louder, almost in tandem with the bursts of fireworks. "I have to go," she said, and started to move past him. "Where? What's wrong?" he asked, grabbing her arm to keep her there. "Nothing. she said with a shake of her head. I just have to go. Somewhere. This right here is what I mean when I say you don't look the same. Something about you has changed and I don't know what it is, but it's scaring me, he admitted. It was scaring her too. She didn't say that to him, but she'd been thinking it, or rather trying desperately not to think it for the last few hours. There was something different about her. From the humming in her ears, to the sense that she was forgetting something, and now to the sound of fireworks. She couldn't explain it, but it was important. Somehow, she knew all these things were important. I'm fine. I promise. But I've gotta go. She was on her way to the door when he yelled to her, We're gonna go back. Ravyn. A few of us down here have decided we're gonna go back. Ravyn turned back to see that Cree was now standing with his wiry legs slightly spread. His chin lifted as he looked directly at her. Can we talk when I get back, she asked. I mean, really talk. Because if you're going to go back, you've gotta have a plan. Watching the end of his mouth tilt upward into a smile and seeing that smile touch his eyes warmed Ravyn's heart. She loved this kid and she wanted to support him always. Besides, something had changed in the way she viewed Cree's position down here and in what she wanted for safe side. She didn't know when it had changed and she didn't know how. All she knew was that it had. Unfortunately, that knowledge wasn't enough. Go, and be safe, Cree said. I'll be here when you return. Ravyn smiled and blew him a kiss before turning and running out the door. She ran when she stepped out of the rideshare, going as fast as she could down a block she didn't think she'd ever seen before. Yet, this was where she'd told the driver to go. This was where her mind said she needed to be. There were houses on each side of the street. Tall ones, short ones, Victorians, ranchers, brick, aluminum siding, with grass yards or cement yards. So many houses and she didn't recognize any of them. But she didn't stop running, didn't stop looking. Not until the humming in her ears grew louder, almost like a beacon. She ran faster, even though she didn't know how that was possible because it already felt as if her feet weren't touching the ground. Turning a corner, she kept moving until she saw the house at the end. There wasn't anything special about it. Just a brick colonial with a basic rooftop, an iron gate at the front, a paved driveway. Just a house. A house she was heading toward. The gate was locked, but that didn't stop her. She simply jumped over it, coming down on her feet, knees bent, the tips of her fingers touching the ground. Ravyn looked back, wondering what the hell had just happened. Did she just jump over a freaking wall? Hesitation was replaced by this urgent push in her legs, and before she realized it, she was up and moving again, heading straight to the front door of the house. She stopped when she got there because the midnight blue door with its sparkling silver knocker was ajar. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside, completely disregarding the fact that this wasn't her house, so she was breaking and entering. Again, recognition seeped in the moment she stepped inside the house. She knew those paintings hanging on the dark cranberry-colored walls. The rugs on the floor were the same. The shined wood banister that curved upward to the second floor of the house. She knew it all, just as she knew if she kept straight and turned opposite the family room, she'd be in the room with all the display cases. That's exactly what she did, and then came to an abrupt stop the moment she saw the dead body in the center of the floor. There was no doubt the guy was dead. The pool of blood circling him on the floor kinda gave it away. A part of her knew there should have been shock, probably a moment or two of freak the hell out, and then quite possibly screaming and running away. But she felt none of those things, and she didn't run away screaming, because she couldn't. Her feet felt rooted to that spot. The urge to go she'd felt before was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness. And then there was a sound, and she eased her gaze away from the dead guy to follow it. He came into the room with intentional steps, his gaze focused more on the watch at his wrist than the dead guy on the floor. He was saying something, but her gasp put an end to that, and he looked up to see her staring her more like gawking at his glowing orange eyes. Ravyn, who are you? How do you know my name? And what's the deal with your eyes? Chit! Steele dropped his arm and cursed because he'd taken his glasses off right after stepping into this room and finding Robles dead on the floor. Now, he blinked his human eyes back into place and walked toward her. You shouldn't be here, he said. Her eyes narrowed as she continued to watch him. Who are you? Let's just get you outside. He continued and reached for her arm. That was a big mistake, because the moment he touched her there were sparks exploding into the room. She shrieked and jumped back, and Steele cursed again. The sparks or whatever had just happened was fast, and seconds after he thought he'd seen them they were gone. She eased away from him, moving so fast she bumped into the wall. He took another step toward her, but she shook her head, raising her arms in front of her to whisper, "Stay away from me." Try as he might, it seemed he just couldn't do that. "Wait. Listen to me," he tried saying, but she'd already turned and was heading out of the room. He followed her, reaching for her when they were in the small foyer, but dropping his hand before touching her, considering what had just happened. "Did you kill that man? What the hell is going on here? What did you do?" She walked fast, firing off questions like she was some type of recorder, until she was just a few feet from the door and she stopped to turn around. The motion was so quick she bumped right into Steele, who was still hot on her heels. He did touch her again this time, grabbing both her arms when she looked up at him in surprise. What she started to say but then stopped. He felt the moment recognition hit her. It wasn't just in the way her eyes flashed with a sudden awareness, but it was the warmth that spread immediately between them, and the instant movement of his beast. It knew she was near and it was reaching out for her. "Listen to me," he started again. "You need to leave this place right now. Go back to safe side and I'll come to you later tonight." His words were cut short by the swift way she shook her head. Why do you know about safe side?" She yanked away from his grasp, lifting her hands to her temples. "What's going on here?" The room's spinning. "Did you drug me again?" Again. How did she know, and why was she here? She shouldn't have remembered anything about this place or the mind cleaning he suspected she was referring to when she accused him of drugging her. As far as he knew, nobody had ever resisted a mind cleaning. Ravyn had, but she didn't know who he was. His beast chuffed at that while Steele admitted to feeling a slap of disappointment as well. But there was no time to explore any more questions. The front door flew completely off its hinges and Steele reflexively reached for Ravyn, grabbing her arm and pulling her back behind him. Gusts of wind filled the foyer of the house, knocking over tables, shaking the pictures on the wall and whistling with an air of familiarity that shook Steele to the core. Seconds later Mummies appeared again. This time Steele was ready for the bastards. His eyes flipped again, the beast inside rearing up as Steele rolled his head on his shoulders and fisted his hands at his sides. 4 of them came for him, and he took the first one without hesitation. Dust circled the area after Steele had broken its neck, forming a mini-cyclone in that space. The next one came at him, and this time it was with clawed fingers that Steele struck, slicing its stomach and then its neck, producing more dust. He took the remaining 2 and looked back to see where Ravyn was, to confirm that she was all right. But she wasn't there. Cree let him go. He heard her scream. Steele pushed through the dust, coming to a stop at the opening of the door where it was now clear. A woman stood a few feet away in a haze of red light, holding a man by his neck. Ravyn was a few steps in front of Steele now, standing directly between him and the unknown woman. Laughter erupted, a cold chilling sound that echoed through the early evening air. "Are you sure she is the one?" the woman asked. From behind the bushes to the left of the house another man peeked his head out. He wore a goofy smile as he stepped from around the bush, waving his hand as if this were a joyous occasion. Ravyn looked at him and whispered, "Burgess." "Hey, Ray." The guy spoke to her in return. This wasn't good. Steele cursed inwardly and took another step toward Ravyn. "Not so fast, Drakon," the woman said and lifted the hand that wasn't clenching the unknown man's neck. "You've interfered enough, and you're sadly mistaken if you think you're any match for me. Let that man go. Let them all go. I have what you want." Temptra. To the human eye the dampier appeared to be a woman in her late 30s to early 40s, about 5 feet 11 inches tall, skin the color of honey, hair short and slicked down to her head in a style similar to what had seen Eva wear a time or two. The skin-tight blue and white dress that accentuated every curve of her body and dropped down to her ankles appeared to be an overstatement considering their circumstances. Her face was heavily made up, long curling eyelashes easing over cool gray eyes. She tilted her head slightly and let her red-coated lips spread into a brilliant, but sly, smile. "You know who I am. 1 point for you," she quipped. "I know you're never going to get what you want," he told her, "so you might as well let them all go." "You really mean let her go?" Temptra said and then made a clucking sound with her tongue. "Not a chance. Burgess, take what's mine and let's go." Burgess took a step toward Ravyn and Steele was prepared to break the guy's arm if he touched her. But Ravyn moved first. She stepped right up to him and punched him in the face. Vertus' head snapped back, and before he could gather himself, Ravyn punched him again, this time in his stomach. You're a piece of shit, you set me up. I thought you were giving me information too easily. All of this was your plan from the start. Why, she was yelling, following Vertus as the guy howled in pain and tried to get away from her. But Ravyn wasn't finished with him. She grabbed him by the front of his shirt and whirled him around until she could slam his back against the wall of the house. He huffed with the breath Shed knocked out of him and flailed as she slowly lifted him off the ground. I asked you why would you tell me to come here? Who told you who I was? She asked through clenched teeth. I did, Temptra said evenly. And I'm beginning to see why. Her words caught Ravyn's attention, and in a flash, Ravyn let Vertus fall to the ground while she turned back to Temptra. I want you to let him go right now. He's not a part of this. Who? This one, Temptra asked in a sickeningly sweet voice as she squeezed the guy's throat. He yelled out and Ravyn charged Temptra, but Steele stopped her by wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her back. Don't touch her, he whispered in Ravyn's ear. Her touch will poison you. How smart you are, Drakon. Now, I'll trade this one for my dagger, Temptra said. And you? Her gaze settled on Ravyn and Steele held her tighter to him. I don't have it, Ravyn said quietly at first, and then she looked back at Steele. I don't have it anymore because you. Before she could finish her words, 3 black SUVs came roaring down the street. One drove straight through the security gate that had provided zero security. 2 more came from different directions, rolling over the lawn, coming to a stop just short of the house. Temptra cursed and then laughed. The cavalry is here, she said and shook her head. I'll get what I want. You know I will, Drakon. The question is, will he still be alive by the time you come to your senses? Trickles of blood rolled slowly down the neck of the man Temptra was holding, and Ravyn screamed. No. The red haze that had surrounded Temptra thickened, and a heavy stench of sulfur filled the air. Reese, Magnum, Aiken and Ziva came running, moving through the remnants of the smoke as Temptra used it as a cover to vanish, taking the human she'd been holding with her. Cree, Ravyn yelled and fought her way out of Steele's grasp. She ran to the spot where Temptra had been standing, falling into Magnum's arms as Head just stepped in that same area. Where's Cree? How did she get him? Where is she taking him? Steele listened to more questions rolling from Ravyn's lips, every syllable filled with such pain and anguish it sliced through his skin like a heated blade. Whoever this Cree person was, he meant a lot to her. That shouldn't have bothered him. It shouldn't have made him feel like crap for bringing her into his world and secretly wanting her for himself. But fuck. Nothing was going the way it was supposed to anymore. What the hell happened? Ziva asked when she came to stand near Steele. And who's that guy? Take him, Steele, fueled by rage and the unfamiliar sting of jealousy, directed them to secure the guy Ravyn had called Vertus. Robless body is in the house, by the chunk taken out of his neck. I'm pretty sure Temptra decided she no longer had any use for the middleman. He was moving now, going to where Magnum held Ravyn. She was punching at his chest, kicking and screaming for him to let her go. But Magnum remained unmovable. Steele picked her up and walked past the other vehicles to the one head driven here. He used his magic to disengage the locks and opened the back door, easing her onto the seat. Closing the door, he activated the locks and walked around to the driver's side to climb in. She was still screaming, but nobody outside of the vehicle would hear her. Steele started the engine and drove. After about 20 minutes her screams turned into tears and his heart pounded with each sob. His fingers stayed tight on the steering wheel as he made his way through traffic, using the time to gather his thoughts and his strength. He had no idea how Ravyn had fought through the mind cleansing, nor did he know specifically who the guy named Cree was to her. All he knew at this moment was that there was no way he could let her out of his sight again. If he did, Temptra would kill her. The Reaper would get to scratch another name off his list, and Temptra's search for that dagger would continue to lead to death. He wasn't going to let any of that happen. Not on his watch. Chapter 14. Ravyn waited until the SUV stopped moving and she heard the engine click off. Shed buried her face in the backseat, inhaling the scent of leather as she made sobbing noises long after her tears had dried. She wasn't one to detest crying, but instead believed that a good cry was cleansing and sometimes rejuvenating. But her tears never lasted long. They weren't meant to, because progress couldn't be dampened by them. Instead, she'd taken the time she knew Steele was using to try to figure out what to say to her, or what to do with her after all that had happened. To think about what her plan of attack was going to be, because she was definitely going to attack. First, She'd deal with Steele, and whatever he and his friends had done to her last night when she'd been at that mountain place, and then, with that bitch that had taken Cree. A good deal of her rage was being saved for that too cute heifer. Lifting her head slightly, she tried to peek out the window, but all she could see was black, so she figured it had gotten dark on the ride to wherever they were. Maybe had brought her back to that mountain place. Some of her thoughts were still hazy, but she remembered most of what she figured were the good parts Steele and his friends tried to make her forget. I would never drug you. Was it that what Head said last night when Shed asked how she got to the mountain? Rage simmered on a low boil as she balled her fingers into fists and prepared to lunge at him the minute he opened that door for her to get out. He was saying something, probably talking into his watch again the way Shed'd seen him doing when they were back at the senator's house. She remembered that now too, since the second she stared into that woman Steele had called her temptree eyes. Memories had been coming back in chunks and spots of what felt like an energy void. Like she knew what that was. She only knew what it felt like when she recalled those moments. It was as if nothing was there but energy. A feeling that circled and roamed like it was searching for somewhere to go and settle. Weird. Yes. But then everything that had happened in the last 2 weeks was weird, and she was ready to finally get to the bottom of it. His door opened and Ravyn waited, her limbs ready to act according to the instructions from her brain. How this was going to end she wasn't quite sure. But she refused to be on the receiving end of any more lies, duplicity, or whatever the hell else was going on around her. Either he was going to be straight with her or... The passenger door on the driver's side opened and Ravyn leapt out, wrapping her arms and legs around Steele's big frame. The force and unexpectedness of her action sent him back until he fell onto the ground with her on top of him. She laced her fingers around his throat while she straddled him, wishing like hell she had one of her knives. Or even that dagger. Her palms tingled at that thought as if they, too, recalled how it felt to hold that ancient piece. Who the hell are you? Would you pick me to pull into your sordid little supernatural games? Why did you lie to me last night? And where's Cree? Her chest heaved for air, pain sifting through every breath like shards of glass. Where's Cree? She repeated that question because it was the most important. If she didn't learn anything else from this, their second 2A session, Ravyn desperately needed to know where Cree was so she could go and get him. Whatever she had to do or say she would to spare his life. Would his answers also affect how Shed thought she was beginning to feel about him? She didn't know. But as of now she was hating herself for letting her guard down when she'd known how men could be. If Head drugged her, had taken control from her, and she'd never forgive him for that. His body was solid and he barely blinked before reaching to wrap his fingers around her wrists. He looked so calm and so unbothered by what she was saying or doing. Or both. And it sent more rage flying through her body so that her fingers tightened around his neck. He didn't try to remove her hands. Not right away. No. For endless seconds he simply stared up at her with those soulful brown eyes. Eyes that she knew were fake. She squeezed tighter. You're a lying, deceitful bastard, and I want you to answer my questions before I kill you. Do you hear me? Answer my questions. Her hair fell down the side of her face and her arms burned from the exertion. But she wouldn't release him. She wouldn't stop until he answered her. But he still hadn't opened his mouth. His silence only frustrated and angered her more. If that was even possible. With the slowest movement Steele eased her hands away from his throat as if they were nothing but pieces of lint on his skin. However, he had a solid grip on them, switching from a two-hand hold to one without any effort at all. He brought that other hand up to cup her face, his thumb wiping away a tear that had somehow snuck past her finished with freeing stance. I'm sorry, he said finally, his voice gruff, eyes searching her face for something in return. You're sorry? She asked with a huff. Sorry, that's all you have to say. The one word shouldn't have pierced through all the pain stuffed into her chest at the moment, but somehow it did. Yeah, he said with a slight nod. I'm sorry. For what exactly? Lying to me? Drugging me, or both? I never lied, he said, and then clapped his lips shut as if he were rethinking that statement. And I didn't drug you. It's called mind cleaning, and it was only supposed to erase your memories from the last 2 weeks. Magnum knew not to make it too potent. What, like a cocktail? What kind of insanity is that? It's not a drink or a drug, he said, and then sighed. I know it was invasive and wrong, but I wanted to protect you, and if I had any other choice. She shook her head, feeling the sting of more tears, but dared them to fall. It's not enough, she said, but the words held no bite. Damn it. It's not enough. This time was to convince herself she meant it. Because she wanted to mean it. He couldn't change her mind about feeling betrayed by him with a few silly words. I know. He kept moving his thumb over her cheek and the hand holding hers eased. I messed up. Again. What do you mean again? There was a vulnerability in his voice she'd never heard before. Upon first glance there was nothing vulnerable or weak about Steele Ezo. Even lying here in where the hell were they? She looked around and saw that they were in the middle of a forest. At night. How apropos after what had just happened back in town. Lying beneath her right now, he still appeared imposing as his massive chest heaved up and down with each breath. His strong arms extended upward while his hands touched her with more gentleness than she'd ever experienced in her life. She moved next, easing back away from him so that his hand slipped from her face and the one that had been holding hers dropped to rest on his chest. Their gazes held for a few seconds in what she recognized as a quiet truce, and she eased off him, rolling to the side to sit with her legs crossed. He sat up, and then they were both sitting on the ground in the middle of the forest like they were on a school camping trip. I didn't save my sister, he said quietly. I wanted to, but I didn't. And then you were there and I wanted to save you too. Save me? What? I don't understand what you're talking about. What happened to your sister? She died. He said the words as simply as if he'd just told her the time of day. How? The clan war's back in the town of Mobo. Our parents moved there soon after there was trouble in our hometown. There weren't supposed to be many like us there, so we could live free from judgment. But that never lasts long. No matter how hard a people try, there's always someone who will judge, ridicule and try to overpower. For us, this time, it was some of our own. His voice was melodic, like one of those narrators to a documentary speaking while pictures of a barren land were being shown. Ravyn was transfixed not only by his voice and his words, but also by the emotion she clearly heard in them. Weariness, pain, disappointment, all wrapped in the words he continued to speak. She recognized each of those emotions, and that's why she sat still and listened to him. Not because she'd forgiven him that easily. Because she hadn't. There was physical fighting and injuries succumbed to on both sides. But we were determined to win. We were there first, and we weren't going to let Venomstone take us down. It was in our nature to fight to win, and that's what we were doing. But that night I dreamed. She was there fighting with us, and then she wasn't. His voice broke, and he looked down at his hands. I knew the group she was with and what piece of land they were planning to attack next, and I tried to get there. I really did. But there were so many of them from Venomstone, and I had to fight them off before I could finally get to her. But when I did, he couldn't finish, but it was okay. Ravyn knew the rest. She reached for his hand, holding it in hers. Because in all the years she'd needed someone to just hold her hand. There'd been no one. No other parts of their bodies touched. Just their hands. And when his fingers closed to grip hers tightly, Ravyn let him hold on. Long moments later he spoke again. Her name was Opal, and she was a lot like you. Stubborn, tenacious, reckless, fearless. Then she was a queen, Ravyn said, trying to keep her tone light even though she felt a tremendous weight bearing down on her right now. Steele chuckled. Yeah, she was. More silence hung between them as the sounds of the night echoed around them. The trees here were very tall and provided something like a canopy over them so that she couldn't see the sky at all. But they weren't alone here. She could hear the ominous hooting of owls and a creaking of something she suspected might be a little bigger than a cricket. Let me see your eyes, she said, speaking into the night. His hand went stiff in hers. But she didn't let go. I know they're different, and I know there's more to that story you just told me. For whatever reason we've been thrown together, I've got to be okay with it. Because there's nothing I can do about it now. But I want the truth. I've never lied to you. So I deserve it. And she wouldn't stand for anything less. Her father had been a mean-spirited, high-handed brute who never told her anything but how worthless she was. Sitting here with this man, who had somehow touched her in places she'd thought long since closed and locked tight. She was demanding more. When he turned slightly, she did too, and he took her hands, bringing them up to his face, before dropping his to his side. Ravyn let her hands remain still for a few seconds, loving the feel of his warm skin beneath her palm, the soft hairs of his goatee. She turned one hand backward so her knuckles could rub lightly over his cheek, and then she gasped when he blinked and his eyes went from brown to orange. The startle was momentary, and then her fingers were moving to stroke over his thick brows. The orange glowed so bright it almost seemed painful. But as Head revealed them, Shed noticed his body relaxing as if this were the real him. On instinct she moved her hands back to his hair, released the long locks from the band he always wore them in. They flowed around his shoulders, adding more darkness to be centered by the penetrating orange light. "What are you?" It was a question she never thought Shed ask anyone or anything. "I am a Drakon," he said, his voice dripping with pride. "A Dream Reaper Drakon." Of all those words, only two were familiar: Dream and Reaper. And just like that, energy had started to fill the memories Shed thought she lost. Some things started to click into place. "The Reaper is hunting me, isn't he? Or was that her back there? Is that why she has Kree? Because she really wants me." It would be an explanation for why he kept saying he was trying to protect her. Not a great explanation, since she couldn't forget her father's words about this being a human's world. But somewhere in her mind she thought what Shed just said made sense. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Before coming to a stand, she followed, standing a few feet away from him now as Head turned and took some steps away. "Yes," he said, and then turned back to her. "I saw you in my dream a few months ago, and I knew I had to save you. That I couldn't let you die the way Opal had." Why me? It seemed like such a mundane question. How many people who weren't where they wanted to be in life, or felt unfair things were always happening to them, asked that very same question over and over again. As a Dream Reaper, do you just hang around and dream saving people? If so, your title's a huge contradiction. He cleared his throat. "My job is to lead the Reaper to whoever is on his list. It's not something I do every night, just when it's my turn to find a name on his list. I don't know how the work is divided amongst other Dream Reapers. If that's what you're going to ask me next." She wasn't, but she was accepting all details he was providing tonight. Kree was in danger. She was in the woods with the guy she both wanted to hate and love. She just needed all the answers. That was all. The Reaper only collects souls of those with more power than they can control. Because if that power were to be used by the wrong entity, it could upset the balance of good and evil on the realms. "I didn't believe Opal should have been on the list, and when I saw you, I didn't believe you belonged there either." Ravyn thought about those words for a few seconds. She thought about everything that had happened to her in the past couple of weeks since Shed stolen that dagger. Running fast, feeling stronger, seeing ghosts on the street. "I stole the dagger and the dagger has power." Hearing those words in her voice was jarring. Since when did she believe in any other being on this earth other than humans? Since that woman with a stunning body had disappeared in a cloud of red smoke, holding Kree off the ground with one hand. "I believe that's true," he replied. She shook her head because while she was thinking she had a grasp on this story, she really didn't. "But you said you saw me in your dream a few months ago." "I didn't have the dagger then. So why would I have been on the Reaper's list?" "I don't know the answer to that," he said. "At first, I just thought my power was going wonky, that your name being on the collection list was a mistake. So I wanted to correct that mistake. I even led the Reaper to a different soul in place of yours. But then I had another dream. You were in it, but you weren't talking like you. Then Opal was there, and then Temptra was there. Or at least her voice was." He scrubbed both hands down his face and Ravyn crossed her arms over her chest because she wanted to touch him. "I think Temptrash was the one at Robless House needs you alive and the dagger for something. But then she may kill you afterward. But you're also still on the Reaper's list for some reason. So, it's a race to see which one of them can get to you first," he said. "Oh, wow." She wasn't really sure what her response to that was supposed to be. Two people, or rather, things, were trying to kill her, and her father said Shed never amount to anything. Well, she was important to these two, even if that importance ended with her death. And now Shed completely flipped if she was thinking being on two hit lists was a good thing. But neither of them counted on me stopping them. He came closer to her now. "And I'm going to stop them. Ravyn, I won't let you die." Yesterday, her instinct would have been to argue with him that she could protect herself, that she didn't need to be saved by any man. Today, after all that had just happened, all she wanted was for Kree to be safe. If that meant going along with Steele's professions to protect her, then so be it. "I won't let Kree die," she said vehemently. "You love Kree." At first it sounded like a statement, but Ravyn realized it was a question and that Steele was looking at her as if he were holding his breath, waiting for the answer. She wasn't so amazed by all that Shed just learned that she could ignore the quick stroke to her ego at the thought that he might be jealous, even if it still wasn't clear what she and Steele were doing. He was a Dream Reaper and she was just her. How could they work as a couple? She couldn't think about that right now. I love Kree as if he were my brother. He saved my life. So, I want you to tell me what I have to do to get to him and then kill the bitch for daring to touch him. He smiled, his lips spreading across even white teeth. Fearless, he said. She nodded. Right. Okay. I'm fearless. Show me what you really are. You said a Drakon, but I'm not familiar with that word. I'd rather you just show me. Right here. Right now. I thought you wanted to find Temptra. I do, but I need to know what I'm dealing with. Who's with me and who's against me. I'm always going to be with you. Ravyn. Never doubt that. No matter what happens from this moment on. Don't doubt that I'm with you. He hadn't needed to say those words. Because she felt it. With every breath she took, Ravyn realized she'd felt his presence. From the night she knew he was following her around the city, to the night on the roof when they first touched, and to last night when she'd wrapped her arms around him and kissed his scars. Even this morning, when she'd awakened in her bed at Safeside, she'd felt him, lingering inside her mind and, so help her, her heart. Show me, she insisted. With a curt nod he pointed a distance away. Go stand over there. She almost asked why, but changed her mind. Instead she did what he said, walking at least 20 feet away to stand near a fallen tree. When she turned back to look at him, he took a deep breath and released it slowly. His head lowered, and with the glow of his eyes gone, the clearing was cast into shadows. She thought she felt the ground tremble beneath her, but Ravyn kept her gaze locked on Steele. His body moved slowly, arms hanging by his side, legs slightly spread apart. But something was happening. Those arms didn't stay the same, and neither did his legs. Everything grew, expanding out and up, twisting and turning until she had to crane her neck to follow the metamorphosis that was Steele turning into a dragon. Trees leaned to the side as the breadth of the magnificent beast filled more than the available space. Leaves rustled and heat filled the air by the time it stopped moving. Her mouth had gaped open, her eyes going as wide as they possibly could as she looked at something she would have never believed possible. She took a step forward, both wanting and needing to get closer to touch him, to feel if it was the same as before, the same as the night had carried her to the mountain. But his head moved then. It went from the downcast position, lifting up until those orange eyes pierced through the darkness once again. His mouth opened slightly, displaying rows of ferocious-looking teeth. She retreated, going back so far her calves bumped against that fallen tree. Then she stopped, still staring as realization hit her. Dragon, she whispered. You're a dragon. And now he wasn't. It had taken him about a minute to shift into dragon form when he knew Ravyn was waiting to see who he really was. And just a couple seconds for him to go back to human form, after he'd heard the call from Magnum. Coming to a stand from the squatting position he always returned in, Steele was a little surprised to see Ravyn standing directly in front of him. Had thought for sure he'd spend another 10 or 15 minutes trying to explain to her how he was able to shift and walk upright like any other human after being such a gigantic beast. As Magnum's call was urgent, he didn't really have time for that explanation. But for Ravyn he would have made the time. I didn't believe, she was saying as he stood. I've heard people talk about things they've seen or something that may have happened to a friend or family member of theirs. But I dismissed it all as, I don't know, really bad gossip. Or worse, some sort of reality TV gimmick. I just never thought it was true. It's true, he said, and I'll answer all of your new questions on the ride or after I meet with the others. But right now, we've got a lead on where Temptra may have taken your friend. The light of curiosity that had been just brimming in her eyes disappeared and her shoulders squared. Where is she? I'll find out as soon as I get to the meeting location. And, get some clothes on. Because in case you haven't noticed, he said, and looked down at his naked body. Oh, I noticed, she replied. Why do you think I hightailed it over here the moment you were back? His ego inflated on command, just as his dick gave a jerk of awareness that she was close and staring at him at this moment. She wasn't repulsed by him, nor was she still angry at him for the mind cleaning. Even though he could admit she had every right to be, he still wasn't sure why it hadn't worked. But if it meant he got to experience her looking at him with such appreciation again, he didn't really care. Come on, I've got clothes in the truck. He took her hand and they walked through the area in the forest where he spent a lot of his personal time. Theo had purchased the mountain and all the forested land surrounding it to ensure that they'd have privacy and space to move around in their true form. But Steele had never felt as if that was really his place to be free. This spot was located on land owned by the government, but left alone by some type of historical proclamation, so it had become the perfect place for him to be alone and to be free whenever he needed to. You keep clothes in your truck like some type of secret agent, Ravyn was saying as they came closer to the edge of the trees. Like a man who doesn't like to walk around with his ass out after he's shifted. Do you shift often? I mean, I've never heard stories of dragons. Just some ramblings about people that could take on the features of wolves or big cats and people who could see the future or hear things that others couldn't. Kree can do that, she said quietly. He can do what? He can hear and sense things. It started when he was young, but his father didn't like him talking about it, so he stopped. I used to listen to his stories, but I thought they were just stories. She sighed heavily. I was so wrong about everything. They were at the back of the SUV when Steele took her by the shoulders. Don't beat yourself up about this. You had no reason to believe otherwise. When your best friend tells you he can do something, you should probably believe him. Or you can listen to him when he talks about the things that he can do because others didn't do that for him in the past. She smiled up at him and Steele took a step closer to her, his body reacting a bit more forcefully to his naked state and her proximity. Did you say somebody called you? How I didn't hear a phone, and if you're expected somewhere you should definitely get dressed and, soon. Her gaze dropped down between them to his erection, and when she looked back up at him again the haze of lust that clouded her eyes only made him harder. He opened the back of the truck and reached inside to pull out a duffel bag. Unzipping it he grabbed gray sweatpants and a t-shirt, tennis shoes and socks. We have a signal that only the Drakon can hear, he told her as he pulled the sweatpants and t-shirt on. He leaned against the truck to pull on the socks. Oh, like a bat signal, she said, and when he glanced over at her she grinned. Y'all go commando. But you gotta have socks. Huh. Steele stood. Then he turned so that he was now in front of her and grabbed her face between his hands, lowering his mouth until it met hers. For a second she held her head perfectly still as if she was contemplating whether or not she was going to accept his touch or his kiss. She had every right not to. Had done the one thing she didn't want any man doing to her, and he was sorrier than she would ever know about that. So he waited for her to make the next move. I don't know what's happening between us, she said and continued to stare up at him. I should hate you for betraying me, but I don't. And I don't know what that means. His beast was ready to be free again. It was ready to claim its mate. Steele, on the other hand, was right where Ravyn was with the uncertainty. Even though Head told her and showed her what he really was, the same obstacles still existed for them. Kree was in danger and here she was ready to do whatever to save him. They were both humans and neither of them deserved to be up against a dampier and a cursed dagger. So no matter how much he could now admit his beast was probably right to want her, he couldn't bring himself to ask her to stay in this world with him. I did betray you. I wish I could take it back, but I can't. I can't undo anything that's been done either, she said. We can move forward and save the people we both love. We both care a lot about, he said and cleared his throat. What had been about to say was crazy and it couldn't be true. She had only been an active part of his life for 2 weeks, and the other time had been following her. She hadn't known he existed. Besides that, love didn't have to be part of the dragon selection. A beast could want its mate with or without its mate returning those feelings. It couldn't touch its mate until at least the physical draw was reciprocated. But emotions were something totally different. The process was barbaric, as Opal had often stated, and one that Steele had never given much thought to. Until now. To enforce that thought, his beast pressed into Steele, encouraging him to move his head closer to hers. Ravyn tilted her chin up to him. He leaned in a little closer, until his lips just brushed against hers. She made the next move by puckering her lips for another kiss. This one started with a flash of light and then melted into what felt like a warm reunion as their tongues danced and dueled once again. She immediately pressed her body against his, her hands going to his shoulders as she tilted her head to deepen the kiss. When he reluctantly broke the kiss and rested his forehead against hers so they could catch their breaths, he chuckled. It's not a bat signal, whatever that is, he said, reminding her of the conversation they'd been having before, the one about emotions that just couldn't be between them. And you're gonna appreciate the commando choice at some point. She grinned. slipping a hand down until it rested over the tent and the sweatpants created by his overwhelming arousal. Gripping his length through the material was just as enticing as if Shed stuck her hand down his pants and palmed him skin to skin, so he dutifully sucked in a breath, in lieu of begging her to keep going until he came. I think we're both appreciating it right now. They definitely were. Until a flashing blue light from the dashboard of the truck illuminated the interior and shined brightly on them as they stood in the night air. Another signal, she asked. He nodded. The private signal is to be heard while in Drakon form. Secondary calls will go through our communicators. The one he'd been wearing was programmed to disintegrate the moment composition of his human arm changed. He bent forward and put on his shoes, then returned to the back to fish out the backup communicator he kept there. A second backup could be found in the glove compartment. "The watch I saw you talking to at the senator's house," she said, and reached up to close the back hatch while he fastened the communicator onto his wrist. "Yeah," he replied, but she was already walking around to the passenger side of the truck. Steele moved to the driver's side, climbing in just as the phone inside began ringing. He closed the door and started the engine before answering the call. "Hey, Isla, I'm on my way." "Good. Because we've got a situation that I don't think any of us were prepared for," Isla said through the secured line. "Great," he replied. "Another one." Ravyn didn't ask as many questions as Head thought she would on the drive back, and he took that time to think about what was going to happen next. He wasn't taking her back to the office, so Theo could be glad about that. But they were heading back into downtown Burgess, to the Towers building where he knew Magnum and Reese had taken Ian's. Head only instructed them to take the scumbag Verdes with them when Head left Robles' house with Ravyn. But he didn't know what else the team may have done or found out in that time. His priority had been Ravyn, and now that he was certain she was all right, he could shift gears and think of a way to get her friend back safely and get rid of Temptra. "This is the building where the Legion really is," she said when they turned the corner and were in front of the Towers. "Yeah. We occupy a few floors in the building and then rent out the others. I'm going to go around back and then into the parking garage. We'll take an elevator up to the offices and then I'll probably have to leave you." "No." Her reply came so fast he turned to look at her. Reaching a hand over, he touched hers where it rested on her thigh. "Yeah, I'll be safe here. We've updated all our security in the last few months, so getting in uninvited is damn near impossible. And I'll ask Isla if you can go to her room so y'all be more comfortable. I think there are some other rooms there just for staff who may work late and don't want to get on the road to travel if they are too tired." "No." She was shaking her head this time. "I'm not afraid to be alone. I just don't want to be left out. If you're going to be discussing Cree and how we're going to get him back, then I want to be there." Steele took a deep breath and turned into the garage. He circled around 3 levels until he reached the top and found his reserved spot near the back wall of the building. When he switched off the engine, he lifted her hand to his lips, kissing the back of her fingers. "I'm going to do everything in my power to keep you safe, Ravyn. I need you to trust and believe that." The interior of the truck was dark, but he could see her face clearly. Her high cheekbones lifted as she smiled and leaned in to kiss him lightly on the lips. "I trust you, Steele. It's the rest of your crew I'm not so sure about. They are a good crew. They just don't like me." "I get it. I'm not everybody's cup of tea," she said in a tone that he didn't like. He was certain it was supposed to be a confident, nonchalant tone, but instead had heard the undertones of sadness. "Let's go," he said, and kissed her one more time before climbing out of the truck. They rode the elevator to the 61st floor, where Theo's office and the conference rooms were located. He walked down the familiar hallway knowing he was definitely in uncharted territory as he held Ravyn's hand. He was about to say something meant to keep them both calm and collected for what was about to come, but the sound of voices stopped him. "What did you tell them?" Steele knew that voice. It was Ziva, and it was coming from one of the smaller conference rooms that were along one side of the wall, while the 2 larger ones were on the other side. The door just in front of where he and Ravyn had stopped was ajar, but there were no lights on inside. "I told them what they needed to know about Temptra." The other voice was vaguely familiar to him, only because Head just recently heard it. "Eans, I'm not playing games here. This is my job. It's my life. I don't have time for you playing some immature game to try and get back at me." "Why would I want to get back at you?" "Ziva, you were pretty clear when you gave me your terms. And when I couldn't meet them, you bounced. I would've done the same if I were in your position." Ziva huffed. You were in my position. We were together and then we weren't because you got scared. Not scared. Ignored. Your job is everything. I was second. You were. Steele and Ravyn looked at each other, both wondering what they should do next. You told them I knew about Temptra. Ziva picked up where Shed left off. Or rather she changed the subject, which Steele had to admit he was glad about. The last thing he needed tonight was to witness scenes from Ziva's love life. You did know. I told you when you found me at the apartment last month. I told you something big was coming and that you and your band of dragon folk wouldn't be ready for it. That was cryptic as hell. How was I supposed to take that information back to the others? You should have, because now they're pissed that you didn't. So, yeah, better just march me in there right now so I can get the rest of this story out before they decide to hang your ass right beside me. Let's go. Steele whispered and hurried Ravyn past that door. I know that voice, she said as they were speed walking the rest of the way down the hall. Yeah, it was Ziva. You met her at the office? No, Ravyn said. I meant the other voice. He stopped when they were in front of the door to the large conference room. You know Eanes how? She shook her head. I never got her name, but she's the one who introduced me to Verdes at Twilight. Chapter 15. Could this possibly get more daunting? She'd just seen a real live dragon in the woods and felt the very real and very hard dick of the human whose body that dragon inhabited. Her best friend had been kidnapped by who knew what, and now she was walking into a room with 8 people staring at her as if she were buck-naked and about to dance on the table. Ravyn tilted her chin and squared her shoulders. She walked a couple steps in front of Steele only because once had allowed her to enter the room ahead of him. Had released her hand, not totally sure where she was supposed to go. She just kept walking until Shola stepped from around the guy standing at the head of the table and came to stand in front of her. I knew we'd see each other again, she said as she reached out to take Ravyn's hands. Her palms were warm and the quick smile that spread across her face was genuine, just as it had been the first night she'd met her. Hi, Shola, come sit here beside me. Ravyn didn't bother to look back at Steele, but followed Shola because that air of authority she'd noticed the first time they met was magnified tonight. Perhaps because of the tall, brooding guy standing at the head of the table glaring at her with the purest bluest eyes imaginable. When she was on the other side of the table accepting the chair offered to her, she looked across to see that Steele had taken a seat next to yet another awesomely built guy, one who'd grabbed her as she'd tried to run after Cree. He had locks similar to Steele's, but from what she could see while he was sitting, they might be longer than Steele's. Beside him was another guy, and if the situation were different, she might consider this a buffet of hot-ass men thighs, one with a lighter complexion than Steele's. His beard more like a dusting of dark hair than a full-grown style. Reese, the guy sitting next to her, spoke, pulling her attention from the lineup across the table over to him. Hi, Ravyn, she said, and accepted the hand he had extended to her. Reese had a bright smile, and if he wasn't wearing the sunglasses she'd bet it reached his eyes in a laughing way. His hair was a riot of curls that had pulled up in some type of way so that it was away from his face. You already had the pleasure of meeting Shola, Reese continued. Her husband Theo runs the show here at the Legion. She hadn't needed to be told that, because again, the air around Shola and the man at the head of the table reeked of power and leadership. Theo barely nodded in her direction and she returned the favor. Across from us are top agents here at the company, Aiken French, Magnum Ez, and of course, you know our dear Steele. Riesi's introductions were done with the same affable tone had taken in speaking to her, and Ravyn found it relaxing. After offering a polite smile and wave to Aiken, who treated her to a breathtaking grin in return, she let her gaze settle on Magnum. You're Steele's brother. Older brother, Magnum replied before tossing a look to Steele. She settled back in her chair thinking how fortunate for this world that there were 2 of them. The door opened then and 2 women walked in. One taller, wearing black leather pants, gray studded bra and a matching black leather vest. Her blonde hair fell in wide waves around the sides with a spiked mohawk down the center. Ziva. She'd had eerie eyes that night Ravyn had met her too. Now, she wore sunglasses. These people must have invested a ton of money in a sunglasses company. Behind her, moving at a much slower pace, was the woman Ravyn had seen many times at Twilight. Her gold blonde hair was styled in short tight curls, her lipstick of frosted hue, her attire denim skin tight pants, red tank top and cropped jacket. And this is Ziva, She's bringing another visitor to our meeting. Reese had, for some reason, picked up a pen and was now tapping it on the table. Hey, Ziva said by way of greeting. This is Eanes. She has something to tell us. Ziva took a seat, but Eanes continued to stand right beside the chair where Ziva was sitting. Let me just say that this is unprecedented. Theo began, his voice deep, echoing throughout the space with chilling finality. Ravyn couldn't help but look at him in awe. Who was this guy? What goes on at the Legion is private company business. We're bound by our contracts with clients to treat certain information as privilege, and we don't discuss open cases with anyone other than Legion agents. All eyes were on Theo and then the tall slender guy who had come through the wall. It seemed, upon closer scrutiny she could see that it was a camouflage door and again wondered what the hell she'd gotten herself into. With that said, we have a situation and it seems that each of the visitors here tonight is in a unique position to help us handle this situation. But before we hear from them, Blue has a status. Theo looked to the guy who'd walked up behind him like he was in stealth mode. His movements were precise, but he made no sounds and even now after the introduction, only gave the barest of nods before clearing his throat to speak. She has not left the realm. I have a location right now, but she is continuously moving so it may change by the time we're finished preparing. Blue had a great British accent to go with that expertly cut chocolate brown suit and shined expensive dress shoes. She won't leave without the dagger or without her, Eanes said, and suddenly all eyes were on Ravyn. Why does she need her so badly? Shola asked, but Ravyn raised a hand before anyone else could speak. Hi. Her is Ravyn and am right here. So, before we get into any more detail about who wants me and for what, can someone just tell me who she is? The next few seconds were filled with everyone in the room staring at her like she'd just spoken in a foreign language. She is Temptra the Dampier, Blue replied, and in that second Ravyn realized she'd seen him before that night at the office. And what's a Dampier this time? Ravyn looked at Steele, because if he was a dragon, surely he could explain what she was betting was another preternatural creature. But it was Blue who continued with the explanation while Steele kept his gaze on her. Vampires found in the Eastern Cape region of Africa were once known as Impunjaloo. They were usually men controlled by a witch who made sure they were properly fed to keep them from turning on her. Are you serious? Ravyn asked, looking from Blue to Steele and then back to Blue again. During the exchange she noticed that Theo was looking directly at Steele. Blue didn't answer her questions. He just kept talking. Throughout history there were rare stories of Impunjaloo mating with their witch, creating a mixed breed species called the Dampier. Ravyn was about to ask another question when Eanes spoke. Temptra can't use the dagger. Only you can. Ravyn. Eanes said her name so pointedly Ravyn couldn't help but stare at her. How did she know only Ravyn could use it? Steele finally spoke. Because I told her. Eanes said. I knew because I found her name and picture along with other papers in Warwick's vault. Her mother was a descendant of some old crazy woman rumored to be a witch in the Congo or some other place over there in Africa. Anyway, she has the blood of something called a chosen. I guess Warwick had been in contact with Temptra when he tried his raise the dead coup and failed dismally. Thanks to you. The last was said with a nod to Shola, and Ravyn found herself trying to keep up. She didn't know the names of all the players that had been mentioned so far, but she could just about piece together the gist of the situation. Two people wanted to raise the dead, Warwick and Temptra. Shola, at one time, was the thorn in their side, and now it was Ravyn's turn at bat. What was a little harder to wrap her mind around, perhaps because she knew basically nothing about her mother who died giving birth to her, was that she was something called a chosen. Why is a bunch of dead, again, vampires so damn important to you people? Reese asked Eanes. Ravyn hadn't realized he'd stopped tapping that pen on the table, but now he sat forward staring at Eanes, who only shrugged. I don't really know. I managed the club for Warwick and served as the point person between him and his business associates in the city. I didn't really get into all this ancient stuff, but Temptra mentioned a guy. I can't remember what she called him, but he's the important one. He's the one she needs to raise. But her spells won't work alone. She needs the dagger. It's a knife, Ravyn yelled. We're talking about a dirty old knife that's probably meant to kill more than it's meant to bring someone or something back to life. For some reason her heart had begun to thump faster. The more Eanes spoke, the harder it pounded, and her fingers were tingling. She kept her hands in her lap, beneath the table, but the feeling was intensifying. It was made to raise the dead. Steele said quietly. Egyptians strongly believed in life after death. That's why they mummified everything from their people to their pets. But the pharaohs wanted more power. They wanted to control the timing of life after death. The dagger was created for that purpose. But only certain ones could use it in that way. That's what the pawn shop dealer and the antique sealer meant by it being cursed. Because whoever wasn't meant to use it to bring back the dead would die by the next full moon. Instead, for having what didn't belong to them, Darren Robles is dead. And you're not. Why didn't you tell me this before? I didn't realize you were the one, he said, and when their gazes locked and held she could feel that there was so much more he wanted to say. I was thrown off a little earlier tonight when you walked into Robles' house. Because your mind was wiped clean the night before. You shouldn't have remembered that house. The dagger. My eyes. None of it, he said. It should have all been gone. I kept trying to figure out why that wasn't the case. But now it all makes sense. If you're the descendant of an ancient witch, perhaps you used your magic to circumvent the mind cleaning. Well, wait a minute. This was all going just a little too fast. She was just Ravyn Walsh, the girl that was never supposed to amount to anything. These people, this man, none of them had any right telling her she was something else. Wow. It was the only thing she could say amidst the jumble of things clamoring around in her head and the swirl of emotions invading her chest. And it seemed woefully inadequate. We need to stop her and get the boy back, Theo said sternly. Blue has a location, but it's best to move when she doesn't expect it and when she's at her weakest. In the morning, Aiken asked. No, Theo replied. Just before dawn. She'll be tired and it'll still be dark enough to hold our cover. We're going in fully loaded, Ziva asked. Yes, we are. Because whatever or whoever she wants to raise must be one powerful vampire if she'd come all this way to get the tools to bring him up. I won't risk that happening. Especially not on this realm. The humans will be no match for that type of uprising. Theo stood and reached out a hand to Shola. His wife stood too, clasping her fingers in his. Blue. Aiken. You're with me. Magnum and Reese. You're with Steele and Ravyn. Ziva. Deal with that situation you've got going and be focused in time to roll with us. As always, Isla will keep us posted on any outside interference from her control boards upstairs. Let's get this done. The leader had spoken and he left in a very ceremonial type way that might have left Ravyn in awe if she wasn't certain her body was revolting against her. When the others began to get up from their chairs and move out of the room, she remained still, her arms shaking, breathing coming in quick pants. Steele was beside her in seconds. What's wrong? I don't know, she whispered, her throat raw. I think I need some air, or something to drink. He shook his head and she knew she was going to freak out if he was getting ready to deny her either. I know what you need, he said and took her hand, waiting until she stood to join him. They walked through that secret door that Blue had come through, stepping into a hallway with stark white walls and bright lights. Hold on to me, he said, and wrapped his arms tightly around her. Ravyn shook her head. As much as she did enjoy being in his strong arms, there was something else besides lust going on here. Something that was making her nervous. Steele, she whispered. Hold on, he said once more, and then there was only blackness. Steele thought there'd be an immediate barrage of questions the moment they came through the fade in his bedroom at the office. Instead, Ravyn had stumbled away from him, looking around as if she recalled the space, but was trying to get a grip on how they'd gotten here so fast and without the help of a vehicle. He was prepared to tell her. Whatever she asked he would answer because she needed to know. All the cards needed to be on the table at this point because, as it turned out, she was an integral part in a very dangerous game. Temptra didn't seem like the type to keep anyone in her employ, as witnessed by the way she'd ripped Robles' throat out. Verdes was probably on his way to the same end before they intervened. Now the guy was sitting tight in a magically locked steel-enclosed office at the towers. Had remained there until this was over and Theo figured out what he wanted to do with him. Even if Ravyn were to do what Temptra wanted, there was no guarantee she would live. And yeah, Steele had entertained that idea as Head sat there in that meeting while everyone gave information and made summations, planning what would happen without considering the most important thing to him, Ravyn's life. From the time I was 4 years old, because that's as far back as I can remember, my father has always said I was nothing and I'd never be anything. She was talking so quietly Steele almost didn't hear her. had been standing a few feet away, still leaning against the doorjamb as Shed walked farther into the bedroom. But all he had to do was look up and he could see her lips moving. "I could never figure it out," she said as she plopped down onto the bed, shaking her head. "It was just me and him. My mother died giving me life, but he hated me from the start. I used to think maybe it was because I wasn't a boy. Or maybe he just loved my mother so much that I was a constant reminder that she wasn't coming back." She dropped her head, shaking it from side to side before looking straight ahead. "But it wasn't that at all. He knew what I was or what I'd come from." "You don't know that," Steele said, hating that she was talking like her father may have been right about her. Whatever he felt for or about you was his. "Ravyn, you had nothing to do with it and you shouldn't sit here trying to figure it out now." "Shouldn't I?" She turned to look at him then. "Shouldn't I know how I came to be and what price people had to pay for me being here? My mother died. Maybe because of what I was." "Stop talking like you're some kind of bad seed." "That's not what Ian said. She said my mother was a descendant of a witch from Africa, crazy witch, to be exact. Considering the one we came face to face with a few hours ago, I'd say that wasn't a good thing." "Temptra's not a good thing. That has nothing to do with you." He was grateful the sweatpants had pockets and he stuck his hands in them because he wanted desperately to go to her and touch her, to hold her in his arms and promise her that everything was going to be all right. But he knew that was the last thing she needed right now. Ravyn was a lot like him in that regard. She needed to work through her mad on her own first, before she could really listen or accept help from anyone else. He was giving her the space she needed at the moment, but he didn't know how long he'd be able to keep from going to her. "You can be so calm about this because you're one of them," she said. "I mean, you're something other than human. You were born this way and you learned to be exactly what you are. I didn't get that chance. Steele, nobody gave me the chance to be whatever it is I'm supposed to be, and that sucks." She was right. It did suck. Had been born a noble Drakon and had been trained to fight alongside the warriors of the throne keeping the peace on the far realm. But circumstances moved him from his home to a place where they became enemies to their own kind, and before he knew it, he was changing into something he hadn't prepared to be. "Killer, you can handle this. Ravyn, you've proven you're strong and resilient. You're a leader that people have come to depend on. You can do whatever is required of you and do it well," he told her. The same words his mother had told him after Opal's death. They'd seemed hollow to him at the time, but tonight they were breathing new life into him, and hopefully into Ravyn as well. She let her head fall back on her shoulders and sighed heavily. "I don't know. What you just did." Her words halted as she lifted her head and stared in his direction once more. "Is that how you got into Safeside the other night? You just appeared there, didn't you? That's why you weren't on any of the security cameras." But Cree knew. He said he could sense that somebody had been there. "It's called fading. All Drakon can imagine themselves in a space and then appear there. Nobody else can do it but Drakon." He stood up straight and slid his hands out of his pockets before taking a step toward her. "Upper-level vampires do what they call dematerialize. It's when their molecules disintegrate and reform in another location. Could Temptra have done it? Is that how she got Cree, or did I lead this evil to my best friend? I don't know specifically what power Temptra has, but the vampires who can dematerialize can't do it for long distances. Drakon can fade from one realm to the other. Realms, they are like different worlds." Yes. He was close enough now that he could simply extend his arm and his fingers would touch her skin. But he didn't. The far realm where the Drakon and other shifter beings are from. The Fey realm, home of the fairies, court and Fey folk. The spirit realm, or what humans call hell, for all the bad guys we call demonics. And the human realm. Where do I fit in? The words were spoken in a hushed and vulnerable tone. A tone that had his chest constricting and body weakening as he knelt down in front of her, taking her hands in his and bringing them up to his lips to kiss the backs. He looked her in the eye and said, "You fit in wherever you are. There's no one like you, Ravyn. No one as tough and at the same time as compassionate as you. No one as loyal or as intelligent. No one else I'd rather walk into this battle with." She didn't speak at first, but her fingers tightened over his. "I don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm expected to do. I don't know either. What I do know is that when the time comes, I'll step up and do what's necessary." "What makes you so sure of that?" "Because that's what I do," he admitted. "Theo can make all the plans he wants and we can go out and execute those plans to perfection. But when it really comes down to it, We all act on instinct. What the mind inside us says we should do to save people. To save ourselves. She let loose a nervous giggle. I'm going to need you to print all of this on some cue cards for me until I get used to it. Steele chuckled with her, relief washing over him the moment he saw her smile. You won't need them, he said. But you will need this. Releasing her hands, he reached under the bed and pulled out the locked box. Using his fingerprint to unlock it, he picked up the bundle of green material and handed it to her. Back at the towers you said you needed something. She pressed her palms to her cheeks and then her forehead, taking a deep breath and then releasing it. I felt like I did. Like I was missing something and my body craved it. You still feel like that now? She narrowed her eyes and said, not as intense. But yeah, I do. He unwrapped the dagger and held it out to her. Pick it up, he said. Hold the hilt in the palm of your hand. For a moment he wasn't sure she was going to do it. Probably because Head told her to and Ravyn could be as stubborn as she was smart. But she did finally lower her right hand, flexing her fingers before placing them over the hilt of the dagger. She closed her eyes for a few seconds, her lips moving as if she were saying something to herself, before she opened her eyes and grabbed the hilt as Head instructed. Bright golden light glowed instantly. Her left hand shook, but she brought it over to pull the sheath away from the dagger, dropping it onto the bed. Now the blade gleamed too. The light was so bright it cast Ravyn's face in a brilliant shadow. She held the blade with both hands down, bringing it up over her head and then down as if she was going to stab it into something or someone. This is your power, Ravyn. It's yours to wield and yours to grow. Steele backed up when she stood and began swinging the dagger as if it were a sword, moving it over her head, turning and wielding it behind her back. Her body moved with the flow, legs apart, feet twisting, legs together as she jabbed forward, turned and jabbed in the other direction. She looked elegant and powerful, sexy and dangerous. Her hair swung around the side of her face, covering one eye when she faced him again. The glow was all over her, causing her skin to shimmer with the power that was flowing through her. There was no doubt she was the chosen, and she was the only woman Steele and his beast had ever desired. His hands came around her waist just as she turned away from him. Ravyn's heart was pounding, but she couldn't help it. The moment she touched that dagger, Shed felt instantly alive. As if for the past 30 years Shed been in some sort of sleep state and now she was fully awake. Her fingers were no longer tingling. Arms weren't shaking and she didn't feel sick at all. There was nothing but raw power coursing through her veins, flowing directly to her heart. She felt it in every step she took, and with every powerful thrust of the knife. Her body was alive in a way it had never been before, and there was no doubt that she was who they said she was. In these moments she was more than proud of that fact. But now he was touching her and the power shifted slightly, like it was moving over to make room for something else she craved. Ravyn leaned back into him, her fingers still tight on the dagger. He flattened his hands over her stomach and rubbed through her clothes, sending waves of desire coursing through her. Down he went, pushing beneath the band of her jeans until the button popped free and the zipper made a ragged cry on its way down. Steele kept pushing. She felt like He'd been doing that since the first day she'd seen him, pushing her, easing her into a place where he could have her, where he could touch her and defend her and usher her into this new world. To control her? No. He wasn't in charge here at this very moment. She was making the choice. She was deciding to own who and what she was for her completion and validation, not anyone else's. She whispered his name just as his hand slipped beneath her panties, easing down over her juncture until his fingers were pressing softly through her warm folds. He found the spot he wanted in seconds, thrusting his fingers into her until she gasped. I've never known anyone like you, he whispered into her ear before dragging his tongue along her lobe. Never needed to touch, taste, feel anyone the way I do with you. Good. She sighed and wondered if she were saying that to his words, or to the way his fingers moved expertly in and out of her. She was on fire with need and giddy with power, a combo she wasn't used to but that she was more than willing to ride. Yes. She wanted to be on top of him, wanted him buried deep inside of her while she rode him to their combined pleasure. Without a second thought she dropped the dagger to the floor and lifted her shirt up and over her head. Steele followed her lead, easing his hand out of her pants and backing up to remove his clothes. When they were both naked and he reached for her, Ravyn pushed him back to a chair that was close to the wall near the bathroom. He sat with a thump and she straddled him before he could speak. His dick was hard and jutted upward as if waiting for her to join it. She didn't make it wait long, instantly positioning herself over the straining tip and dropping down until he was completely inside of her. Fuck, Steele groaned. Yeah, she said. That's what I want. And that's what she got as she braced her hands on his shoulders and began working her hips over his dick. He was pumping fast, meeting her stroke for stroke. His hands were on her hips, fingers digging into her skin. Then her mind exploded with alarm and she attempted to push away from him. No. She shook her head. No condom. Damn it, we got carried away before and didn't have one, and now this. Drakon are immune to human diseases, he said, his hands at her waist, easing her down over his length once more. Her eyes widened. And you couldn't have told me this before. The answer to that question was no. Because before she hadn't known he was a Drakon. Our part which is immune too. Don't know, he said and thrust up into her again. Doesn't matter. She circled her hips, relished the feel of him inside her and decided what had said was true. Yeah, I guess you're right. Beautiful, he moaned. You are beautiful. She loved to hear him talk when he was inside of her. Loved the sound of his moans and groans, of him cursing with how good it felt to him. Their joining made a loud and erotic sound. She was so wet and he was willingly sliding in and out of her until pleasure rippled along every one of her nerve endings. More, she told him. I need to feel more. I got you. Baby, I got you. And he did have her, even after her legs began to tremble from the voracious ride she'd taken with him. Steele simply lifted her up, with her legs around his waist and moved them until he had her back against the wall. He took control then, and she didn't mind one bit as he pumped into her fiercely even as his mouth found hers for his tongue to plunder. She wrapped her arms around his neck, holding his head down tight to hers as his dick eased in and out of her, pressing past her muscles that tightened around him, sliding through her slickness that dripped down to the floor. Her back slammed against the wall but there was no pain, only sublime pleasure. And when he tore his lips away from hers to run his teeth along the line of her jaw, she yelled out, enjoying the trickle of pain and then pleasure. His fingers were digging into her ass so tight she wanted to scream, but instead she came in a jolt that seized her entire body. Her eyes closed and bursts of light lined her lids. She hummed in lieu of screaming because her voice just wouldn't work. Together, he groaned, his face pressing into her neck. Better, together. There was no lie there. This was the best she'd ever had. More than she could have ever imagined and something she couldn't fathom losing. And it was theirs. Together. He pumped deep and hard and groaned as his release took him. Together. She sighed. We're better together. Chapter 16. Cemeteries were creepy as hell when she was just a human. Now that she was part witch, the hairs on the back of her neck still stood on end the second they were out of the truck and walking through the dilapidated iron gates of Burgess Memorial Cemetery. At 4 a.m., it was dark with a thick layer of fog draped over the scene because it had to appear as scary as possible for any of this to make sense. Blue says there's a tomb down about 30 feet to the left. The name on it is Ravyn Walsh. Reese read the information from the communicator on his left arm. My mother's tomb, she said quietly. General Walsh had never visited his wife's grave, as far as she knew, and had never mentioned to her where her mother was buried. Well, go around the side, Steele said and then nodded to Reese and Magnum. You two take the front. What do you want me to do? Ziva asked. When they'd arrived back at the towers, Theo informed Steele that Ziva would be with them. The blue-eyed leader didn't mention Ian's or the blood on Ziva's shirt and nobody else asked about it either. Ravyn didn't know if that was good or bad. It was quiet as she fell into step beside Steele. Had already told her a dozen times to stay close to him and she'd agreed that she would. There was no use arguing with him, especially since she had no clue what she was doing or what to expect on a mission like this. And she was calling it a mission because she didn't know what else to call it. Her heart had steadied to a rhythmic patter that seemed really loud as they made their way around headstones. Did it feel odd that they were currently outnumbered by dead people? Hell yeah, but it felt worse that Cree might be somewhere out here, scared out of his mind because he really had no clue what was going on. At least she did have the basics of the scenario. Crazy vampire witch hybrid wants someone she cares about brought back to life, so shall do anything, including kidnap an innocent guy and drag a person who had no clue who or what. Apparently, she was into her crazy scheme to get that done. It sounded like the plot of a bad horror flick. She stepped on something that crackled under her weight. The sound echoed in the eerie night, a rather early morning air. Steele glanced over his shoulder, just to see that she was still there. But he didn't stop moving. He wasn't wearing his shades, and his Drakon eyes glowed like their own personal flashlight through the dense fog. The air was like a cool mist over her skin, and she wondered if a jacket wouldn't have been a good idea. It was late October. Shit, it was late October. Getting very close to the creepiest time of year. Was that a coincidence? Her mind was going in so many different directions. Ravyn hardly noticed when they cleared the area of headstones and now walked along the narrow stone path with 12 Ifafai tombs on either side like guards. Now, her heart rate picked up its pace as she focused her eyes on trying to read the names on the small placard at the side of each marble structure. Steele kept moving, following some sort of sensory thing Drakons had, or at least that's what she figured he was doing. She wondered